Right, I think we're up and going. Hey everyone. Hope you've got audio and stuff. Yep, that's all working. Cool. Right. I have a free weekend, like completely free weekend. So it's a long weekend, so 4 days off work. And my wife has gone away to go and do a walk with some friends, and so I am here in the house by myself for 3 days. So I thought, right, what can I do? Well, yesterday I spent the day tidying up my IC collection. That sounds a bit nerdy, doesn't it? So I thought, let's do some live streams and we'll do some stuff. And I got a bit delayed because I realised I had the wrong cup. I had to go and get the right cup. Can't have the wrong cup. So we've got Chris, David, Fred, another Chris, Ian, Dave. You got if I was going to wife for a month. I'm going to say your wife has gone to France for a month. Measuring and boxing vacuum tubes. Huh. Were you categorising them as well? By their gains? Or something, I don't know. I don't do vacuum tubes. Anyway. Yeah, so I spent hours and hours yesterday sorting out ICs. You know, stuff which you see me buying in mailbag. Now I've got these, you can just see one in the corner here, little plastic bins like this, which are on my shelving here, which I organise my stuff into. And I was basically just getting them, shoving them into one of these boxes, which is what I just labelled semiconductors. And it was overflowing, so I was like, okay, time to sort these out. So I've got some pot straws over here, and I'll chuck them in there. Hey Chris. You've got 3 Chris's here today. Mark, how's it going? Sort out my caps. Yeah. My caps already are sorted. I actually sort the caps out as I get them. Although that said, that green bin which I said I was shoving everything into, there's the capacitor overflow is in that bin as well. So it's probably 3/4 full of capacitors, something like that. Well, tube stuff, I've got my Heathkit IT12 signal tracer. That's got a tube in it. Obviously the Magic Eye thing, you know. And I think it's got 1 or 2 more inside as well. So is a cap? Yes, it is. And I've got another recent acquisition, which I haven't unboxed yet. It's still waiting for me to do a mailbag video on. And that's sitting behind me here. That also has tubes in it. Oh, you've got a curve tracer. Nice. I've got this curve tracer. You'll see this coming up soon. We might work on it today. I don't know. Behind me is my pile of things I need to work on. Did Chris do a stream this morning? Did I miss it? I checked it when I went to bed last night and it's like, no, nothing planned. Oh, did I miss a stream by Chris? Chris, you're doing these streams at the wrong time. I can't join you. Now I'm going to have to go have a look. Bear with me. Now I've got a ton of things we can do today. I'm actually thinking I might even do an all-day stream. And maybe, we'll see. And Pendulum's been publishing a bunch of videos. 1 hour 53 minutes. Damn, I missed all that. Anyway. Don't worry, it's got his rubbish. No, it's fine. I'd still want to catch up with it. I might have to watch it at 2 times speed though, so you have to talk a bit slower. I should also have a playback mine at 1.75 speed because I talk pretty fast. Anyway, so yeah, as I was saying, I've got a bunch of stuff here. We've got the Retro Chip Tester I can't say Retro Chip Tester Pro, which I already started building. Now, I did a little video on this saying, "Oh, let me know if you want me to do a video building it." And a lot of people actually said, "Yes, we want to see you building it." But by the time I've seen those comments, well, by the time those comments were available when that video was published, I'd already half built it. So it's half built. So we could finish building that and then try and get it up and running. I believe I've got all the parts. I don't think I'm waiting for anything else. I'm pretty sure everything's arrived. Didn't get any of the Solitron, so trashed. Ah, come on. Dig in, Chris. Everything's fixable. Depends how much effort you're prepared to put in. I mean, you should be able to make your own transistors and ICs by now, surely. Because obviously I do that. Yeah. Anyway, yes, I've got that. We can finish building that and try and get it going. I've also got a few pieces of test gear behind me which we can work on. And like I said, I'm not sure if I'm going to be doing it all day or whether I'm just going to do until I get tired today and then do another stream tomorrow. I'm actually very likely to do another stream tomorrow. So, yeah, we'll see how we go. I might do a poll. Should I do a poll? I'll tell you what I'm going to fix first, right? Or shall I surprise you with the poll? Why is this going back to the top chat? It's not on the top chat. It should be live chat. I hate the way it always defaults to the top chat. It's rubbish. So, the thing is, Chris, I'm also very lazy, but when it comes to test gear, I'll get stuck in it and I'll keep on going and going and going until it's done. Or I have a plan of action, or I'll put it to one side, think about it for a bit, and sort of absorb the information I have to hand and come up with the plan and then come back to it again. So, how about a video about budget handheld scopes? Spoiler alert, I have one coming. Well, yeah, I suppose, yeah. I do actually have one coming. Banggood sent it out yesterday. So that'll be a couple of weeks, probably till it turns up. So, but that's not really a dedicated scope. It's something else. I won't say too much just yet. I'm not going to jinx it by having it not turn up. Well, putting stuff to one side, yes. But the idea, though, Chris, is that you're supposed to come back to it again. I don't have any items sitting around here, which I haven't got back to. This thing. One day I'll go back to this. Yeah. Anyway, hang on us, Andre. Anyway, so I need to do a poll, and that's how I'm going to reveal to you what we have to work on. Poll. If I push the right buttons, I'll show you the items I can put in here. I'm not sure what I can put in there. Now what his bloody things are called. what? Yes. Oh, can I put 4 options in there? Ooh. Hold on. Okay. I do 4 options, that sucks. Anyway, I want to do more than that. Oh, 4 options it is. Poll is posted. Cast your votes. And it's put it over the top of all the chat, so I can't see a damn thing now. So drop the chat out. Okay, here we go. Am I behind with the mailbags? Oh yes. I'm about a month behind. I've got one already published for next week. Well, Monday. 1, 2, 3, 4 already recorded. I've got enough for the 5th one, which I haven't done yet. Oh yes. You won't recognise that, Chris. Mine works though. 7081, no, the 7075 is an older one. Hey Polo, how's it going? Any leads really? I mean, it depends what you're powering with it. If you're not doing the high current side of it, then you could just use a standard banana leads. If you are using high current, then you get something with spade terminals on it and bonding pulses through it on. You can make your own cables up. It's not really a big deal. All right. So that's one of the things I wanted to put in the options here. Right, is the finishing off of this 7075. Now, previously I did videos on this thing, refurbishing it. It all works fine. At least it did last time I used it, which was about a year ago now. It's been sitting on my desk ever since, and now I pulled it over here to remind me to look at it. The reason is, over here, I've got a cable which I was making before. Remember, in one of the live streams I did before, I 3D printed a adapter and replaced the front socket with a different socket. Still a round socket, so it looks the same kind of feature. It doesn't look like it detracts from the original unit. It still looks original, but it's different size and a fraction of the cost. So I then made a cable. Mostly, it's like 90% near. I've done all the meter end of it and the cable and got the other end ready, but I haven't put any banana plugs or anything on the end of it because I don't know if I put plugs on or clips or something. I'm not quite sure. I was planning on putting on banana leads. Because then you can adapt to a crocodile clip or something like that if you've got the parts. So that's sitting on my desk right now. I'm pretty sure I've got the banana leads. I'm like 99% sure I ordered them and I bought them and they were here. It's also possible that I've got them, thought these are not quite nice, I don't want to cut these up and put them away somewhere. It's also possible. '7071, yes, they did make a 7071. It's the other format like this. It's the 7061 here, which I've got sitting here. It's the newer version, which I've done videos on, and the 7071 is very similar to that. Video's cutting out. Oh, don't want that. Okay, interesting. I do have this stream set to ultra low latency, so it should be much faster for me to respond to the chat and everything. I haven't dropped any frames yet, which is good. Maybe I should up the quality slightly. Give me a second. Since I haven't dropped any frames, I might as well crank it up a bit. Give it another 500. Anyway. Oh, cool. Everything else sounds right. That's good. Now, part of the problem is, because it's a long weekend, we get holiday makers in this area, and so the internet usage goes up. It may or may not affect the stream. Hopefully not, though. We'll see. It's been getting better and better, actually. They've been doing a lot of work on the system, so it's been getting better instead of worse. Anyway. Daniel, yes, hello. How's it going? And Willem, did I say to you? Did I tell you? I don't remember. Anyway. Where's the poll? Let's have a look. Why can't I see the poll? Here we go. Okay. So far I've got 33% to the Retro Chip Chester Pro and 39% to the Heathkit. It's looking like it's going towards the Heathkit. It may be possible that we do all of these things this weekend. Alright, so it's quite likely we'll do more than one thing. Because my plan is to stream for as long as I can, because I've got nothing better to do. Well, actually, I've got a whole bunch of stuff which I should be doing, but I'm procrastinating. I'd rather be doing this. Okay. You've got the gains on the boxes. Right. Right, I just saw that message there. I must have missed that one. Like the Mixig. Yeah, I should actually try and get hold of Mixig and see if I can get them to send me something. Sometimes I get things sent to me and I ask them. I'll approach the company and I say yes. Other times I'll get nothing. Yeah. So I'm just scrolling through. I think I also missed some bits of chat there. Dropping frames? Oh, okay. Well, so I do have it on low latency. Could try scrubbing back, 5 seconds or something, and then hit play again, or pause it and then play. Maybe it will sort itself out. I don't know if low latency is going to be a problem or not. I don't normally use low latency. I usually, ultra low latency. I usually use normal or low latency. I can't remember which one it is now. 6 hours good procrastination. Yeah, well, we'll see. Anyway, okay. Well, it's evening out slightly now. So RTC is 32%, Heathkit's 37. Was 39 before. Balancing out. Okay, well, it's looking like we're going to be doing the Heathkit. Ending poll. Heathkit has it. 19 volts. There's 20 odd people watching. Oh, not everyone voted. That's fine. So we'll do the Heathkit, and then we'll see what else we can work on. So I do want to stream for a long time. I might stream all day, like I said before. So it could be a very long stream. I highly doubt I'm going to beat BitLooney, who does his massively long streams. I just don't think I've got the energy for that, to be honest. So we'll see how we go. We'll see how it plays out. But I do plan to stream again tomorrow, depending on how we achieve things today, I suppose. And I've run out of coffee, so there may be some interludes today as well. So I might actually have to stop for a couple of minutes during the day and refill coffee and stuff like that. Because say my wife's not here to bring them to me when I request them, because she's normally really good like that. She'll, as you've seen, she pops in and gives me snacks and stuff and looks after me quite nicely. But she's not here, so I have to look after myself, unfortunately. Have a good stiff drink, things go better. It's a bit early for that. It's 20 past 8 in the morning, so it's a bit early to be drinking. I don't drink much anyway. Anyway, so let's do something. So this is what we're working on. That's what I'm voting for. This thing. So this has just arrived. I have to make sure I remember to do video on it as well. I've got to record video, right? I've got this thing when I'm doing a live stream. Sometimes I'll forget to turn my camera on and actually record repair video. So that's something I need to make sure. So if you see me forgetting to turn the camera on, point out the chat. Anyway, so I haven't even tried power this up yet. I've done nothing with it. This is basically as it's arrived. It's supposed to be working, but it'll probably need refurbishing. Replace some caps and that sort of stuff, and then we'll hook it up to a scope and try it out. Could be interesting. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, yeah, it always is. Right, so let's jump over to this desk. And I picked up a webcam, well, a little camera. It's USB camera thing, which I was maybe going to use for something else, I'm not sure, but for the time being I've got it set up on my desk. You can see I've got a fisheye camera there of 7 meters. I don't know what it's going to come out, but it's basically focused on the Siglent multimeter. Reason being, I was doing that on-screen display stuff with like test controller, which worked okay. Nothing on the test controller, but the Siglent multimeter there, when you do remote access, it locks on the front panel, so you can't use the front panel. Set up a TTS. Yeah, I should look into that, shouldn't I? I'm too lazy. Oh dear. Yeah, anyway, so I was thinking if I set up a camera pointing at my bench here, my test gear, it might be helpful because then you can see the meters on screen and I can change the meter on screen. And you can see me fumbling with the buttons. And we're being visited by a cat. Get some lights on. Mind your eyes. So George is here. This is George. You can't see you, George. You're standing in place. Stand over here. George. She's deaf now. She's really old. I think she's about 19 now. Something like that. Anyway, I'm sure you're not too interested in my cat. So the guy I bought this off from eBay, he actually supplied this with a CD. You'll see it in the mailbag when it comes out. And on the CD was a little video he'd made showing it in use and showing it working, and just demonstrating how to use it a little bit, which I thought was really good. And it was really all packaged. I was really happy with this trade. The guy had actually put a lot of effort in to make sure that I would be happy with it. So that was excellent. So I actually very rarely give feedback on eBay, and I actually gave this guy some positive feedback because it was well deserved. So anyway, we'll have a look at this thing. I don't know where to start. I haven't read the manuals. I've got the manual for it. He sent that too. Hold on. So I've got the original manual for it. It's a bit high up, isn't it? Let's bring it down slightly. This is the device he demonstrated testing with the unit. There's a CD he sent showing it working. And there's the original assembly manual with everything in it, which is brilliant. So I haven't actually read it yet. I just had a little flick through like this basically. But it's really nice to have the original manual with it. You can get this manual online as well. It is available online. I've seen it. I actually got a digital copy as well. So you can get them. So you've got this to refer to as well if you've got any doubts. Let's check the chat again. Deafness in cats isn't too common. It's only because they got old. They weren't deaf originally. All of my cats are well, I've got 3 cats left out of all the ones I used to have, and they're sisters. They're all the same age, and 2 of them are stone deaf. Been deaf for a couple of years, and the last cat is starting to go deaf now. You don't know what a twiglet is? Oh, you're missing it. I like twiglets. I should buy some twiglets actually. I haven't bought any for ages. Been years. Hey Peter, YouTube reminder work for once. Excellent. Hey Ray, Andrew. Anyway. Like I said, this thing has already been demonstrated as working, so as far as I know, someone may have already refurbished it, or it could just be it still works from its original parts. But we're going to open this up and have a look, so we'll get onto that. So let's start my video recording. I need to remember to do that, otherwise I'll forget and then I'll end up crying or something. I do want to do a video about this. That's why I buy these things, not just to do the live stream stuff. If you want to do a video to record it and document it, and hopefully help somebody else out who's got one of these things. Where's my remote control gone? Here it is. Right. I'm going to look at this Heathkit model IT1121 curve tracer. So this is for testing transistors, and it's got an A/B comparison stuff and what have you on here. It's got some sockets. It's also got some banana jacks so you can plug in leads and test using leads. You can hook up to different combinations. It's not this kind of pinout. So we're going to basically do a refurb on this thing. Now, I believe it works already, but these things are things, I mean, they're getting very old. And I think this is like late 70s, I think it was. So the capacitors and stuff in here are likely to be bad. There may be other things going on too. It may be working now, but it may not work next week. You just don't know. So we're going to pull this thing apart and have a good look at it. Now I need a screenshot. I wonder if I change camera view so I can see what I can see on the main camera. I don't know. What do you reckon? Leave this current view, or do you want me to change the view to see what's coming through from the camera I'm recording with? Alright, I might change views to the other camera. Hold on, let's go to that one there. Yeah, let's do that one for now. So we can see what I'm viewing with the other one. I'll give you a better view. Shall I turn off this screen stuff. You don't want to see that, do you? Actually, I need to check something. Now I'm thinking about it. 13, right. Screwdriver. Flat blade screwdriver. And screws under there. Okay. No, this is a full. Probably transformer. That's not right. So, let's take the screws out of this thing. There's a little flat blade. Self-tipping. I'll go back once I've got them out. So I don't know what I'm going to find. I mean, I did watch one or two videos that someone else had done on these things. I think I did anyway. Yeah, I didn't really look that hard at it, but I can't actually watch now. Watch something. Just getting a little bit of an idea about what's in it, but they look relatively simple actually. So that's all the screws out. Let's see what's in here. How's this go together? It still doesn't want to move. Maybe it's not all the screws out. It's got these two screws here. I'm not sure what they're going to. I'm going to have to look at the manual to see how this goes together. It's moving there. Not moving that side. Okay, let's take this. Just give them a turn. Yeah, it's attached to something. Okay. I was not sure if it's bolting something down or not. So we'll take those out there as well. Then it's probably what's holding it down. I was thinking it might be holding down the transformer or something, but that's fine. Now it wants to come out. Here we go. It is attached to a transformer, I was right, but it's on standoffs. Okay. It's got that lovely old smell. Here we go. Get a close look. Right, there we go. There's the main board. Pretty old style, isn't it? Switches over here, so take a bit of a glance around, see if anything which looks potentially bad. These old carbon resistors, those could be a problem. They do go off value when they get old. So a fuse in the board here, there's another fuse down there. There's a ferrite on that one, it's interesting. So you've got this mains cable coming in through a gland, straight onto there, and straight onto that fuse. No earthing. There's a spare tab over here, so I could probably do something with earthing maybe. But yeah, it does have a 3-pin cable on it, but yeah, it's got the earth going straight to here, so the neutral and the earth are going together inside the casing here, which you can't see because I'm not looking at what I'm looking at on the camera. Right, so it comes in here like that, goes across, there's 3 cables coming from this earth blade. Bloody hell, let's get really shot, hold on. So the mains cable's coming in here, go straight to the fuse, straight to this tab over here. It's got multiple tabs on here. This is a 3-core cable with the mains earth on it as well. But it looks like the earth and neutral are coming together to this tab over here, so they actually join together there. So that is what it's using. It's also got a shielded transformer. Interesting. So neutral and shield are going together on here as well. There is not great. What's going on here? This is weird because it's got this earthing lead here, which disappears down into this lead as well. It's going down here. Maybe that's the earth. And that's just a... Oh, okay, there we go. It's not actually 2 wires going there, it's a single wire going there. Alright, interesting. So I think this is a shielded transformer, but they've got the shield going to neutral. The earth wire is coming over here. There's a tab here. It's not soldered on. It's just sitting there, wrapped around, not soldered. We need to fix that. Well, in fact, it's going to replace this cable anyway, so it doesn't matter. But I'll, you know, that's a bit of a bodge, isn't it? And that's been like that for how many years? Dear. Catching up with the chat. Now drinking tea, but going moving on to the whiskey. All right. Well, it's a Friday night. Why not? It is for you anyway. So yeah, that's a bit of a issue, isn't it? Having that not actually earthed properly, it's just wrapped around. Yeah. Now the question is with these Heathkits, right? Some of these Heathkits are built at a factory, and you bought them pre-made, right? Some of them were kits which people purchased and then assembled themselves. So you can get mistakes or things like this not being soldered. Yeah, so that's another reason I want to actually open up and check it. Now, this is for 110 volts, 120 volts, whatever it may be. I'm not sure which one it's actually set up for. Set up for 120 volts AC. So I need to change this as well. So it's got 2 windings coming over here. It's got a winding here. So I think the manual does mention about how to change it over. So that's something I'm going to need to do is change it over to 240 volt. So it's got 2 separate windings which are in parallel. That's what that will be, parallel windings for 120 volts. So what I need to do is move 2 of these wires off onto this 3rd tab over here and make those windings in series. I have to make sure you use the correct windings, otherwise you end up with the transformer fighting itself. So you have to make sure you use the series windings in the correct sequence. Anyway, so that will then make that 240 volt. I think this board has to come out for us to have a good look at it as well. Lots of those carbon resistors in there. Lots of them, everywhere. Let's hope no loads of problems, but I might have to measure those and just check values and stuff like that. That could be tedious. Some electrolytic caps down here, they're bound to need changing. I might just replace all the electrolytics regardless and do it. I don't think there's that many in there, so it's not that big a deal to change them. So I'll just rather have it done than not have to worry about it anymore, and that's it. Apart from obviously the carbon resistors, which means I might have to measure every single one. It will be tedious. The main thing I'm looking at right now is wiring and things like that, and checking for errors with that. But it's quite a mess. I mean, some of these actually bound up quite nicely. They've been wrapped quite nicely, so this could be a factory one. My cat's running around in the hallway like a nut job. I'll be back in a second. What are you doing, cat? I think she knows. Anyway, sure she's going a bit senile. And I should have been recording this, shouldn't I? Will you guys yell at me in the chat? Will you? Or have you let me down? You're finding that in the way, are you? There you go, make it a bit smaller. Is that? Right. Yes, I should have been recording that. This is what happens, and none of you told me. Oh, you let me down. So this transformer here, I've got to sell it again. This transformer here has got two windings in series. Well, two windings which can be put in series. Right now it's on 120 volts, so they're in parallel. What I've got to do is rewire these 4 wires here. Basically, I'll take 2 off, 1 from each side. Join those together in the correct sequence, and put them in series to make it 240 volts. You have to make sure you use the correct sequence, otherwise the transformer ends up fighting itself. Because we one going one way, one going the other way, and it ends up being a phase problem. So, best to make sure they're in parallel, in series the correct way. The other winding looks kind of okay. It looks like it's all wrapped properly and everything here, so this might be a factory one. It's all wrapped. So, yeah, but some of this other stuff's not looking particularly tidy, but okay. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, we're going to have to get this board out and have a close look at that. Might do that first. The tab's not looking particularly well soldered, but looks like it's attached. Yeah, soldered together anyway. But yeah, these carbon resistors are going to be the problem, I think. But electrolytics will be what we need to replace, so I think we've got to get all these knobs off and take the shafts off, because I think it's actually just mounting to the board here. Yeah, it's mounted by the shafts, so I'm going to have to take all those off to lift the board out. These are just pushed on, aren't they, I think. Let's give one a pull. Does that go around? No. Minimum position. That way I know where they all are. Okay. Can I pull one off? Yes, I can. It comes off easy. Great. Well, this one has slid straight off easy. That's nice. So that one. So that one. So that one. That's good. It'll be the last one, which is bad. Oh, that came off easy too. Well, I'm actually surprised. Excellent. So I've got to get these nuts off. Then that board should come out. Driver for that. If I've got one that big. I probably do. Let's go find it. What they want. No, that one. In between those two. What size are these? That's 12. Previous one's 14. It needs to be 13mm. Really? I don't think I've got 13mm. trying to find a tool for this. Seeing I've got two 14s. There we go. 13. It must be Imperial because even that's loose. Anyway, that should work. I've also got a spanner for this. It's a 13mm spanner. It seems to fit well enough. That was a bit tight. It's probably Imperial size. I'm not quite sure what the size would actually be. I'm not really up to speed with Imperial sizes. Actually, you know what I might do? I might take this power cord off because this is just getting in the way. Because I'm not keeping it anyway. Let's get rid of it. I'll have to deal with it. Okay. So that's now moved around. Actually, those ones I could have left on. Look. I'm not taking that board off. I only want this one. Let's put that one back on again. Those two back on. Let's put those two back on again. Those are staying put. Don't want to take things apart. I don't need to. So these are the washers on the other side as well, which have all fallen off. That's annoying. Here's one. Two. Three. Maybe there's only three, or one stuck somewhere else. I guess we'll find out when the short's out. Anyway, there's the board. The wiring's pretty stiff. So, got some socketed ICs in here, that's nice. 1974. 1974. 32nd week, actually. 22nd, no, it's 24th week. So, yeah, mid 1974. Got a couple of transistors over here. Well, it's looking pretty basic, as I expected. But electrolytics, these have got to be done. And then we'll go around and measure some of these carbon film resistors, as I said before. I think that's actually not much to replace on this board. So we've got these five electrolytics sitting right here. So there's only 9 electrolytics to do. And I will replace them regardless. I'm not even going to, well, I'll test them when I pull them out, but they will be getting replaced regardless. Okay. And these marked, yes, the boards are actually marked about the polarities, which is nice. Yeah, okay. And they're all marked correctly, you would think. Or is it? These ones actually got a positive marking instead of a negative marking. That's interesting. Usually it's a negative which is marked. These are marked positive. How unusual. This one's marked both, positive and negative. These ones marked positive. I mean, these older styles, these ones are usually marked positive. But yeah, surprising to see these ones marked as positive, not negative. Guess at some point that changed. Check. Just slightly over ½ inch here. Let's read in the chat. Yeah, it could be ½ inch. 12.7. 13 is a little bit loose. 12 doesn't go on. So, yeah, it could be ½ inch. So these nuts here, probably ½ inch sizing, because 13's a bit loose on them. 12 was a bit, well, it wouldn't go on. So I think they're ½ inch nuts on these things. So then we've got 3 of these lock washers. Where'd the other one go? Maybe it was never there. Maybe we'll never know. Now I'm looking for a lock washer stuck somewhere. You'd think it would have to be there, wouldn't you? Because otherwise the heights would be different. Didn't seem to fall out from anywhere. That's interesting. Lock washer, you can see the marking on here. So lock washer, lock washer, lock washer. No lock washer. There is one missing. Here we go. Mystery solved. It was missing one. Alright. So I need to get my desoldering iron running. Soldering iron running. So I've got 50 microfarad, 25 volt. I've got 47s of that style. So that's not a problem. Close enough. And we've got here 200 microfarad, 25 volt. So 220s. Got a few of them. What's that one there? Not sure. Can't see it yet. 100 microfarad, 16 volt. I'll definitely have that. And 10 microfarad, 50 volts. All 4 of those. Definitely have those. And what did I say the other was? 116, wasn't it? Heaps of them. So I've got all the caps I need. So for etching circuit boards, which you guys are all talking about at home, I used to buy pre-photoresist made boards, so you got like a photoresist film already on them, copper clad boards, you know, the photoresist layer, and you just expose those to UV with the circuit you want on there as well. The part which got exposed to UV would then be etched away when you, well, in the developer solution, use the developer solution for that. I can't remember what that was actually consisted of. fact, I've probably got it here somewhere. And then, come on, I think I've probably got it in the back of this drawer. The actual developer solution. Here we go. This stuff here. Don't know who it's made out of. Don't know. Sodium hydroxide. Oh, sorry, sodium hydroxide free system. So I don't know what actually is in it. It must be on there somewhere. Don't know. Oh, there we go. Sodium methacillate. Silicate. Sodium methacillate. Alright. So that's the developer. And then the ferric chloride would be what you use to actually etch the copper away. But I haven't done my own etching for quite some time now. Basically, since I became a YouTuber, I haven't needed to etch my own boards anymore. I just go to PCBWay, say, hey, can you make some boards? And I go, yeah, sure. And it doesn't cost me anything. So, yeah. But it is a good thing to do, to actually do it yourself at some point. If you've never done it yourself, it's a really interesting process, and learning how to do it is quite a good skill. Gives you a bit of an understanding about what could go wrong and how things work. But anyway, I think it's like a rite of passage, I suppose, really. Electronics rite of passage. Right. What I'm partly worried about on this thing is pulling on these wires. I think I might need to kind of support this board somehow. I'm not sure if I can. I don't want to break any wires off, I have to try and figure out where they go. That'd be a bit of a nightmare. Try and see if I can actually get onto this to hold it up. I've got a few different PCB devices here. Let's try and choose one which will do the job. We'll use this one. Just to take the stress of the wires. So what I'm trying to do. Just to help very slightly. Make it harder to solder and stuff, but you know, I'll probably have to put it on and off. So I think I'll do these 4 across here first. Those are all 10 microfarads. And I should record some video about this, shouldn't I? Because I'm an idiot otherwise. So I've got this set up here just to help take some stress off the board. I'm not worried about wires breaking off. You know, these are old wires. They're a little bit brittle, they're quite stiff. So I don't want to break wires off, because that would be really hard to try and trace them again to where they go. I mean, I've got the manual. I can, you know, figure it out. But I don't want to go there if I don't have to. So anyway, I've got these 4 electrolytics here. We'll place those. These 10 microfarad 50 volt. I've got heaps of 10 microfarad caps. So I'll take those out first and replace those. Then we'll come over here and do this 5, which I can probably do it more vertically actually. That'll probably be easier, but we'll see how we go with that. In fact, I might rejig this now. So slightly more vertical, make it a little bit easier. Now I can get to it with the desoldering gun. Right, desoldering gun. I'll take out all 4 at once because all the same parts, and we shall go from there. Now I just need to find the right points. Just here, I think. There's one there. One. Now to make sure, remember, the positive is the side which is marked, not the negative. Alright, so don't get it back to front if you're doing this yourself. Normally the negative is the one that's got marking on it. board is desoldering really easily, which is nice. I say that's the last one doesn't desolder very easily. Here we go. So this Pros kit I'm using, highly recommend it. It's a really good desoldering gun. Yeah, I'll spin you around. This thing here. I've done a review on it. SS331. I have reviewed this video, and it works really well. I've been using it ever since, and it's excellent. I really like it. So go and check that review out if you haven't already got a desoldering gun, which you're happy with. This beats the pants off that one I did before, that S993, that handpiece one, which has got the vacuum tube and everything on it, well, built in the motor, anything built into it, which I used for some time, I don't know, a few years. This beats the pants off it, much better. So, release 10 microfarad 63 volt, and let's make sure they're the same. Like to keep things the same. Yep, same again. We should check these, shouldn't we? We'll do it afterwards. Put them on side. Put them in the order they came out in, so I know which one's which, in case it matters. I'm going to cut these off the tape, it's just easier. Don't need the full length of the legs. And then we have to try and do with tape residue. So on these ones, as you can see, hopefully, the negative is one that's marked, not the positive, which is how things are traditionally done these days. So that's why I was quite surprised to see the positive marks on the other ones. Haven't come across that before, I don't think. I might have done, I don't know, just maybe not realised about it, or not really thought about it. Put these in. I mean, if all these carbon resistors are still okay, that, you know, replacing the electrolytics might be all we have to do. I'm hoping that's the case, but we'll go around and measure some carbon resistors, see if they look about right. Might just random, like a random selection of them rather than every single one. I don't know, but yeah, we'll see. So that's those. Let's try and solder these upside down because that could possibly go wrong. Solder one set to 300. That should be right for this. And I'm going to use my silver solder because I think I just want to. A few extractors over there, not ideal, and it's not even turned on, so see if I can solder this upside down. I may need more flux. Oh no, it's going okay, it's going alright. Being a single-sided board makes things a lot easier to work with as well. I know you guys can't really see much either, fortunately. I think I can get a better camera shot. Maybe I will try and get a better camera shot. Put it down and move it back up again. That's a much better camera shot, isn't it? Here we go, that's better. Now you can see how bad a job I'm doing at these soldering. It probably benefit mixture flux, like I said, but See how it turns out once I've finished. I think I might just go over a couple of these again. Right. Guess those ones done. Always hold the leads. Don't just clip them off and let them flick off, because they could go anywhere, including inside the unit, and get hung up on a wire or something. You never know, then it moves around one day and starts shorting things out. So those ones. Now we come over and do these ones. Come and chat. Well, I've been missing a lot of chat. You're a JLC fanboy now, instead of PCB, Andy. Hey, look, you know, I've had good success with PCB, but then they could be doing a better job for me. Who knows? But there's been times when I've purchased my own boards without actually going through the sponsorship process. I've actually done it because I want them quickly. I don't want to mess around. You know, we're waiting for response and stuff like that. So, and they've been fine. I haven't had any issues with PCB at all. So I don't know. Skipping through the chat, there's loads of it there. I'm not sure if it's a factory built or a kit. I'm not sure which one it is. I mean, some of the wiring looks a bit messy for a factory build, but then it's all wrapped up really nicely. It's got like a really nice looming done, which looks factory. So I'm not sure. It could be either way. Drilling the holes, yeah, that's tedious. I actually got myself, I've got a Dremel, which I picked up many years ago. There's a story around that, but I won't bother about that right now. And I use that for drilling the holes out. I've actually picked up a little drill press for it. It's like a mini Dremel drill press. You just mount the thing in the press and you can use that to drill the holes out. That is really good. But you know, I don't miss not having to drill holes anymore. I don't miss that at all. It's such a tedious process, especially when you got to do a bunch of boards. PCB Go-Go, yeah, I've used them as well. They do actually contact me from time to time requesting sponsorships. So I've actually done I think I've done one sponsorship with them once before, a few years ago now, and they were fine. They're actually quite generous with the sponsorship. Actually, that was quite good. But I'm currently affiliated with PCB Way. That's all my main sponsorship is. They've been, you know, only when I do PCBs. You know, I'm not being sponsored any other time. It's only when I need to make PCBs. That's the only time I actually use them. So, and that's the only time I do the sponsorship thing. I didn't used to. I used to do, I think, like adverts and a lot of videos, but I decided that I didn't want that anymore. They wanted something more. They wanted like a 1 minute slot or 30-second slot or something. You know, like you see some of the PCB Way and JLC PCB on other videos people do. And I wasn't prepared to do that. I did not want to do a advert within the video as such, you know, which actually interrupts the flow of the video. I didn't want to do that. I was dead against it. So I dropped that sponsorship rather than interrupt the video and make it less pleasant for people to watch. And I only worry about the sponsorships when I actually want something from them. I mean, JLC PCB, I think I may have used them once. I think I've used them once as well. And again, it's been fine. You lend your wife out before you lend your tweezers. Your wife might have something to say about that. Proxon TDM 115. Don't know what that is. So, yeah, but that's why I suppose you don't see me doing those PCBWay adverts breaking into the video, because I did not want to do that. You know, to me, the video is what it's about. It's not about the advert; it's about the video I'm trying to make. And sure, I may not be a great video producer, I suppose. I mean, I'm okay, I think, but I'm not great. I'm not great at editing. I'm not great at video recording. I'm not great at lots of stuff. But it's adequate, I think. But yeah, I definitely didn't want to damage the videos by having adverts slapped in them and being really disruptive. I didn't mind a little pop-up. What I actually had for PCBWay originally was a little pop-up banner. Pops up from the bottom, showed up the PCB advert and disappeared again. Right, so it wasn't too intrusive. I was perfectly happy with that. But PCBWay wanted more, and you know, they wanted more for the money. You can understand that. And I said, well, no, I'm not going to do that. And so we scaled it back, and it just turned into being sponsorships only when I do PCBs. I can't say when I do PCBs. Flex paste, long shelf life. No idea. Solder paste. Oh, right. That makes more sense. I don't know. I don't use much solder paste. I think I've used it, I don't know, half a dozen times maybe. And so when I go to use it, it's dry. I have to basically buy a new one each time I want to make a board. I think it's supposed to keep it in the fridge though. I think it helps it, eh? The fridge helps to stop it aging so quickly. That's my understanding anyway. Right, back to the bench. Back to the bench. See, here I am. Right. So I've got to do these ones. So I've got to pull these caps out now. So I'm going to do... Yeah, I'll do these ones on the front edge first and work my way down the board. I think it's just more logical that way. And because I've been waffling so long in the chat, my iron's gone cold. I'll wait for it to heat up again. The only thing with the Pro Kit, it doesn't heat up that quickly. It's relatively slow to heat, but once it is heated up, it's great. It does have a sleep thing on it as well, so it drops down to 200 degrees. And it'll sit there, so it preserves the iron life and that sort of stuff, which is good. I think it does it after about 5 minutes. Something like that. Anyway, it's basically up to temperature now, so I can use it again. Right, it's basically up to temperature now, so we can use it again. There we go. Oh, it's knocking that over. Turn it that way further. Come on, count. So these ones are 50 microfarad, 25 volt, both the same. Axials. Which ones should we use? 25 volt. I might use these smaller ones. Keep the higher spec ones for other things, especially as it makes them cheaper. Is that the same? I want to make sure they're the same, but it's not the same. Oh no, these two are the same. Let's go with that one. Right. Don't be recording this, you're waffling around. Bit more film I've got to cut out of the edit because I forget to turn it off. Now, positive was the right hand side, wasn't it? Yes, on both of them. As is marked on the board. Alright, so what I do when I do these axial caps is I actually bend the legs so you can still read the markings on them. I always try and do that. I think it's just a good thing to do so the next person comes along can read the values without taking the cap out. Just like that. Oh, got a different cat. Ollie. Nope, she's running away. No, she's gone. She knew I was going to grab her. That's the ginger and white cat, which you've probably seen in my videos before. I think I've shown it on live stream as well. Pretty sure I have. So goes putting this one in. That's those two front edge. I think I've soldered those in now. Get those leads out of the way. And as you can see, the markings are here and here, slightly rotated from each other. Doesn't really matter, but as long as they're readable from the top, that's all that matters. Let's get these soldered in. So this one's done. Next. I think I might do the radial next. I'll do the radial capacitor next. Come on, pop out. It is moving. There we go. 100 microfarad, 16 volt. I think I've got one or two of those. Here goes a 35 volt, that'll do. Now, physically, size is difference. So, pin spacing or leg spacing is going to be a problem. Do I say physically larger, which would be better fit for that? Without being ridiculous voltages. Come back. They're stuck. Here we go. Oh, it's a suntan. Cheap brand. Should I get rid of it in this? Or should I just put a good one in? Leg spacing would be better. I'd rather use that on a cheap piece of equipment, not something that I want to keep. This thing is ancient. One of my fast 16 volt, but it's a bit rusty. Maybe I won't use that one. Again, same for a cheap piece of gear which I don't care about. You know, one-off repair, which is something that's not going to last anyway. Right. So I keep the cheap caps. Oh, leg spacings it is. It's actually marked on the ball what the value should be as well. That's quite nice. I think I might take these two out. 200 and 200, wouldn't it? Yeah, both the same. Well, those metal ones, generally they last quite well. These ones don't tend to last like these original basic generic type, but these kinds tend to be better. They might be absolutely fine. I'm not going to go against my thing about replacing them regardless. I'm just trying to get this drawer shut. Got too many capacitors in it. For some reason, I don't know how that happens. I really don't understand how I have too many capacitors. Right, 35 volts. So there's a rated volt 25, aren't they? Yeah. So I've got plenty of replacements. They're significantly different size. Let me just quickly check this. That ain't going to work, is it? You've got to tie this wiring up. The network cable's running across the top. Use these ones instead. Okay, that's measuring 360 microfarad. 0.06 dissipation. ESR 0.28. It's not looking that bad, apart from the capacitance going up, which is usually a sign the capacitor's drying out. See if we can get this other one. That's doing 343 microfarad. ESR 0.19, so it's significantly different even though it's the same cap, so yeah, they're probably both bad. So I just measured both these capacitors and they've got significantly different values and ESRs and stuff. There's quite a big difference between them. Could have got some doing it in circuit because that could certainly could affect it. So I'm going to take them out anyway because there's a big difference between them, and we'll just do that. Remove them. I was just debating whether or not to leave them in because sometimes this older style metal film or metal cased cap like this can be better than the other types. So I thought let's have a look, see if it's worth leaving them in. the left one. There's the right one. Now I might remeasure these. Now I've got them out of circuit. So let's change anything. 343 microfarad, 0.18 ESR, so that's basically the same as it was in circuit. And this one here is 360 microfarad, 0.22 ESR. So I know on the surface they don't look too bad, but they are different. If I get a replacement cap, measure this one before I put it in. This is 216 microfarad, 0.4 ESR, but this has been sitting in my drawer for a while. ESR should be better, I expect. Anyway, another one. 216 microfarad and 0.4 ESR again. So on surface it looks bad, but because it's, well, it looks worse than the originals, the capacitance on those has increased, which they shouldn't happen. I mean, these are 200 microfarad caps, right? 85 degree rated, but they're measuring 360, which is like a 50% increase, more than 50%. So that's I don't know, so that's 70%. So that's significantly different, which says these are probably drying out. They're probably starting to fail. That's, you know, the capacitance increasing is a sign of them starting to go. So I'm just going to replace them. If the capacitance was normal, or we know within like 20% or so, maybe 50% high, then I'd be less worried about it. But they're just significantly out. So we shall replace them. And I haven't got that bent in my place because you can't see the readings. There we go. Like to have the markings visible, as I said before. Right, I'll come back once I've got this done. I'll come and check the chat in a minute. I'll leave the deciding one for now. Who knows what I was going to find. Right. Check in the chat. No, loads of it. You just bought a very 60 JVC micro iron. Yeah, I'd actually like one of those really small irons. Doing SMD stuff, it'd be really nice. I tried to get one. Was it the C115 tip? I think it was. Was that the one it was? I did a video. Was it live stream I did before? And it was a complete failure. Didn't work at all on my station. Just melted the bloody things. You always thought I was more like a dog person. No, I'm not a dog person, I'm a cat person. Still really. Unfortunately, this camera view, though I've got that little fisheye camera up there, you cannot see the LCR meter to see what's on the screen, which is a real shame. I could do the overlay, actually. once my software lets me open it. Hold on a second. The LCR meter should be on there. Only hasn't found it. Come on. Can't find the LCR meter. That's awesome. Now, I did actually find a weird thing. If I turn on the other gear, I think it was the electronic load. I think that's what was causing it. When I had the electronic load turned on, or something, there was some weird thing happening there where it didn't load properly unless I did that. Well, it's found a multimeter. Come on. Work. It's found a multimeter. It's the only thing it's found. It hasn't found anything else. Can't read the chat. Lead water pipes in the UK, yes. Was it really mad cow disease, or was it just the water? Test controller, can't find anything apart from the multimeter. That's just annoying. Give up. Yeah, I haven't watched Tony's video yet on the fume extractor. The one I've got here was my one that I built, you know, but it basically is bench mounted, so I do need to make some kind of arm or something so it can actually be positioned where I need it. Did actually try and get one a couple of times from Banggood. You know, doing sponsorship ones, but each time they said no, there's not enough stock or whatever. I've never been able to get one yet. Should try again. Okay. Right, let's get these soldered in. Reposition first. Focus. It's here somewhere. Well, let's get this thing soldered back in. So I might have a little inspection around, like this pin here on the switch isn't looking too well soldered. I might just touch that up. I wonder if I should just go through and do an inspection of the circuit board and actually just make sure that everything's actually looking alright. Come on. My iron's only set at 300, so it's probably not great. And it's probably used for flux because it's an old connection. Yeah, I don't think I had enough solder on that originally. That's looking better. Okay. I should probably do an inspection of the circuit board, make sure there's no bad joints. This one over here is looking dodgy too. Yeah, I'm going to have to do that. I'm going to inspect the board and check it out. Yeah, definitely. More joints. Let's adjust this. Some more over here, which I just noticed. They're probably okay, but I just don't trust them. I might have to use my other flux, my other solder, because it's got a harsher flux in it. This one's a bit gentle. It does seem to be wetting okay. Now I'm looking at this other one I did before, I'm not happy with it. Another joint. Nice more heat. I'm not sure it's gone very well. I think it does need the harsher flux on it. I've got too much solder, of course. It's better. That's more like it. Needs the more harsh flux that's in that one. this one over here as well. I think it's mostly you're right, it's just a few joints which weren't quite done properly at the very beginning. Generally it looks alright. I mean, it doesn't look like it's been done by a hobbyist. I think this is probably factory assembled because it is pretty good quality soldering really. Just a few spots here or there, which would have been acceptable I suppose, but not to my standard. I mean the joints are definitely made. Yeah. Okay. I think that'll do for those. I think solder joints, I think I'm happy with those now. Can't see anything else looking around the board. It's just those switches. What are slide switches? Or whatever the hell they are. Those slide switches? Yeah, so on this assembly over here, so that's fine. I was looking for mechanical things, that things have mechanical movement, because that's where the joints are likely to fail. So any kind of stressing was where they're going to crack. So obviously I haven't put these under the magnifier, but they didn't look too bad to start with really. And there maybe a touch up as well. I wonder if I should just go through the whole bloody lot actually instead of done that. It's wrong solder on the other solder. Doesn't help my eyesight, it's not as good as it used to be. The reflections are causing problems. Anyway, that's that done. So I think we need to do... okay. So I've resoldered some joints of these switches. They're mostly okay, but there's about, I don't know, half a dozen I just touched up because they weren't quite as good as I'd like them to be. So now we can go through, I think, and check some of these resistors and see if they look okay or not. And see if we're getting values which we should be getting or not. Which means me reading colours off, interpreting the colours, because I never remember them. You know, I don't remember the colours. I don't remember them. I just don't remember colours and numbers. I just don't. I have to look them up every single time. So, I've been doing electronics since I was 7. I still don't know how to read the colour codes unless I actually look at a chart on the wall. Let's turn these back off. So, can you see the multimeter screen? You can really, can you? I mean, I've made it small, but maybe too small. Check the chat. Hey Michael, once again. Zen Wizard. Right, let's make this view here bigger. So hopefully you can see the multimeter a bit better. And I'll do some resistance measurements. Yeah, I was sorting out these ICs yesterday. I just found these on the floor. I guess I dropped some. Right. Proofs. Okay. Oh, I could use this instead. Maybe I'll use this. Might be easier to see on screen actually. Plus it's for video recording, so I probably need to use this actually, rather than Siglent. Let's make a Siglent go away again. There we go. So using the mnemonics, mnemonics, I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't work for me either. I don't know about that stuff. So let's see if I can clamp this to help support it again. Not too happy about all the stress being on the wires. Drop my tweezers. So can I get this to sort of prop it all up at the same time? Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Colour banding. Can you see colour banding in there? I might do this closer like this, eh? How's that work? Does that work for you? So let's figure out what we've got here. So we've got red, yellow, green, and looks like silver or gold. So that is 2, 4, and 5. 2, 4, 5. What do we get? 695 meg. Okay, I was expecting 245. Okay. Literally a marking underneath it. Can you see that? Was that 2.4 meg? Marking on the ball. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm getting 694. Could be in circuit testing though. It's lower, not higher. I can live with that. Yeah. Anyway, next one. Which you can't see. 395 ohms. What have we got here? Orange, blue. Orange is that or brown? Was that brown, blue, brown? Oh, no. Maybe I should just look at the circuit diagram or the layout and that'll tell me which one's which. Might be easy in trying to read the codes off. Plus being in circuit makes it harder to bloody get them right because, say, in circuit variations. Let's try and find a page in the manual here. So it's got a layout. It doesn't tell me what the... Hold on. Maybe it's not the right page. Come on, where is it? There must be a layout which tells you what the values are at the same time. It might take me a little while to find it though. Okay, there is. It's not done in the way I thought it would be, but it's okay. Just got to find the right section. Here we go. Is that it? Yes, it is. Okay. So, zoom out slightly and have a look at the colour codes. I can tell you what they are, and I can just do it like this instead. So, this one here is supposed to be a 360 ohm. If I can get on there. Again, 385, so it's slightly high. Yeah, okay. 10% up a little bit. This one here. I don't know what that is, it's not in the next drawing. That's doing 30.4k and it's like 27 underneath it, so again 10% high. This one's probably fine, whatever that is. 19.9k and the drawing says 20k, so yep. This one here 700k or 720k basically, and the drawing says 1.2 meg, is it? No. 5.1 meg. Again, measuring lower, probably fine because there's circuitry around it. Next one, my hands are in the way of the meter, aren't they? 760 ohm. Let's rejig this. This isn't working. This makes far more sense like this. So that's 760 ohms, is what I said, wasn't it? 750 ohm. Something heavier than that. Maybe that'll work. Is that where I was up to? Yeah? Yes. This one here is 40k. This style I expect is going to be absolutely fine. 40k, yep. This is his carbon ones I'm worried about. So that is 680k. And supposed to be 1.2, is it? Yeah, 1.2 meg. Again, reading lower because it's in circuit. This one here, 191 ohms, 180 ohms. Next one's supposed to be 1.5k over here. 1.6, that's fine. This one here, 740k. And it's supposed to be 10 meg, again in circuit, being affected by something. Yeah, I think they're mostly alright, aren't they? I mean, they seem to be basically okay. Let's test another random one somewhere. If I can identify where they are on the circuit, that is. Whereabouts are those ones? I think that's this lot here, that lot there, this one here. 113k, and that is 100k. Yeah, it's about 10% out of it. They are aged a little bit, aren't they? They are definitely higher in value. About 10% generally, it seems. Some diodes there. What's this one here? 388 ohms, and that says 360 ohms. Yeah, all about 10% up. It probably won't matter. It seems fairly consistent. Let's check these two big ones over here, so we can find them on the diagrams. So that's 12k on that one, and this one here. I'll get onto it. $12k. So we got brown, black, orange. 103. 10k. So that's more than 10k. That's like 20% up, that one. Nothing horrendous though. They're all just slightly high. Back to the chat. Yeah, I mean, some of the colours, once I've done my little bit, I remember them like black being something, 0. Yeah, I just don't bloody remember them. I always have to look them up. I don't know. Okay. This is something else I wanted to do this weekend actually. This is Fluke 175. Turn it off now. Because I've got this. You may notice there's an extra button on this one. I need to find out whether that's an insert which can be popped out, or whether that has to be drilled. But I want to enable the backlight on this thing. That's another little project I want to do this weekend. Anyway, so generally I think they're off value, but kind of alright. Actually, I'll do one more value over here. This looks like, what's that one? Is that the same? Is that another 10k? Can't quite tell. I'll get the leads on it, I can test it. No, it's not 10k. Not that value at least. What's that? Green, is it brown, green, orange? I can't quite see the bloody. It's a bit dark in there. All these lights, I still don't have enough. Oh, the torches went off. I still can't bloody tell. I think it's green. Brown, green, orange. So 1, 5, 15k. That can't be right, surely. Let's measure it again. Maybe I didn't get the probe on it right. Come on, get on there. That seems a long way off. Oh. have to find that one. See if I'm interpreting this right. Might not be the right colour I'm looking at. Where the hell is it? This one here. 15k. Yeah, I'm reading it right, it's 15k. I'm not reading 50k across it. No, I've lost where it was. I think it was here and here. Come on, stop slipping off. Yeah. Oh, bloody hell. That's not Meg. I should read the meter properly. It's fine. It's reading lower, not higher. Dumb bastard. It's fine. It was a piece of circuitry around it. I don't know. Okay, so haven't found anything obviously wrong with the resistors. Yes, they're drifted up a little bit as expected, but probably not enough to be a big deal. If they're out by 50%, then I'd be getting worried, but they're not. They're sort of 10% out, which is probably, yeah, you know, not wonderful, but not worth replacing them all for. So that might be it. So if I had a look around the resistors on this board, they're generally about 10% up in value, the ones which are readable in circuit. A lot of them are reading below value because they're in circuit, and so it's throwing the values off. It's what you normally get, so that's not surprising. Now there is a lot of flux around these switches from the original manufacturer, so I'm going to clean these off a bit, just get rid of that flux. And the connections around here got a bit of flux on as well, so I might just clean this board up a little bit. And just leave it as it is. I mean, the values are off slightly. Not enough to be worried about recapping it. I'll get it right. Not enough to worry about having to replace all the resistors. So I'm just going to leave it as it is and just give this a clean. We'll put it back together. Also got to do the power cord, replace that and rewire this for 240 volts. We'll do that as well. And yeah, I think we're not that far away from actually trying it out. I wonder if I've got another one of these to put in. I have one somewhere. Still not the fact it's a bit wonky. Don't think I've got anything big enough. Just looking for something now. Yeah, Don't think I've got anything in here I can use. I'll have to leave it as it is. As it's been for the past 40 years. It feels like it's stripped. Is that why it's felt? Yes, it's spinning. That's probably why that one felt really tight when I first did that one. It's actually stripped. These feel like they're rubbing a little bit. I'm not sure if they're rubbing or not. Just doesn't feel great. Maybe it's just the way the mechanisms are, but no, it's just the way they feel. Okay. Now the guy that sold this to me apparently has already deoxit or used deoxit on the switches and stuff, so yeah, it's probably fine. I'm not going to worry about that. That's got a reason to worry about it. So let's clean this board off. How much flux is coming up there? It's pretty dirty. This is a bit tedious. When there's this much flux around, I'm actually tempted just to wash it off with bloody a flux clean stuff rather than using IPA. Tempted. Probably won't, but I'm tempted. That's better. Just over here. Okay. Happy with that. Not perfect, but it's a lot better. Chat chat. Okay. Power cord and this awful earthing situation. I'll show you this up close. So now I need to look at doing the power cord stuff. Now, as I mentioned before when I pulled this thing apart, here's the earth wire. The original earth wire has been wrapped around but not soldered. Someone missed it. It's been dangerous for 40 years. Get this gland out. Pliers. Let's find some pliers. Hold on. My wife has used my pliers and she hasn't brought them back. I might have to use these ones then. Don't slip. Don't slip. Don't slip. Oh. Oh, what about scratching the paint in the nails? Here we go. Out. Alright, so I just pulled the gland out of here. What you do with these is you just squeeze them in. Like I just actually just squeeze this with these pliers here to clamp it down to pull it out the hole there so we can get the wires out the back. I should have recorded a video doing that, but I forgot again because I'm an idiot again. So here's the original wire. So I've got to take those 3 wires off there, although one of them's already, you know, practically off, isn't it? Yeah, no desoldering required in that one. That's wrapped around as well, right, as it should be. This makes it harder to get off. So this wire is actually wrapped around the post as well, and these tags, which is a good assembly technique, but it does make them harder to get off. This tip's a bit small for what I'm doing here, but we'll have to do it. Come on, pull through. There you go. That's that one. One on the fuse holder. Oh, look at that. That's not soldered either. Wow. That's the mains coming in. Someone really dropped the ball on this, didn't they? The soldered neutral. Not that one. On the plus side, it makes it easier to replace it. Wow. So we've got the positive. I just want to trace this through. Let's bring it out of it. So a positive from that fuse holder comes across the back of the board here, through these, through this switch. Switch goes back over, through here, onto this tag strip, which isn't soldered very well. So I'm just going to resolder this as well. So this tag strip over here, which is where the mains feed comes in, so it goes from the fuse to the switch back over to this tag strip. So, in fact, maybe I won't resolder this yet. I need to reconfigure this transformer anyway. So I need to just look at the manual, find out which wires I'm supposed to use for that, to make sure I use the right pairing, and reconfigure this for 240 volt. So, just got to find a page which shows the 240 volt transformer wiring. See you somewhere. Halfway through the book. Can't be too far away. It's probably one of the last things to do. Showing mounting transformer. And then the line feed. This is a double page. Hold on, let's just fold it over somewhere. There we go. Right. That's the upper side of the transformer. Find a primary side of transformer. Okay. So, black is the neutral, black and red is the output, so that's the first side. Well, don't have black and red, I've got black and yellow. Black and yellow. I don't know, there's red. It's got really, yeah, okay, there is a red there. Okay. So here's the book which demonstrates the wiring schemes. So that's the 120 volt wiring, which is what we have. So black, red, black, yellow, correct. And black, green, and black, which is correct, right? So that's what we've got there right now for 120 volt wiring. So we need to change it to this format instead. So black here, black to red to there, black, yellow, black, green to that one. And tag number 2 should be the output. So yeah, okay, that all makes sense. Nothing there of a discrepancy. There's no discrepancies there, I should say. Nothing to be concerned about. So we shall change this around. So I need to take all these wires off, apart from that red one. Alright, so I've figured out the wiring in the book here. You've got to take all these 4 wires off, apart from the red one there that stays there, and the black wire, only black wire, goes to this tag. The black and green tag, or black and green wire, is connected to the yellow and black wire, which goes onto this tag, and then the black and red wire, which is here, will stay on this tag in the end. So it end up going black and red to the red, yellow and black to the green and black, and the black to that side. Got it? Come on, untwist. Don't want to cut them. It's still going to cooperate. Nice, cut them. Alright. It's probably enough length anyway. Yes, I do have a wire strip, but I'm just going to bother getting it. So strip the wires off, got them positioned. What I need to do is apply some new flux, because this is a really old terminal. I need to improve my chance of getting it to actually attach properly. So I need to do this to these terminals where I solder these on, just to give my soldering a chance to actually work nicely. Loads of flux, not too much. Because the tube is still new and it squirts out heaps when you don't really want it to squirt out heaps. Right. I'm going to get my solder here, which has got the quite harsh flux in it. Or the more effective flux, I don't know if it's harsh or not. This is going to be smoky. In fact, I should have applied the neutral wire to that first too, shouldn't I? Oh well, I'll come back to this. There we go, it's much more nicely soldered. Better than the original. Dripping flux off because I've got so much on there. Right. So I really should have put the neutral wire on there before I soldered it on. It's only half soldered, that's why I stopped halfway. So it's not completely gone, that's good. I need to attach that one some more. So, I need to get the power cable in there. Actually, I need to put some flux on. I'll see some lead everywhere. I was using that. There's some flux on that as well. So that needs some on it. Power cable. That's the next thing I need. And I also need to hook up the earth tab as well, which will probably need flux on it too. Although I'm not sure about soldered earth tags actually. I think I preferred crimped earth tags, but that's what's in place. So I'm just going to make sure it's well soldered. Now I need to find a cable. Hope I've got one. Hey Johnny. Right. Cables. Let's find a power cable. I hopefully have something here. Here it's just a flex which I can put a new plug on. That's only 2 core, that's no good. There you go, this is potential, maybe. Keep looking. Another one there, potential. All of these, it looks like, will require a plug put on, because these are things which came up as a gear, and as such don't have the right plugs on. Which size cable do I want for this? Long one or short one? Oh, I think I have a shorter one. .75mm, 3 by 0.75mm cable, that'll do. I've got some quite long ones in here too, but I don't think it needs a long one. So it's got this cable here which came with something. It may not, I don't know if it's real copper wire in it, who knows, I don't know what it came with, no idea. Could be actually garbage, I don't know. But this won't exactly use much current, so yeah. So it's a 3 wire cable, so I'm just going to cut this plug off, cut this end off, give me a flex. Come on, split. Do you think that's enough? Yeah, should be. You've got a gland here, I don't know if I can use the same gland or not. I don't know if that will work. It might be the wrong type because it was designed for that flat cable, so I don't like my chances of getting this gland to compress down. I may have to enlarge the hole in the back of the casing to make this work. I need to know before I put the wire in. I've got some of these glands somewhere. Don't know where they are. Okay, where have I got them? I'm trying to think where they are. Oh, I've got some. Eternal struggle. Where is the stuff? Well, if I modify this one, if I trim this here down a bit, that will work, I expect. Let me see if I can actually get down enough. No, I don't know actually. If I trim it down almost to nothing, that probably won't work. It's not great. Maybe look in this box here so I can find it. Maybe in here. Maybe. They might be in here. Somewhere. The hard bit is then going to be putting it back in again. What's the right? Not in here. That's irritating. Especially now I'll try and get it back in again. I know I've got some. Can't really put the wire on until I get the cable gland because I need to know how big to make the hole. That sucks. Chris, catch you later. Thanks for dropping by. Oh, thanks, Johnny. Catch you later. Yeah, it's only, it's only 11:15 in the morning. It's not late. People going to bed. I don't know. Right, where the hell are these glands? And I've got some. I can even picture them. I've got a bunch of the things. I'm sure they're in a parts drawer. I'm sure they are. Come on, where are they? Here they are. I forgot I knew I had some. Right. I think this one we want. This one here. Yeah, it looks about right. Now the problem is, this hole is the wrong size for this gland, so I need to resize it. Now fortunately, it isn't going to be the right shape anymore. Reamer time. So I found a gland which will fit this cable, but it's the wrong size for this hole, obviously, because that's the way these are. I need to make this hole bigger, but these holes are actually shaped so these don't spin. Well, that won't be possible anymore because I've got to round it out with this to make it bigger. So, yeah, it's a bit of a shame, but anyway, it is what it is. Let's flip this over this way so the filings don't fall into it. I haven't gone on the desk. And I'll get reaming. I'll come back once it's done. Getting close. Just about there, I think. Let's see if I can do these at a slight angle to make it slightly elongated. So close to there. Right, what I might try now is actually using a reamer just to try and make corners on it. Burrs off as well. Inside. again. Must be just about there. Yes, that'll squeeze through there now, I think. Yep, that'll work. I think I need to do a touch more off here. That'll work. Get the cable. It's down there for the camera somehow. Just doing a test fit. I think once I squash that, that'll go. Yeah, that'll go. I'll go through there. Excellent. Okay. So I've elongated this hole very slightly, and I've just done a quick test fit with this to make sure it will look like it will kind of guide in, and it will go. Once that's been squashed and actually pinching the cable, that will actually slot through there just nicely. So that should be good now. So now I can wire this up. You find out what kind of wire this is, whether it's copper or whether it's God knows what else. It's probably God knows what else. No, I think it's actually copper. Cool. Now, by rights, actually, the longest wire should be the earth wire. So if it does get yanked out, the last thing to pull off is the earth. So I shall shorten up this one here. I'll make that shorter. Bring this down a bit. Wrap this wire around. Yes, I know I'm blocking the camera. YouTubers curse. Just solder that on now while I'm thinking about it. I'll revisit that afterwards once I've got it all together. Make sure it's all looking really nice. Right now, I don't think it is. So there's the earth wire. Come on. Need to get this tag to flow on, otherwise it'll just be a soldered wire hanging around a tag, which is much like the original factory setup. Yeah, it's starting to flow now. Because it's attached to the chassis, it's sucking the heat away. Try and get behind it as well, get on the other side. Way too much solder on a joint, but trying to get onto the tag. There you go. Happy with that. That's way better than the original, which wasn't soldered at all. So, neutral wire. This one has to come across onto this point here. I'm blocking with my arm, of course. Now we can solder this one up nicely. Looking better. So I'm not happy with this live one yet. I know that's not well done yet. So let's hit that one again. Which you guys can't see. That's looking better. Yeah, happy with that. Happy with that. Happy with those. Okay. Earth, happy with that. Well, apart from the blob of solder. But it's okay. Let's put the cord in. Okay, doesn't pull out. Excellent. It's not being pulled tight. That's all looking fine. Alright. Hopefully it's right. Chit chat. Someone left. Stephen, thanks a lot for dropping by. Okay, thanks for dropping in as well. So there's a good chance that, well, it's possible that when you get up again, I might still be streaming. We'll see how we go. Let's just tidy my desk up a little bit. It's getting a bit messy here. Only working in messes makes it harder. Just going to quickly go and grab a drink. I'll be right back. Now, don't steal any of my tools while I'm gone. Something to drink. Apple and cranberry. Now I need a plug for the other end of the cable, because that doesn't work here. We finished inside this. It's got an offset setting in here, like a calibration setting. It's got its normal and cal position here. There's a calibration on this, so I think, I don't know, we'll see. Maybe I'll leave it open for the time being. Just debating whether I need to do much else with it inside and button it up. Just looking at the switches actually. Checking the wiring on these switches, make sure they're actually soldered on nicely. Seems to have been a few issues with soldering of wires on tags not being great. No, I seem alright. Nothing loose anyway. Okay. I need a plug. Doesn't look like this. Well, actually, it could plug it into the hoppy, but no, not going to do that. Right. Plugs. Oh no, there's one. Okay. In fact, I'll leave one out. I thought I left one out, thinking I might need one. No, apparently I didn't. There's one in this drawer here. Drive through with the camera for. Ta-da! Right. It's an older style plug. Doesn't have the sleeves on the pins. Had this thing for years. Come on, risk it off. Risk it off something. It's another thing I had years ago. Now, always remember, when you wire the plug up, you always put this on and then you take it back off again, then you put the cover on, right? How many times have we done that? I actually really don't like New Zealand plugs. I think they're absolute rubbish. I don't like them at all. They're just cheap feeling. I just don't like them. UK plugs, that's where it's at. UK plugs are far better. Far better. It's a massive difference in quality. These are just junk, really, they are. They're absolute crap. Don't know how these ever became a standard because they're just really weak. That's rubbish. I mean, these ones here, these pins, when you're plugging these things in and out of a socket, you can actually touch that pin with your finger as it's connecting the mains. So you can actually get a zap off them. And I have had zaps of plugs because of that. That's why the new ones have got a plastic sleeve up them first. So it comes up and then, yeah, anyway. I'll show a video on this, shouldn't I? So I was putting this plug on. Now, I was just saying this to the live chat people. I'm going to repeat myself. These New Zealand plugs are absolute garbage. Right? The actual New Zealand plug design is rubbish. If you want a decent plug, you want a UK plug. They're so robust. These things are like toys. And they're so damn dangerous. Like the old styles have got these exposed pins, fully exposed all the way down. Whereas the new ones have got a plastic sleeve over them now, so you can't touch them. Because what can actually happen, this design, they're made so badly and designed so badly, you can actually touch that pin whilst it's still plugged into mains. And I actually had zaps off these things by unplugging one. Because it's natural when you're putting a plug out to wrap your fingers around a little bit like that. And then you touch it, and that's it, you get a zap. So, incredibly dangerous. And it's obviously far more dangerous to children who can reach around much more easily. So it just amazes me that that's the standard plug for this country, and even Australia uses the same plugs. They're actual garbage. I don't understand how that became standard, because it's just rubbish. Anyway, moving on. I'll wire this up and I'll come back. Really should get a wire stripper out, but I can't bother. I mean, it's not like it's far away, it's in the drawer behind me. But, yeah. Side colours work just fine if you're careful. I have to check see how these lay, because I might have to trim these back a bit more to make sure that actually. Because the standard thing is to make sure the earth wire is the last one it will pull off if it gets yanked for safety. So, yeah, but these plugs are just absolute trash. I think it might be alright, depends on how they're routed around. Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, I'll figure this out, I'll come back. It's a bit easier for me to do it on my lap like this, and I can actually reach. So you guys won't be able to see much right now. I'll let you see a little bit. I'm trying to put the earth wire in. How's that? There's that one. If I put these ones in, yeah, they're all going to be much of a muchness. I don't think we can really do much with these as far as doing it the right way, which is to make sure you can't possibly pull one off. These plugs are just garbage. I don't like them at all. Anyway, because there isn't really much space in here to even do anything like cable arrangement. You know, you just can't do it. There is no space. Like even this thing here is kind of in the way, you know. Tweezer's gone. Come on, get in there. So this is rubbish, you know, you can't do this fiddliness with a freaking UK plug, do you? Trying to make it bloody fit. Okay. Don't know. Like I said, rubbish. These plugs are rubbish. This is actually one of the better ones because it's got a decent cable gland on it. There's actually plugs that don't even have anything. You yank a wire and it just rips the wire straight out. Anyway, that's on there nicely. Yeah. I'll chat again in a minute. Once I'm just ranting about crappy plugs. Right, the plug is on. We'll test that in a minute, make sure it looks like it's safe. Here we go. You won't see me for a little while. At least on my face. This camera's sitting too high up, isn't it? That's slightly better. Yeah, I would normally would use like a discarded flex or a cut off flex or something else, but right now I don't have anything. So all I actually have is cables that came with things I bought from overseas, which have got the wrong plugs on. So no choice but to replace the plug. I mean, normally I would use a flex, but I've used them already. Anyway, this is not a beer. For those that missed it, apple and cranberry. Although it is a beer bottle, you actually can get beer in exactly the same bottle. It's identical. It's like it's from the same bottling plant or something. Can't think which one it was now, but yeah. Anyway, it's like a fruit drink, really. Sparkling soda is referred to. Was referred to as. Yeah. Suppose I should do an insulation resistance test on this thing, eh? Or do you think an earth test would be good enough? I should do insulation resistance testing, eh? Because of the transformer. Make sure it's alright. Yeah. Belching water. Yeah, that's probably a fairly accurate description. Plug it in, see if it goes bang. You reckon? Switch it on, you want to go to bed. I'll do an earth test only, okay? We'll just do an earth test and measure across the primary, active, neutral, whatever, I don't know. Primary sides that are phase neutral, hot, cold, I don't know what the US means. Just check the transformer looks like okay. And as long as there's nothing obviously bad, we'll power it up. Let's change back to here. In fact, we'll change back to here. The side chassis I'll have to check separately because obviously it's not installed. Right, let's do a earth test. Now we've got it assembled. Let's make sure the earth is actually coming through to the earth. Check the casing. Should be less than 1 ohm, 0.2 ohms, 0.1 ohms ish. Good enough. Check on here. That's fine. Let's check the external casing once I actually get the sides on, make sure they're earthed properly. That shouldn't be a problem, I think. Check the controls, they should be earthed. Shouldn't be mad because it's got plastic knobs anyway, but doesn't matter. Oh, that's slightly higher. 3.2 ohms. Right. Spiral screws. Yep. Nothing there. That one's got one, eh? Ish. There you go, better connection. It is kind of earthed. Yep. This one here was interesting. Just floating around a little bit. This one has got a strip nut on it, so that's probably part of the problem. It's not actually bedded down nicely. I'm probably worrying about too much. I suppose we should check the handle too, shouldn't we? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I think I'm messing this up because I'm touching the pins myself. Yes, I am. Okay. So 27 ohm across the transformer, face to neutral, and to earth, nothing. Should be fine. That's with the switch on. Yep. Nothing obvious anyway. I have to do installation resistance test as well, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. And I should record the video because then people will see what I'm doing. So, between phase and neutral, getting 27.5 ohms across the transformer, which probably okay. I should do some maths on that. So about 1 amp. And to earth pin, nothing there. So on the surface it appears okay, but I'll have to do an installation resistance test on this properly as well, just to make sure, but I'm not going to worry about recording that, I think. On the surface it appears good. $27 ohms. Who's going to do the math on that? I can't be bothered. Actually, I found my old calculator when I was cleaning up a couple of days ago. It's a bit dusty though. Still works. Battery's still good. So we'll say 27.5. Hold on, get this right. It's got bloody hell 240 volt divided by 27.5. 8.7. Does that seem right? $8.7. Dave Jones has actually got one of my calculators. Well, what is one of my calculators? I don't know if you ever saw it. I don't know. Some of you may have done. I actually visited Dave a few years ago now in his lab, and I gifted him a calculator. Is it a FX731, was it? Something like that. And he's actually shown it in some of his videos. He did a couple of videos about it. I think he's actually shown it when he does his whiteboard. Sometimes he has the thing sitting on the whiteboard. So it's part of his calculator collection. Right, let's plug this thing in. As if it's going to go bang. 27 ohms seems a bit low though. Anyway, we'll see what happens when we plug it in and turn it on. You ready for this? Hope Fred's still around. I think it might be too late to go on though. Let's put a knob on this in case it does electrify itself. Actually, put all the knobs back on. Oh, see, it's in a weird place. Yeah, that just doesn't seem right, does it? Put the wrong knob in the wrong place. It must be that one. Come on, go on. Where's the end? Here it is. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Okay. Let's put some safe looking outputs and stuff. That's off, that's turned down, low voltage, NPN. Shouldn't really matter anyway. Okay. We need to record this in case it gets magic smoke. Let's move this out of the way. There was nothing metal nearby. Okay, first power up. Is it going to work? Is it going to go bang? Let's put my drink out of the way. No, I heard that. Okay, switch is currently off. Oh dear, that's what I get for drinking this stuff. And we need to be further this way. Here we go. So switch is currently off. Just turn it on. Watch copy meter. 7 watts. That looks fine. Power factor 0.39. And it's drawing 80 milliamps. So it looks absolutely fine. Nothing horrendous there. There's no reefer caps in this, so it should be pretty safe. Right. We should hook this up to a scope and try using it. Banana jacks. Well, if that didn't go bang, it's always a good sign. I have to make sure I don't stick my hands around his eyes because, you know, I might touch something I'm not meant to touch. Banana jacks. I'm going to hook these up. So I've got one of those adapters. No, that's all I want. I want that one, I think. No, that is all I want. I must have another one, surely. One of those adapters. Then I need a couple of cables. One dual cable, one single. That should work, eh? Find one. Now, which scope should we use? Should we use the Keysight? I haven't used the Keysight in a while. This time we'll be trying to get to the front of the panel. So which is X and which is Y? Have to get XY mode, you see. Horizontal or vertical. Yeah, okay. I guess we'll figure that out. That'll be X and Y. Should be anyway. Scope. Right, where was XY mode in this thing? There we go, there's XY. Let's change views. Actually, oh, I can do this. You see it? Nah, not really. So in XY mode, right, let's put a device in. Let me get a transistor. Let's put this centered. Got a bit of noise on there. So we've got 2N3904. So let's put this in the socket. What ranges we got on here? What are we doing here? That's probably excessive. Getting nothing. Here we go. Sweep voltage, bringing it up. I might have the X and Y one around as well. It's possible. I'm just randomly turning stuff because I haven't got a clue what I'm doing. Well, oh, something. Here we go. Oh, we're getting something. Not too much. Right, there is a calibration thing you can do on this too, which gives it options. But it is actually doing something. That's too much. So that's doing a 0 to 40 volt sweep range. But that's based on voltage. If I do it on current instead, We'll give it more steps. You see where it breaks down there. So there is actually a way of doing a calibration on this thing. So put that to centre. That's right. That's left one, that's right one. Just can't hear nothing of that. Where's the cow switch? There. They're supposed to produce a dot. Getting an awful lot of noise on this though. There we go. So it's supposed to be producing a dot every division, and that's basically doing that. So that means you've got a calibrated reading on here. Well, it works. Well, it's working. It's definitely doing something. So I've been playing around with these knobs a bit. I don't have a clue what I'm doing, to be honest, and I'm just trying to check out different things, and it does seem to be working. This is playing with the limiting resistor. By changing that, it changes the way the transistor responds. It's changing the voltage. I'm currently doing a current step. It's checking current. Anyway. Yeah, it works. It's definitely working. That's the main thing. Happy about that. Now I seem to find a use for it. Analog scope will look better, yes. Thanks, Danish Native. I don't smoke though. Cigar's not good to me. I do wear clothes, however. Much to people's relief, I'm sure. Yeah, it works at least. So, it's a lot of noise on the output though. I'm surprised about how noisy it is. It could be because of the cabling stuff I've got. I mean, it's not ideal. Maybe I should make up like a triple twisted pair or something to run to the front panel so it's all shielded and stuff like that. Maybe that would be the way to get that noise down. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure as much I can do about that noise. Input bandwidth limit is on already. Channel 2 bandwidth limit is not on. Now it is. That makes it slightly better. What else can I do for this? Normal acquisition, high resolution. Just give me dots. Yeah. So putting a bandwidth limit on certainly helps a little bit. That got rid of some of the noise. But yeah, it is at least working. And yes, I'm sure it would work a lot better on an analog scope. There you go, see it's starting to break down now. There we go. There's a breakdown. So if I do one on here and bring the horizontal down, not that's vertical, horizontal. What are we doing there? That's 20 volts of division. I don't think that really correlates. So I've got a horizontal sensitivity of 1 volt per division, and what's my probing set up to? 10 to 1. Well, I probably want to make that 1 to 1, don't I? That might change the readout then. And same for this one. Not sure that's critical, but we'll do it anyway. So 1 to 1, that should give me the correct readouts on here then. So from this point here, where is it starting? Yes, I did that calibration again. We'll do that. From there. That's kind of it, isn't it? So that's 2 volts a division on here, 1 volt on here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 divisions. Is that 18 volts? Is it? I don't know. Could it be? Yeah, other one. And the other way. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure that matches up. Maybe it's 18 volts. Is that right? I don't know. Go back to volts. So that's using current, right? So if I do a 1 to 1 with 1 milliamp per division current, actually let's do 10 milliamps per division current. And we'll wind it up. There you go. Yeah, some voltage step selection now. No, it's doing something. It's working. I just need to figure out how to use it. So I just need to figure out how to use this thing, and I think it will be all set. It seems to be working at least kind of correctly. I mean, I can make it change and do things, and it seems consistent. I'm fairly sure that what we've got is right. Definitely seems to be working properly. Seems to be. Yeah. Thumbs up if you liked it. There you go. Thumbs up if you liked it. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed, all that sort of stuff. And yeah, I'll have to learn how to use this thing. Get a playlist down here, play that. Playlist over there. Subscribe link over here. Patreon support link over there if you want to help support the channel or help to buy which test kit effects like this thing. Bye. Excellent. I'll see to learn how to use it. I'm still here, Peter. I'm not going anywhere. I was just doing the end of the video for the one I'm recording. So don't go anywhere. I'm still here. I plan to do much more yet. Yeah, better leads would be an improvement, I think. It's probably picking up some noise. Because even without anything on the screen, just being plugged in, you can see the sample noise in there. So, yeah. Anyway, that seems to be working fine. Excellent. Happy with that. Switches seem to be behaving okay. No signs of any playing up. Also, this is only doing up to 40 volt test limit. So you can do high voltage stuff on there as well. So, yeah, now I seem to figure out what I'm going to do with it. Now, the main thing with these is use these for doing matching between components. So you've got two components, you need to do a matched pair. Then you can do that matching and actually make sure you've got two which are very similar. That's the main benefit of this. There's been times in the past where I wish I could do that, and I've just had to hope for the best and put up with the results. So, yeah, all good. One thing done. Now what we're going to do? Well, it's actually lunchtime. I'm tempted to have a lunch, have some kind of food. I'm just a little bit hungry. I'll put this back together first, and then we'll do something else. Going to the hot tub now. Thanks, Danish Native. Catch you later. How do I get it? What, this piece of gear, you mean? How did I get it? I purchased it on eBay, and the guy sent me a video showing it working. Should I show you guys the video? Let me find it. I'll show you the video. I don't know if I can play it back to you or not. Do I try and find it first? I don't know if you get the sound. You probably won't get the sound, actually. Not sure if I can route it through or not. Check is in the top screen.
Hello, thanks for purchasing this curve tracer. I'll give you a functionality example of what I've done. So it is set up for the initial oscilloscope calibration. So you're supposed to set it up and have these dots that shoot up across the display on the oscilloscope. I've got it set up connected to my Hewlett Packard over here. So let me turn this on, and at the same time I'll show you what happens on the screen. So this dot appears, and so I set the oscilloscope up in an X and Y mode so that it does appear there. And now, as I turn the steps, you should see dots show up across the screen. Okay, so that's a basic test for the initial setup. So let me pause and I will come back with a transistor installed. Okay, so I now have the little transistor installed. It's actually this MPS A20 NPN transistor. So it is set up for testing this transistor. So we'll power it on here. Alright, so to test the transistor, they have you adjusting the sweep voltage so that you get a line across the bottom. So let's check that. You can see the line is developing there. Alright, and then they have you adjusting the steps so that you can watch the steps build on the screen. So adjusting that, and you can see that the steps are developing there. Alright. Now with that, I will adjust horizontal sensitivity here. And I'll just move around and adjust all of these while this video is on the oscilloscope. So you can see the changes there. Okay, and this is vertical sensitivity. So we're scrunching them down, changing the divisions there. You can go up beyond. Okay, goes back on the screen where it was. And then we'll adjust the step range. Okay. And then the limiting resistor, you can see that just sort of stretches it out there a little bit. That's up to 500 ohms. And we'll go to, let's go 1,000 so you can see what it does there. All right, so I've put some deox on all the controls before I even started this, and looks like it's working to me. Now there could be other things that I haven't checked, but the book it's an extensive book. Lots of tests you can do with it, so to me it looks like it's working. Thanks again for purchasing. Bye-bye.
So, as you can see, that was a really nice little video the guy sent me. I should have probably reviewed it again before I actually started playing with it, but yeah, it's good. So if anyone, I mean, that video seemed quite confident, as though they're used to making videos. So if anyone recognises who that is, as in they may be another YouTuber, it's possible. If you do know who that is, let me know, because I'd like to know who it is, because he seems to be familiar with it enough, and he's got a nice scope there and stuff. So yeah, so it's actually, that's the first time someone's actually sent me like a video of proving something worked and showing how to use it. So I gave this guy really good feedback on eBay, because it was well deserved. It's beautifully packed, and he included that video, which he didn't have to do, to show it working and give a bit of an introduction to it. So it was great. So, but if anyone recognises him as a video producer, let me know. I've just got a suspicion that maybe he's made videos. You know. Anyway, so we'll put this thing back together, and we shall do something else. I've got nothing better to do today, as I said. So I'm sure some people will be dropping off and coming back and stuff. So, right, reassemble this, call that job done. In fact, what I might do is turn that back off. So I did a while ago pick up another curve tracer kit. I haven't done anything with it yet. It's sitting next to my computer here. I think I've showed it to you guys before. It's this thing here. So the idea was to build this and actually use it, and I built it, mostly. I got held up by not having a case I liked, so I haven't got a case to put it in yet. And because of that, it's kind of stalled and it's been sitting there for months now. I don't know, 6 months it's been sitting there, I suppose, waiting for me to get around to it. But I do still want to finish building this. And I should do something similar to this, but obviously not as well, because it's not as adjustable. But, yeah, this is something I do want to finish as well and get this going. I've actually got another one as well, which I picked up. Yeah, again, same deal. I don't know if it's much good or not. I never tested those capacitors, did I? I should do that. I'll put this back together and then we'll test the capacitors. So what should we do next? There seemed to be quite a consensus really for doing the retro chip tester, building that thing next, and trying to get that up and running. That was the next highest vote on the poll we did. So I might do that next. Like I said, I've already half built it. I was just wanting to get it working at the time. Anyway, we'll do something. I've got a stack of things here to work on. Should we do the Fluke 175? Just doing that brightness, the backlight button modification. Could do that. That shouldn't take too long. Now, next time I'm going to use my Keysight scope, I'm going to be really confused because it's going to be an XY mode. I'm going to get completely thrown by that. Although I could probably just hit the auto button, that'll sort itself out, wouldn't it? One project done. Now let's measure these capacitors, then I'll probably include that in the video actually. Yeah. There. This one's already done. If they're out of whack, I'll include it in the video, otherwise that's why bother. So it's 146 microfarad, 0.8 ohms ESR. So it's like 50% up. This is measuring 77 microfarad, 1.2 ohms. That's also about 50% up. .72 microfarad, 1.7 ohms. Yeah, they're all measuring off value by a fair bit. So I think all these caps were on the way out. This is better, 12 microfarad, but it's 5.5 ohms. That's quite high. .12 microfarad, 3.7 ohms, slightly better, almost normal I expect actually. 12.7 microfarad, 4.7 ohms. And what's the lead shortening up? 30 microfarad, 5.4 ohms. So yeah, all these caps are bad. That's pretty much what I expected. Right, I need to get these shavings and stuff off my desk. Don't want to get metal shavings in things, do I? Right. It's 2 AM over there. Oh, okay. You probably want to go to bed then. Right. What to work on next? Do we finish this? Which I have built quite a lot of already. Just got to do transistors, ZIF socket, display, rest of the power supply. Basically done resistors and diodes and capacitors. I think that's all I've got so far. Not actually following instructions, I'm just populating the board with the markings that's on the board because that's the easy way of doing it. I don't know, are you going to finish this or not? Never done, never done. I don't know if we're going to do this or not. We've got some other stuff to look at. We could look at the HP 400E or something else which wasn't on the poll. Maybe I should do a new poll. Let's do a new poll. Since I'm going to do 4 items. Do a new poll. Okay, new poll is up. Cast your votes, people. So yes, that is a retro chip tester. I can't say retro chip tester. Since I purchased that in December, there's been 2 firmware updates for that. So the firmware that's on it isn't the latest firmware. I paid extra, had the guy program it for me before it got sent, like €12 extra to get it programmed or something. That includes some extra parts put on the board, like it is to program it. Puts a chip on the board. I think the chip already comes pre-installed. The crystal and a couple of capacitors, stuff like that. I think he puts on. That's why it's €12 because he's got to pay for those extra parts as well. So. Yeah, so hey, at least it's continuously doing updates though. It's always improving the code, adding devices to it, and that sort of stuff. So that's such a good thing. It does mean that I will need to figure out how to program it. So it does have a in-circuit serial programmer, but that's not something I tend to do. I do have a few programmers, so I probably can do it. I've done it before on Ian Johnston's PDVS2 Mini. I used a programmer which he actually sent me. He sent me a programmer to do that. Super generous guy. He's a great guy. And so I've done that before. It's using a bin file, so I upload a bin file to it. So there may be something I have to do again. But and the mystery is, can you guys figure out what these other devices are? Because I just said the Keysight 225 and HP 400E, and if you're not familiar with them, you won't know what they are. You might have to go searching to find out what they are. So, yeah. Anyway, at least I got one thing done. One video recorded. Actually, I should transfer that video footage over before my SD card fills up. Well, that's probably okay to do probably 3 videos, but I should get it off while I'm thinking about it. Nothing like running out of space when you're halfway through something. You have both of them. You get both of those things. Cool. So you know exactly what they are then. Heathkit curve tracer. Let's drop those into there. So this is how I do videos. Basically, as I record it on the camera there, into an SD card, and plug the card into the computer, transfer the files off, delete the files off the card, and put it back in the camera. I mean, I could do things like use OBS, and I've tried using OBS in the past to do what I can't do now. The live stream is to basically feed through and then record off this. And I did that once, and it kind of worked. I had issues once with audio sync in the recording. Went out. I was able to fix that in editing. But there's another time I was recording something. I can't remember what it was now. I'd recorded lots of footage. It was a massive repair I was doing. And OBS lost it. It just, where did you go and get the recording? It wasn't there. No recording. So I know it was recording because I'd started it and I'd checked to make sure it was going. But when I finished, hit stop recording and went to go and get the file. No file. That was annoying. So ever since that happened, I've never used OBS again for doing recording. I don't know why I did it. Anyway. So that video there, I recorded nearly 13 gigabytes of footage for that. To give you some idea. Michael Bean. I'm not familiar with Michael Bean. I'm not familiar with either of those people actually. I'm going to need to look now. Hold on. This is someone I should have on my YouTube subscriptions. Sounds like it might be. Oh, you mean Michael Beanie? I've moved Michael Beanie. He was a Michael Bean too. I actually haven't watched Michael Beanie for ages. Oh, I'm not subscribed to him anymore for some reason. That's weird. I used to be subscribed to him. Best resubscribe to him. What happened there? I wonder why I wasn't subscribed anymore. I'll have to have a look. Obviously, it's something that's published moderately recently. Let's turn the volume down. So, look. Amplifiers, inverters, off-dial speaker, preamp. Oh, he's got one of the same PCB holders that I've got. It's published a lot since I somehow became subscribed. There's got a lot of stuff there. What was it I was looking for again? Chip tester. I'm just skimming through. I'm probably missing it. I may have missed it. I don't know. I can't see it. Oh, I have to look. Magic IC tester. Michael. Ben. Michael Ben. I'm not familiar with that one either. Hold on. There seems to be quite a few of them. It seems that's a common name. Well, okay. Might have to give me a link. Anyway, the search for that guy's name with Magic Chip Tester has popped up. Links on the Google search. So and his own YouTube channel, looks of it. I'll have to have a look at these. Okay. Right. Looks like an interesting tester. Looks like it requires a certain amount of interaction though. Still, I've subscribed and I'll watch out for that, and I've got the page open on Hacker Day. It would seem. Anyway, I'll look at that later on. Any kind of tools like that is always handy, because you might find that a certain device may not be supported by a certain tester. So I've got an IC tester here. It's like one of those Chinese ones. I think I've probably shown in videos previously. I've actually been using that yesterday to try and check some of these ICs which I've got. to see if they are real or not, right? Because a lot of these ICs I bought from China, because they're common parts. There's no reason why they would be fakes. Doesn't mean they're not. And so I was using this tester for that. But there's some chips it just didn't recognise, and I had some chips which I know are genuine because I got them from RS Components or NM14 or something like that. Genuine parts. Wouldn't recognise those either. So it makes me wonder, well, is it just that this particular part's not in this database, or is it something else? So having multiple testers would be good. So even if it does a lot of the same stuff that these other testers do, if it's got some which these don't, it's worth having. Use the Mega, is it? Okay. Right, I think I need a coffee and a snack. So I'm going to leave the poll going for now. So if you haven't voted in the poll yet, go vote in the poll. Oh, it's neck and neck between the Keithley 225 and the Retro Chip Tester. 9 votes. Yeah, probably no profile, exactly right. So I'm going to get myself a coffee and a snack, and I'll come back and yeah, I've actually got a burger to eat. You probably don't watch me eating a burger, do you? So I'll probably have it off screen or something. But then you might hear me munching away, and I don't know. Maybe I'll figure something out. Anyway, coffee's important, and I'm getting hungry. So don't go away, or I'm going to keep streaming. And it's time for a lunch break. Maybe if you guys want to have a lunch break or something, pee break, go do it now. They will continue. Yes, you will. So my cat Paul thinks I'm bringing her dinner because I'm carrying a small plate, which looks a bit like the plate that she gets. Now she's standing over there, laundry room. I'll come this way. You gonna come in, Paul? There's no point asking her because she can't hear me. Right. The pole. What's that looking like now? I'm going to make fun of you, yeah. I'll probably save you the pain and actually just like change camera views. Okay, look at the poll. What have we got now? 40% for the Retro Chip Tester Pro. I can't say that bloody word. Retro Chip Tester Pro. Mouthful. So, okay, we'll be doing that next then. Most likely. Let's change view sound to watch me eat. You should have to hear me though, I'm afraid. Now, I actually purchased a replacement screen for the HP 3561A. There's a guy on eBay selling these replacement LCD screens. Right, so replace the CRT with an LCD. It's like an upgrade kit. I purchased one. He processed it fairly quickly and that sort of stuff. It wasn't an issue. Got to my country within a few days. It was actually quite quick to get to my country. Disappeared. Hasn't been seen since. It's been like a month. Arrived in the country, never got scanned again. Hasn't arrived, didn't get sent back. So I had to get a refund on that, which is a shame because it would have been quite nice to do a video on that. But unfortunately, if it doesn't turn up, I can't do it. And the screen is currently working, so I'm not desperate for anything. The screen works fine. But I just wanted to have it really as a spare part, really. So that's quite disappointing. But yeah, that arrived in Auckland. I've had a few things this year, probably in the past few months. I've had a few things which have come to the country, scanned as they arrived, disappeared, never made it to the depot. Seeing a trend here. I mean, the things I'm buying, it's not like it's any use to anyone else. If someone's nicking it at the depot, you know, some guy's making things disappear on the transit van, it's no good to them, is it? You know, what are they going to do with an LCD update screen for an HP 3561A? Yeah. Well, it's been fine for ages. I haven't had any problems really for a long time. Had the odd thing disappear here or there, but usually it gets to the sorting depot and then it disappears. These aren't even getting to the depot. It's between the plane and the depot, which means, you know, someone's losing them off the back of a truck. And I've had a few of those this year. So, yeah, it's definitely someone thieving, I think. what are HS codes? I'm not familiar with what those are. There's the HP3561A, the DSA, which I repaired recently. Did a few videos on that. Well, was it 7 videos? The screen was working fine on it, but I wanted to get a replacement screen as like a spare part, basically, which I could then maybe put away. What I could probably do is actually plug it into the unit, demonstrate the screen working, because it just plugs into some test points on the side, and probably run the original screen and the replacement screen at the same time to demonstrate it, and prove it works. Then put the screen away in storage and have it as a spare part, so when the CRT gets too bad, I can just upgrade it, get maximum life out of it. That's the plan. Oh, right, tax codes, right. Yeah. Thing with the postal service, right, my actual postie one, which delivers items to me here, is really good, is excellent, right? Really happy with him. But then it seems that there's other parts of the post system which aren't so good. No worries, Peter. Catch you later. About halfway through this burger. I'm a slow eater, sorry. And your post office said it's a doorbell. Really? How did I know what it is? Well, this poll is still going, and it's now shifting around a bit. The Fluke 175 backup modification is starting to come up the ranks a bit. Thing is, this whole stipulation of on the documentation saying what's actually the item actually is. A lot of times, the stuff that I get from China, the description is either completely wrong, or it's so vague it doesn't really make sense. So over here, it's really bad for the actual declarations. Sometimes they're accurate. I think actually they probably have been getting better recently, to be honest. But sometimes they're just completely ridiculous. Oh, really? Well, That's just no. That's bad. That's bad. So that's some bad coding going on there. Okay, burger has been eaten. Gonna go and wash my hands. Come back. We'll carry on. So, what does the poll say? Neck and neck between the Rich Chip Sister and the Fluke 175. Right, what do we do? I think we did a Fluke 175 first. Do that first, it shouldn't take too long. Then we'll do this. How's that sound? Do both. This will probably take slightly longer. I don't know. Well, it's an assembly job, so you know, who knows how long it's going to take. Okay, poll is ending. Just finishing my coffee. Get the camera set up. I will probably have to drop backwards and forwards. I have to go and get my drill and drill bits, stuff like that, potentially. If there's no insert, I might have to drill it out. So, maybe some delays from that. I need to eject my disc, otherwise I can't record anything. Okay, thanks Ray for dropping by. I might still be here when you get up, you never know. I'm very likely to at least stream again tomorrow. So, I'll catch you later. Alright. Also, if you're new here to the stream, you've never been here before, new to the channel, don't forget to click like and subscribe. Just like my desk says. Click the bell icon too so you get notifications, maybe, if you're lucky. Something like these. Don't need these in it. Okay, coffee's gone. So here I have a Fluke 175 digital multimeter. Now this model, as is normal, doesn't have the backlight option here. Now the 177 179, they both have the backlight, which is just an extra button. And when I did the teardown review of this thing, which I'll probably stick a link in up there or something in the description, if it's not there, ask me in the comments. I did the teardown and found that there's actually a backlight installed. It still has a backlight. There's just no button for it. So I did the usual thing and got carried away. So I found on eBay there's actually a Fluke supplier there. They actually sell Fluke parts, genuine parts. Here's the button assembly. We'll put this in. May require some modifications, so stick around and find out. Got to know how this goes now. That's a 9 volt, is it? 9 volt battery, I have to unclip it. So let's get this thing pulled apart. So if you have a 175 and you feel like adding a backlight, then you should be able to do the same thing or something similar to it. You might be able to make your own button up with all it needs is a carbonised rubber pad. I can't say it. All it needs is a carbonised rubber pad or something like that there to actually make contact with a circuit board. You know, you can even make your own one if you really wanted to. Try and get this off. I hate these 9 volt battery clips. I really don't like them. Just go straight over. Here we go. The amount of times I've broken the actual clip itself, the connector. Off there. Here we go. Right. Done that so many times. Right. Now we can take the back panel off. It's got a clip up the top as well, brightly. There we go. So here's this existing button assembly here. We'll take that out. Get the replacement one. That should fit. That's the first test before doing anything else. Make sure it actually fit. Okay, that fits. So that should actually push and work. Right, so what I'm going to do is plug the battery back in. I should probably... Yeah, probably could have left it in actually. Put the battery back in. I could have left it connected. Range switch, just turn it around by 1 or something. Right, and there we go, backlight is working. Right, so now we need to modify the front panel. Get the original one, I'll put this to one side as a spare, you never know. Who knows what will happen in the future. So in here, I can't tell yet whether it's a insert inside the mould. I'll explain more when I get closer. Here we go. So you can see that round section just there, right? In here. So I can't tell yet if it's an insert inside the mould, which I then change to blanket, or whether it's a blank inside the plastic here. I can't tell which one it is yet. I think it's probably an insert inside the mould. That's the way that I would have done it if I was designing this thing. But you can see a witness mark around the outside there. Now could this be the mould itself? But I don't know, because it's got this rounded edge, its radius to when it comes in on the original. So I don't think that's an insert. I think it's part of this mould. So I don't think I can just push this out. But we'll have a look. We'll give it a push, see if anything happens. Nothing happening, that is moulded in. So we need to drill it. jet. Yeah, the 175 is quite a good meter. This is one of the ones that Fluke sent me to review. It didn't cost me anything, I should probably say that too. Maybe, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Is it relevant right now? So, the BM786, which is what I was using before, and I still have it on my desk here, that's an excellent meter. It's really well feature packed. It's got just about everything on it. Extremely fast continuity measurement. The Fluke 175 has also got very fast continuity measurement. It doesn't quite have all the features on it I'd want, but for most of the stuff I'm doing, it's absolutely fine. It covers just about everything. So the only thing it doesn't really have is millivolts AC. There you go, you can see it. It does everything else. And millivolts AC isn't something I tend to measure anyway. It's not very often I need to do that, so not a big deal, to be honest. This one does just about everything. Now, I actually do have Fluke sending me another meter, hopefully, if it all goes through. They told me they're going to send me another one. We'll see what turns up. So, anyway, I need to go and get my drill, and we'll drill this out, or drill and drill bits. We'll drill that out and make this fit. I'll be right back, I'll go and get it. I'll even zoom out so I have to look at a blue screen. How's it? There you go. That took me a while to find. I've reorganised my garage as well. I had some new cabinetry. Well, I installed some new cabinetry in there not long ago, a couple of weeks back. And I've reorganised everything, moved everything around. So I forgot where I put my drill bits. Took me a while to find them. Anyway, I've got them now. I've had this drill for about 10 years, maybe a bit more. And it's still going, it's a really good drill. So that lasts all the other ones we've had. Right, so let's do a small hole and then we'll make it bigger. That way it's easy to get in the centre. Right, let's drill this hole out. We'll try and get this centred. Because if it's off centre, the button may not push properly. I'm intentionally drilling slowly, I don't want to go too deep yet. So I'm trying to adjust the position. This drill bit seems to be a bit blunt. Okay, let's get this swarf out of here. Now, the only thing I need to do is figure out what size I need the final drill to be. Let's measure that, see what size it is. Good enough for good enough. Right. Looks like about 5mm. So we do 6. Might be 7. Might go for 6. So I'll go up to 4.5 first again, so I can keep it centered. I'm drilling from the inside because the way if it slips, I'm not going to scratch the front panel. Yeah, that's much better. That looks really well centered. That's good. Let's go to a 6. 6 looks like it's about the same size. Right, just about through with this one. Okay, that's still looking fairly well centered. It's drifted up very slightly. Let's see how it goes, but I think 6 is probably a little bit small. I don't quite think that's actually right. I'm probably going to need to get like this thing in here anyway and take the burrs off the edges anyway. Anyway, that did go, so we'll take this back out of here, drop it in here and see what will go through. Not yet, needs to be bigger. That's actually a tight fit, which is going to be no good, so let's go to 7mm. Let's drift it up very slightly. Right. Seven mil goes through. That's nice. Put the membrane on here. Okay, that's there. And it's pushable. I think I might need to put a radius on this though, because the original's got like a radius going into it. This doesn't have that. It doesn't give much to push it with. I might just radius that very slightly with a reamer, just to make it a bit nicer. I think this stuff's glass reinforced by the way it sounds. Sounds like there's a glass fibre in it or something. Maybe glass bead. Right. That's similar to original. It's going to need a real clean it afterwards. Okay. Let's just do a test fit of this. Bits of plastic everywhere. Be careful not to scratch inside. Now let's do a test, see if it works. Yep, works. Sweet as. That does the job. It's not binding up on the side, it's got a bit of gap there, so it's got a bit of movement. Happy with that? Excellent. Now it's got to put it back together. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you're first time here, and check out the playlist at the end. Down there, subscribe link over here. Patreon support link over there if you want to help me to buy things for videos and business test gear and what have you. Right. Right. Cool. I think 6.5mm might have been enough. It's a fairly good clearance there. You'll be right. Just not sure those rubber membranes are gone better together properly. Just have a look. Come on, off you go. Make sure all the plastic's out. A bit of plastic floating around. End up inside the screen or something, you know. You'd be in the way, you see it there in the screen, it'd be annoying. And it's one of those things you'll never end up taking out. So. Okay. So it'll be a nice little short video for someone to watch later on when I actually do the publishing on this. I like to do these short videos occasionally. It's just nice, a bit of a change of pace. See these long drawn out ones. I'm not doing this, complicated repairs or whatever. Sometimes it's nice to do something a little bit different. All the things works. That's all good. See, nice little simple modification. Camera makes it like the drill's going backwards. No, it's definitely going the right way. Yeah, with the beveling thing though, using a larger drill bit, it's really hard to control the depth and getting it nice. I was trying to get a curved radius going in, which is what that reamer does. It does a curved edge. Whereas a drill bit will just be like a chamfered, hard angle going down. And you're also really hard to get that angle right so it doesn't like dig in and just go straight through. So that's why I wanted to use the reamer to do that finishing bit there. And anyway, it works alright. That's the upgrade. It's now 177 instead of 175. I should put a sticker on it, shouldn't I? Anyway, so that's that one done. I just need to clean up again. Then we'll do something else. Probably label it bags because I'll come back to it in 5 years' time and go, what the hell was that from? Hell, it might be next year I'll do that. Fluke 175. There we go. Labelled. Okay. So, retro chip tester is then, isn't it? Next thing. So I've got to find transistors, well actually MOSFETs, whatever. Some of the MOSFETs, some of the transistors. And what's this? Relays. Probably the right ones. Just go in here. Got some MOSFETs here. What are these? RF5305. One goes there. So yes, we'll need that. I seem to double up on these relays somehow. One might have been equivalent. I got them from two different places. That's a G6K. This is an equivalent. I think G6K was supposed to be in there. Yeah. So this one is definitely supposed to be there. This is an equivalent part. There's there. Got some switches and stuff yet as well. Headers, display stuff. Got this power supply board, which I'm not going to build yet. I will be building that though. Still quite a few parts to put on. What was this? RF 5305, I've got some in there too. Yeah, okay. Well, okay, so I don't need to get the ones out of the bag. I've already got some. LEDs. Set small capacitors, which I may or may not need. Oh, more relays. Same ones again. Out of all those. Yeah, okay. We'll just get all these bits and we'll work through it. If there's anything missing, I'll look back in the box. I don't know if I'm going to do a video on this or not. Might just do a live stream rather than recording it, because I haven't done any video on it yet. Yeah, I'll just do live stream stuff, so I'll switch cameras so my camera can turn off. Right. I might turn my air conditioning on to keep it warm in here. Get a bit uncomfortable. Oh, look, everything's gone upside down. Something to happen. Alright. Just want to try and give you guys a slightly better view if I can. Okay, where should we start? Bunch of MOSFETs down here, transistors here, MOSFETs there. MPS A06, MPS A56. Hope you've got them all. That's the 5.6. Oh, we might not have all the parts. We don't have the MPS 06. No MPSA 06. Oh, that's disappointing. We can't finish it. Oh, what's that one? Oh, here we go. There we go. I can relax now. Phew. I do have them. BC547s. That's why they're not here. Because, yeah, I've got BC547s. I've got loads of those already myself. So I didn't buy any more. Because I've got heaps. I've got loads of them. Okay. I think it's also got LEDs here as well. Some pin headers, which I'm not going to worry about yet. I think I'll start here and work this way, and we'll worry about the LED stuff afterwards. Right, those are the last things we do. So MPSA 56. These ones here. Right. Like I said before, I'm just basing this on the markings on the board, not on the manual, which you can also read and goes you, you know, tells you recommended process to do this stuff in and what have you. But I just read the board. And I'm not going to leave them standing up like that. I will be dropping them down. In fact, I'll do it now. There. This means the board's going to be wobbling around. Oh, no, don't bend it that way. Bending it a little bit before I put it in is easier. Does seem to help. Footprints on the board don't actually match the parts. The parts have got a straight footprint, whereas the board has got the offset, like triangulated holes, you know. I'll do it this way. Would that work? I'll get them all set the same height then. Kind of works. Shortcuts are always nice to find. Right. Just trying to separate the legs, don't glue together. Well, glue together, solder together. Gluing is a different kind of soldering completely. Some more up here. So I was tempted to do this as a actual proper standalone video. I was thinking, well, you know, it's going to take a long time to assemble one of these things completely. It spent, I don't know, an hour and a half, maybe an hour, I don't know, just doing all the other parts already, you know, resistors and diodes and stuff. So I thought that's an awful lot of video to watch. I thought, well, even if I fast forward that, it's still going to be quite a bit of time. So I decided to just not do it that way. Still some more. I'm pretty sure I purchased way more than I needed of these things. I always do. Spare parts. Those ones, 547s, 06, 06, 06, 06, 547 over there. Okay, that's all those particular parts, I think. 547, 547, yeah. Yep. We'll get those soldered in. I'll check the chat first. Okay. So I can get rid of that reflection or not? Probably not. And it's all come loose, it's all going to fall apart now. Well, that ain't right, is it? My camera mount's come loose. Oh, well. That's what I get for messing with it. Yeah, it kind of works, doesn't it? Not great. Oh, see how it goes. Actually, I'll get my fume extractor out for this. This bit's a bit big, you might have to swap bits. Yeah, this tip's a bit awkward, too big. Next one. You know what I should be using? It's the PCB mount, PCB holder. This is moving around a little bit. I think it's okay, I don't really need to worry about the holder. It's alright, it's doing okay. I probably will have to use it at some point. These ones are a bit awkward. Be easy from this side. Too much solder. I'll get this slightly straighter, maybe, might help. Better, a bit more heat. Such a fine tip on this thing. Now to 400 degrees. 350 was working, but it's a bit slow. It's working much better. So I'm soldering that one again. Get a bit blobby. Okay. Cut those legs off. Just gonna find I've missed some. Right, let's take a look. Seems fine. Let's do the next lot. Chit chat. So, PSA 06. Okay. 11. Oh, wait, it's one of these. I can open it like this. I don't think I've got any spares for this one. I think it uses all 11 of these. That's an oversight on my part. So without making a mistake and accidentally like blow one up or something. It's MPSA, not MPS. I was thinking it's MPS, it's MPSA. Double checking? Yes. Might matter. Just in case I ordered the wrong parts. You never know. A surface mount version of this would have, I think, been easier to do. Because then you wouldn't mess around with all these bits and pieces, you know, mess around with leads and cutting leads off, and you know, you could just place them and be done. I think it would have been an advantage doing surface mount instead. Anyway, this is what it is. I need to use tweezers for this. I much prefer fixing a piece of test gear than building things. You know, I find this kind of work a bit tedious. It's not something I particularly enjoy that much. It's okay, but I don't actually enjoy it. It's just means to an end. Whereas working on test gear and actually repairing things and doing that kind of stuff, I actually enjoy that. I actually get a lot of satisfaction from doing that kind of work. Whereas this is just, yeah, okay, this is just getting the job done. This is work. Whereas the other stuff is hobby, I suppose. Not sure if that's bridged or not. Yeah, I think it had. So another piece of test gear sitting in a box over there, which I haven't opened yet, is an IT28 capacitor tester. So I haven't done a mailbag video for that yet, so I don't even know really what condition it's in. It should be okay, but I don't actually know yet. And they're fairly simple things inside, so I'll be refurbishing it, you know, recapping it, that sort of stuff, and checking stuff out. And those are known for having issues with the resistors going high value, or even going open circuit completely. So that will be something I'll be looking at really closely in that particular unit. That bridged again. I'm liking the way these pads are really close together just there. So yeah, we're doing a refurb video on that as well. It's in the queue. So I don't have a shortage of things to work on at the moment. We've got lots of things there. do it this way, might be quicker. Try and grab them. Right, check for any shorts. Got a couple there which are close. Look alright. Tedious, like I said. Yeah, I haven't done a 400E yet. So this is what we missed, was this thing. This Fluke now has a backlight, which you probably can't see too well. Anyway, it's got one. It's now a 177 instead of 175. Right. BC 547's next, I think. How many of those do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5, so I'll see. Let's go and grab some. If I grab some as soon as I find them. Okay, where the hell did I put them? I'm absolutely certain I have them. Well, this is annoying. Where the hell are they? Here we go. These are some of my old parts. I've had these for a long time, so they're in a different place. Five, 5, 9, 5, 4, 7s. Here we go. Push these out. Should I make sure I've got exactly the same one of each? So I don't have a mixed ones. Make sure we're identical. 3. before. Right, here we go. That's the Fujitsu ones or something like that. I don't know. It's got an F on it anyway. As I've been sitting around so long, let's just quickly check one. Yep. So we got meter base collector pinout. Yeah, looks very right. Okay. At least these have got the right footprint for these devices. They're just messing around and get them in. Try and get them all sitting at the same height so it looks tidy again. I'm not even sure if I need to use this power supply section that's down here because it's got a optional power supply board which goes on, and I'm not even sure I need to use this section, but I'm going to build it up anyway. Checking my shorts and stuff. We can see the ones I just did, that is. That'd be great. There we go. I'll clean all these up afterwards. Right. That's those ones. This one's a bit wonky. So that's those finished with. Just double checking. Yep. Something else that crossed my mind I could actually work on this weekend is one of the projects I built previously, which is a unit which is used for doing scoring. So it's used with FarmTech timer systems, which I did a bunch of FarmTech videos and repairs, stuff like that. But this is the scribing unit, and I need to string a sentence together for a start. Anyway, it's got this OLED display on it right now, which is what I originally designed it with, because that's what seemed convenient and suitable. I think he's actually bolt that down or not. I can just like pin it like that and solder it in place. Probably should be bolted down for heat sinking. The let's just get it tacked in. So it's got an OLED display right now, but I want to change that to be a sharp memory display. So I've used those on other things, on some other parts of the same system, and they've worked really well because you actually fit more on the display, they look better, they're much easier to see during daylight and that sort of stuff. So I want to do that. So I was actually thinking that's something else I could do this weekend, is actually get one of those units in here, strip it down, do all the coding and anything on it in Arduino IDE is what I'm using, and convert the display over. So I've already done it once on another piece of gear, so I already have like a basis there for the code. So I already have something to start from. So that was something I was thinking about doing as well. I may do it yet, we'll see how we go with the other stuff. I mean, like I said, I've got a few days. I mean, I may even stream on Monday as well. I mean, today's Saturday for me, probably Friday for a bunch of other people. But, well, would have been Saturday for everyone now, pretty sure. Just about. Q32. It's got like another little MOSFET that goes in here. Q32, what that is? Or is that an option? Two different options, is it? There's a Q32P MOSFET and there's a in parallel. And there's a Q32 as this thing. I guess it didn't matter. Different footprints, I'm guessing. Interesting. Massive difference in size. Anyway, right, so I want a 78L05, well, sorry, 7805 regulator as well, got pickups. 7805 regulator. Sure, I've got some of them. 7805. Insulated and uninsulated. Do these uninsulated. This is like one I've previously soldered, so I still go through the holes. Probably used it to do testing on something or other sometime in the past. Yeah, these things don't want to bend. Strong legs on this one. So as I was saying before, I'm not even sure I need to really populate all this stuff, but it's part of the project, so I'm going to do it because if I don't use the other stuff, then it won't matter. And if it says optional barrel jack only, so if you're using a barrel jack power supply, which is this one over here, then it uses this regular. Otherwise, it's optional. We don't need to use it. But I'm going to install everything. It just seems to make sense to do it anyway. Let's try and get this tacked in place again like I did before. See if we can do it a bit better way this time. We'll see. One in place. Next one. We're trying to get two sides tacked down so I can take away the locating pin tweezers. Hello George, one of my cats kind of see me. Okay. ULN 2003A. I will put a socket in there. What's that? How many pins is that? 8, 16 pin. Should I use one of these? Or should I use a standard type? Oh, I'll use a standard cheap type. One of them. Doesn't need to be stood off the board. Alright. Let's get a chip. I don't think there's one in here. I am pretty sure I didn't buy any extras because I already have them. So these are capacitors, aren't they? I don't think I need those. They're already fitted. Go them. Yeah. I've got a drawer with two different types now. That's 2002A, that's not what I want. Okay, on 2003A, hopefully. Double check it. Yep. I still haven't found my IC pin straightener, and I've got one somewhere. You think I can find the damn thing? I was looking at it on eBay and stuff yesterday. I was looking at AliExpress had them. $297 for one. I think that's a bit ridiculous. And don't plan there on. Never going to sell any. eBay had them for like $30 odd or something like that. It's like even that's still a bit much for my liking. They only paid like $10 or $15 for my original one. Anyway, chips in. Relays. Let me find out if the right ones or not. Which way is which? It's got a square pad at this corner, so I believe it goes this way. What could possibly go wrong? If threw him backwards, what happens? Might have to go and refer to the manual for this just to be absolutely sure that that's right around. I wonder if I could do that more. Does that work better? Might end up going out of shot, that's all. Alright, where's the manual? Just want to see a decent picture of the relays. Yeah, I think that's right around. Yep, that's right around. Excellent. So it's a long, slow process building one of these things. Okay, so reload's done. So let's do some of this hardware. So we've got these screw terminals go along here. Which may or may not get used, but I'm going to install them all anyway. I'm just going to install everything. It can wobble around quite a bit actually, so I might need to look at how I'm going to line these and get them all nice and straight. If I squeeze them sideways, that lines them up like that. I've just got to try and solder them. So I'm going to be off camera for a minute whilst I hang over the edge of the desk. Yeah, that ain't working too well. I think once I get some solder on, it'll be alright. Then I've something to anchor them with. Okay. It's just about there. Okay. That's not too bad. Good enough. Trying to get it flow through to the back of the board as well, or the top of the board rather. It's nice I'm putting so much on. Right, good enough. Pretty straight. I don't know if I need to bolt these down or not. We'll see. I have to. It's not a big deal if I need to bolt them down. So, jack socket, stick one of those on. Looks good. One spare one. We have some PTCs. I'll put those on last because they stick out a bit. I don't want to snap them off. Got some headers, switches. Does need some jumper wires put on as well. Must not forget to do those, otherwise it won't work. So you've got a female header, which I think goes there, like that. There were some other ones as well. Those are the power supply ones. Got some other stuff down here too. Anyway. Here's one for desk again. I'll get that aligned. So you've also got these ones here. Now these need to be basically dead square, otherwise I'll have trouble assembling it onto the optional board here. That one there. So I have to make sure that all these line up perfectly. So as long as I get these dead vertical, it should be alright. There's a little bit of play in there, we'll see. I mean, I could always tweak them later on if I need to, I suppose. so that can go. Switches. Switch. I've got 4 of them and 1 of those. Why is one shorter than the rest? Curious. So that's LEDs. Buzzer. Where's the buzzer go? Over there. There's a big capacitor missing there too, I haven't put on yet. Got packaging for 1 buzzer. Positive side that way. Flies come to visit me. Go away. I've got some fly spray here. Now I've got the can in my hand. I bet the flies disappeared. There it is. I think I missed it. I like to generally spray because I end up getting stunk out. That's any problem. It's over here somewhere. Right. I'll check the chat since I'm sitting over here now. Oh, you're in trouble with that bloody lighting, are you? Yeah. Well, if I change to this light and turn this one off, is that better? Oh, that's much better. I should have done it before, shouldn't I? It could be because it's focusing on the extractor as well. But I've also got this zoomed in, so that's the proper view. That's the 100% view of the camera. So I've got it zoomed in, so it does actually reduce the quality quite a bit. I mean, that's what it should be showing. That will have an effect. Yeah, I mean, I'll leave it like that. Right. Georgie. I think I'll quickly go and grab myself another drink. I'll be right back. Another apple and cranberry sparkling soda. Not beer. That'd be later, maybe. I could have a beer later on, actually. I'll still streaming later on, might be, who knows. So let's look at these. So we've got yellow LEDs, red LEDs, spit part. These, what's this? This is a ZIF, isn't it? So I'm not sure yet if I'm going to put the ZIF straight on the board or not. Because if I put this in the case, I might need to raise it up. I figured it out. I'll just put the ZIF straight on. Is this going to get in the way if I put this on now? Probably not. Ping, ping. Right. So it goes this way around. Like that. I guess that's what that dot means, that side. I should double check, shouldn't I? Checking the manual. Yep, that is correct. And as that's pretty much the highest thing on the board, it should stay in place. Should better do that with it. So this is a high quality ZIF, some DigiKey rather than one of the ones I've been getting from China, which I've been using before and other things. Though they've been okay. They weren't robust really, I mean they worked alright. They probably won't last 20 years, or 10 years or whatever, but they've been okay for what I've been using them for. So it's actually quite nice to actually have a high quality one. I want to do this properly, you know. This is going to be something I expect to use for many years. My repairs and things like that, you know, because this can do so many chips I can test. Obviously it's designed around like retro computing, that's what it's based on. That's where it's born from, I think. But it covers so many things other than, you know. And another one I look at as well is the one that Curious Mark has shown, which is interfaced to a PC. You do it all through a command line, or through some kind of prompts, at least DOF prompts or something. Run command, it's all that kind of older style command. Sends serial data to it. So that's another one I'm actually thinking about as well. I did actually go and look at them. You know, I didn't actually go for it because I wasn't sure if I'd actually only get any benefit from it, because based on what I could see from its supported device list, this can do most of it, if not all of it, the ones that the other one could show as supporting. I think the other one had the advantage that it was actually tell you what the test voltages were, and you know what levels a chip would start to fail, you know, its actual thresholds for its on and off states. And I thought that would be a good advantage, you know, compared to what this could do. You know, you can see something's this borderline. It might kind of work, might not. Alright, these switches. Why is one a different height? The fly's still here. Little bugger. Where'd he go? I started going inside my drink bottle. Spray some around. I've got to scare it away. Right, it does show 4 tall switches. No, it actually shows 3 tall switches and 1 short one. This must be an early revision board. This has got an extra button on it. Yeah, okay, so the reset should be a short button. Alright, no worries, we'll do that. Hello, George. I almost didn't bother buying these buttons because I do actually have a bunch of them. I thought, well, I've actually got a stack already. I don't really need to buy any, but I thought, oh no, I'll just buy the ones that it's recommended for. You know, I'll just get these. Go down with it. So the previous Vision board didn't have this top function or function top option here. So it meant a bit harder usage of the menu system. You had to go around and around a bit, I think. And that was highlighted by someone in the video, and I reviewed it. And God, what was his name? Stefan, was it? I can't remember his name. Yeah, was that Stefan? Who did the actual design of these? He obviously then took that feedback on board and made a small change to the board, and added that feature in. I'm pretty sure I put these switches up around. Should I check? I'm pretty sure they only fit one way, don't they? Yeah, I'm sure they only fit one way. What could possibly go wrong by not checking? I also quite like these kind of standalone testers where you're not reliant on any kind of software or anything like that. You know, what you have on this board at the moment you build it is what you've got. In many ways I like that more because at least you know in 10 years time it will still work. You're not relying on software to support it. And it seems these days the current trend is to not have backward compatibility. Lots of things are no longer backward compatible. Like website stuff, that's for a great example. Old browsers just don't work anymore because they don't design to support it. You know, it's like website design. You know, oh, you have to have the latest features now to use this website. You can't even bloody load a text page anymore. You know, that sort of stuff on old machines. So that's something that really annoys me, I suppose. Lack of backward compatibility on things. Jumper links, we've got some wires here, I'll just chuck some in. Probably long enough. Lost one. That won't quite reach, which is a shame. Try and pick one up. This is going to be tricky, about burning my finger. The other one held in place quite nicely by itself. This one's dropping out. So I need a long link here. Might use one of these wires like this sort of thing. Just looking for a short one. Should do it. Always keep your offcuts. Come on, go in the hole. Let's get one installed in at least, and I'll sort the other one out after. So I think just long enough. Okay, what's next? LEDs. Oh look, 16 position dip socket. I guess it's the socket I got for this, is it? Or for over here? I don't know, we'll figure it out. Maybe it's what I should have put over here. That's not 16. Maybe that was probably for this, actually. I bet that's what it is for. It's one of these nice metal pin ones. Come on, come out. Yeah, it is. It's one of these. So, oh well, I didn't need to go and get one, did I? I had it here. Should look better. chat. Bluetech, yeah, I've seen people use Bluetech. Right. Yeah, really worry about the humidity of LEDs, don't I? I'll just keep them in the drawer. So I bought way more than I needed. There's a flat on this thing, the back there. Right. So it should be yellow for that one. If I put this in a case, I'm going to need to redo these LEDs. I'm wondering about doing something with these now. Because I probably won't leave it as a bad board. Probably will put a case on. Maybe I'll stand it off slightly. Or something. I don't know. Maybe I'll just let it sit flush with everything else like that. Maybe I'll do that. And get it to not wobble around everywhere. So that's the yellow ones. Let's make these red ones as well. Just let them sit natural height with everything else on the board. Try and get them straight as well, nice. Straight with each other. Okay, need a 100 microfarad cap over here. Might have one or two of those lying around. Is that going to be too high for the display? I've got two displays here. I do. I think they're identical. Different colours. No idea which one's which. Anyway, so these need headers put on them and then spaced off. So check it up with the alignment of those holes as well. These standoffs and headers. That's close. That's kind of sitting on that capacitor. Actually, it is kind of sitting on it. We'll have to fold it over. That's annoying. Right. Let's fold it over. Okay. Fold it over. So I was going to check before I cut the leads off. I'm not sure which display I'm going to use. I think one's white. I actually don't know. No, let's use one. We'll just try one, see what happens. Just plugs in after all. Certainly need some header pin. Done the LEDs and put them away. Spare display, we'll put that away. We've got these and headers. There are only one or two of these polyfuses. I think I only have one spot, which is that one. I've also got some other sockets here. Different kinds of plugs. I only see one footprint for those, so I think that's just the one. So header pins over the place, which I need to fit. Some there, over here, there, there. I'm not sure what the story is of this bit here. I think that's test points. We've got some other sockets here. So one of the things that did come with is a USB socket here. think it's supposed to go there. So you can power it from 5 volts. It's got these pins which sit straight at the back rather than being bent around though. Rather as well put them in and bend them. You're going to snap off? No, looks like it'll be right. No, it works fine. Excellent, solder it on. Make sure it's flowed through. Try not to overheat it at the same time. That's better. Okay. Getting it. Okay, thanks for dropping by for the house. Catch you later. You can't have any bugs. Static sound, interesting. Could be my phone. Don't know. My phone is nearby. I'll move it a bit further away. That might make a difference. Buzz tick tick tick. Yeah, that's 3G cellular signals getting into it. Right. So I'm just trying to think now what I've forgotten. I've got to do jumper pins. I'm not sure if I should do that other PCB or not. That power supply PCB. I don't think I need it. Depends on what chips you're testing. I think I will need to read that section. Right, which ones do I have? I was looking at the instructions now. Let's pull this up. So this is what I'm looking at. So this DC-DC converter module not required. That's that top board, right? So if I was only testing these devices only, I was testing everything, which is what I want to be doing. If I supply my own power supplies in here, I don't need the converter module. But I do want to use this. So those jumper pins should be left out, and I should build the module. But if I was using barrel jack, no, I want barrel jack for all chips. Okay, right, this is the one I want here, is this one there. So 7 out of 5 and some bits I put on there I didn't need to put on, but I wanted to have the whole board complete anyway, regardless, right? 7 out of 5 doesn't cost much, you know, it's a couple of dollars, so what? You know, have it on the board. Who knows what will change in the future. So I don't need to put in JP 1, 2, 3 or 4. They should be left out. Or I should put the pins on the board but not put the jumper plugs on. Let me have a look. So one, 2, 3 and 4 all underneath that circuit board when it goes in place, so all in this area here, just in there. So JP1 and JP4 are for the 7 out of 5 regulator. JP2 and JP3 are for the VCC supply in. From the USB port. So why would you have that open if you... It just means you can't use the terminals. JP3 is the common. So JP3 is the negative, JP4 is the positive. I might have to look at the circuit diagram, it might be easier. I was trying to see if I actually maybe should put them anyway. The VCC, which is JP2, I don't see any harm in fitting that. But this means you can't use both at once, right? Because that will be what screws it. But 3 is the negative side. Why would that matter? That isolates the MOSFET side of it, negative supply from the other side. Maybe it's got a floating rail, so maybe it does need to be disconnected because of that. Anyway, I'll follow the instructions. I'm just wondering why. I always like to see what options are available. Okay. So I need to build the DC to DC power supply as well. Leave those jumpers there off. I've got jumpers over here as well, which are for different ships. I don't even know if those are fitted anymore. Not sure. But there's not much left to do, so I'm pretty sure it's like a little rail in the centre of the board here, just there, which has got nothing in it. I'm pretty sure that's just test points. Ah, there's also the SD card header. Isn't it a spot for an SD card? Yeah. SD card. Micro SD cards. One of these. Oh, you know, I've got everything. What here? So what I think I'll have to do there is actually stand that off the board. Put some headers in there for that. Take the original headers off. And make sure I get the right way up. So I think I need to build this power supply board. I don't have a DC converter though. All I've got is this one here, which is a 7805 and a 7905. No, it does have a DC to DC converter. Which I don't have. I need to get one. Okay. I thought I would have bought those. Oh, I have to get those. I don't have them. So this puts me in an awkward position. I can't do testing yet. Well, that's annoying. My board doesn't look like this one. This is early version. That's for version 1. This is version 2.4, which allows for 2 different DC-DC converters. I think the rest of the board looks very similar, almost the same. Yeah, Andrew, here's again. So if I use screw terminals, I can provide 3 power supplies easy enough. Alright. So maybe we'll have to put those plugs in, put those jumpers in with the plugs for the time being. Programming is not what I'm interested in doing right now. Yeah. I haven't put my eyes in it either yet. Yeah, so this is what I was trying to find, was this. Does want a female header in there. And the SD card is in here, which this one doesn't show. There it is, there. So I put a header in there for the SD card as well. There must be a picture showing it, surely. Surely. Shows the socket. I can always plug it in. No, it's not a big deal. I'll just put a header in there for now. I'm not planning on using the SD card just yet, but I will need to do that. So let's get some more header and some pins. The male and female headers. Female header and male header. And jump plugs, that's what bring the whole drawer over. Okay. Back to that. Well, it's getting close to Magic Smoke time. It's been a long process. Still got to put the screen on as well, got to put headers on that. So I need a couple of these. I think I need some over here as well. Double check those. So I burn myself again. Come on. Get straight. This is where Blu-Tack would come in handy, actually. Use Blu-Tack because it's duly lit, wasn't it? See him using it. Come on, hold on. I'm just getting hot. Okay. It's close enough to straight. So I think I need males over here as well, so I'll double check that. The example picture does not have it on. Yeah, opponent's tape's another way of doing it. Helps if I push the right buttons on the right bit of software, doesn't it? Right, trying to find it in the manual now, so I'm trying to find another picture. So it's a newer board. I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to be putting on those headers on the right hand side there. Just looking through some more pictures further down. Obviously about adapters, stuff like that doesn't show up. Here we go. Right, I'll show you what I found. Over here, this is also a later revision. Onboard decoupling caps, so I need to install male headers on these as well. I guess it's just if you need them. Right. So I should fit those. But it looks like generally you wouldn't need to have a jumper fitted on them, or you might need to fit a jumper on one of them maybe. Yeah. Because it depends on the chip size, because it depends which link that goes to. It's obviously linking capacitor to the power supply rail. Right. So that answered that question. Still looking for the SD card. I think it is mentioned in here. And wrong program again. Shown there. So it's such a comprehensive manual. I mean, I think just about everything's in it. I could probably do like a search for SD card or something and I'd be finding it straight away, but I'm also flicking through because it might remind me of something or make me think of something. This manual is 179 pages, which is impressive. Yeah, this can do EEPROM programming as well now. Some EEPROMs anyway. Need a adapter for that. There we go, the SD card. There we go. So yeah, if I just put a female header in there, which is what I was going to do, but I was actually thinking about permanently installing it, but if I leave it just as a header, I can just plug it in when I need it, I suppose. Yeah, this is the kind of thing I was going to do. Was this? Oh, you can't see what I'm talking about. That one. Yeah, like this. So, this is what I had planned. This is the demo, example there. But this is what I think I'll probably do. Let's put a female header on there. Change the headers on this card because it do come with these right angle cards. Right angle headers on them when you get them. So I can take that off, put a straight header straight through. Then I can just plug it in and leave it in place like that. I think that's the plan. So there's a bit of extra work involved in doing it, but not a big deal. I think this might be for the older version. Yeah, this is referencing the older version, which doesn't have the SD card slot in here. Page 131, you reckon? Might be a different version I'm looking at compared to what you're looking at. I don't know. Suspensions testing. It might be a different page than one you're looking at. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to it. Disk. So yes, I need to get those bloody DC-DC converters. It's a shame. There's a thing I've hit here. I might use this. Working that one. Only waste one pin if I use that one. Use that one. So it's like the test point one, which I'm going to use as well. Potentially. How many pins is that? 6 pin? Got that right? Oh, I can't barely see. Tune myself. It's an easy way of doing it. Put it in there and cut off the one I'm using. Right there. Come on, stick. Okay. Getting it, so I need to do some pins across here. I also got to do the programming header over here. So cut this in half, I'll do 2 of them. I need 3 pins. Yeah, I'm afraid, yeah. Right. Need a dual header. It's a different drawer. So I also need to do headers on this. So yeah, I think. Yeah. Get some header pins. These don't need. No. I need some of that. The handles on the back of them. I think this I should just stick like there or something, so when it's time to use it I can just move it. One more. So I must have gone with another handle on it, surely. Right. I should show you again in a second. Drawing one there. .1. Okay. .1. Oh yeah. Yep. 6 minute stuff. Yep. Right. I don't know which ones of these headers I'm using in here. I'll have to look at that again. Draw in line. Yep. Want some of this. Right. I think that is basically all the parts on there. Yes, I'm pretty sure that is it. So I've just got to set up this, figure out how I'm going to power it, set this up, and I've got to mount this on there, get some spacers, stand that off there. Got this volume adjustment here for the piezo buzzer. We'll see how that goes. I might leave it in the centre position, which is where it is now. See if it's loud enough. Those pins are leaning over slightly. I'm happy with that. Let's just try and adjust them. Better. I think I should clean this board now. It's a tedious part, isn't it? Cleaning stuff like this. It's only really because it gets sticky otherwise. I mean, I could kind of probably stick this in ultrasonic cleaner. That would do it. Might give us a spray afterwards actually. Let's get the worst of it off like this and then give it a spray. Still lots of residue on here. Right. Alright, let's give the flush off, I think. Right, that'll have to do. I think I'm probably getting too fussy. Okay. Check the chat again. All quiet in chat. Right. So, we shall see what we need to do next. Jumper settings. Where was that? Let's change views. So for all this programming stuff. There's heaps of stuff in this manual. This keeps going and going and going. Should have made a note of which page it was, shouldn't I? I know I'm close. Right, so where's that chart? Here it is. So as I don't have the DC-DC converter, I have three options for powering it. Use screw terminals with all those jumpers open, barrel jack with all those jumpers open. Oh no, sorry, that's not right, I can't do that one. So I've got this option, and this option. I think I need to go for this one here. Alright, so using screw terminals, all the jumpers are open. So the DC converter module is obviously a boost converter. So what I could probably do right now, if I look at this setup here, I have this installed. DC converter isn't installed, so I can use barrel jack or USB 5 volt. So all the jumpers on, and then power it off USB, and I can test chips straight away with that. That should just work to use testing. I think that's the way we should go. I'll put the jumpers on. This ball's still not clean enough. I'm happy with it. I'll come back later on and just do it again. Of course, the flux clean. I'm supposed to take flux off, but it's not a very good job. Anyway, put the jumpers on. Just so I take this upside down. Oh, I seem to have gained a jumper. I set my phone over there. Fell off. So I'll do that and power it from USB. I might just leave it off for now, don't need it. And this will need some spaces. What size spaces do I need for this? So I do have brass and nylon. Could use either one. It seems like the right one. Text 3. Some 3.5 mils here somewhere. Where are you on? 3.5 mils. 3 mil. 3.5 from. That's not a set I'm looking for. That's weird. We're missing a set. Oh well. Need a couple of screws. Any nuts in there? No nuts. Nuts. Ugh. I could use brass one for this, but I thought I'd go for nylon. So he's not so better than others. Close to being ready to test it. Screwdriver just works. Just does the job. Find the right knife over now. Sit between those two. Oh, size is that? How long? There it is. Can't use that too tight, I might snap the nylon off. Little strip, like that one is. Okay, I think we're just about at the point where I can power this thing up off 5 volts. I think we're there. Okay. Let's tidy up. Need a longer wire. This is significantly longer than we need, but I'll do the job. And I've had this thing on the wrong view the whole time, you can't see a damn thing. pretty slack on that. There you go. Actually, I might even zoom in a bit. Sorry everyone, that's stupid of me. Okay. Let's plug this in. Moment of truth. Drawing almost no power and nothing on display. Let's adjust the contrast. Hopefully that's all that's wrong. One screw off first. Here we go. Have a display, although it looks like this display might have an issue. Oh, maybe not. Showing other dots in there. Okay. So, what should I check for? DRAMs, common, FIFO, EEPROM, PROM, logic. Here we go, logic chips. Let's get a logic chip. $4,000 series. I've got loads of those. In fact, hold on, I think I've got some sitting over here. Got a bunch of them sitting here, which I'm not sure if these are 4,000 or 7,400s. These are waiting to be checked. Can't read anything on that one. Probably fakes, you see, that's why I wanted to check them. 7400 series. Back. Logic. 7400. Okay. It's 157. It's going to take a while. Oh, there's 157. Oops. Get on the way. One 155, 156, 157. Okay. Chip okay. Passed. Excellent. Good chip. Now my other tester couldn't actually test this thing. We've also got these. I think it's all supposed to be 157s. Yes, there's another one. Yep, passed. Another one. Yep. Excellent. So it's working. Now some of these I'm not sure of. I'm not sure what they are. The markings are awful. Can't even read the damn markings. It's like they've been etched off. And then I think that's a fake chip. I'm pretty sure it's a fake chip. Same deal on this one. This one's supposed to be a 7400. So an actual 7400. Now my tester said no, so we'll find out. It says it's okay. So that's a pass as well. Over here I've got, I think the beeper's actually a bit quiet on this. There's a bunch of other chips which I'm not sure are real. These are 90s, 7490. Put that in. $74.90. Test that one. Chip failed. I said no. So my tester also said no good as well. Yep. That says no. Right, so we've got two testers now that both said these are no good. And these are brand new chips. But they're from China. Fake. Must be fake chips. Let's check another one. Nah. So, yep, okay, that's what I thought. 74 LS90N. Two testers have now said they're no good. So I believe they are no good. Fake chips. But excellent, that's why I got this thing. I definitely do have some issues with display on this though. I've got some bad lines just over here as well. Might be a dodgy display. Yeah, there we go. If I'm squeezing on here, it's coming back. So it needs to be clamped down a bit harder. You probably can't see it on screen though. The squeeze just there. See this row, or that column rather. There you go, now it comes back. Easily fixed. I just have to take it back off again and tighten those lugs up on the back. But hey, it works. Excellent. I'm happy about that. So happy it told me these are a bunch of fake chips. And these are good ones. But that's been a productive day. Long time getting there, but productive day. So I do need to look at building this power supply module to go on top here. I'm going to have to get those parts and obviously doing this SD card thing. I have to finish those bits off. I'll do that today, I don't think. But we'll go and put these chips here away with the rest. I sorted these out yesterday. 74LS157s. I'm just about to squeeze them in there. My drawers are pretty full. And what's the other one? 7400. Yeah, something like that. Squeeze them in there, don't we? Right. Excellent. It would be nice if this auto-detected though. I don't know if it does auto-detection. If you get a chip which has got bad markings, you can't really read it. Maybe it's something beneficial. Let's read through the menus here. Custom definitions, programming, service, SRAMs. Yes, I'm going to right now. DRAMs. FIFOs, EEPROMs, yes, come back right behind. So yeah, cool, it works. I'm really happy about that. I need to do something about this board to support it, maybe put some feet on it or something. So it's got a better base. Not going to short out on anything you may be seeing on a desk, that kind of stuff. But that's good. Is this contrast as good as I want? Yeah, it kind of is really. Cool. Excellent. Yes, that's working. Yeah, dodgy chips are everywhere, definitely, Greg. Those ones came from AliExpress. The markings look really good. They actually looked like real chips. I couldn't fault them. I was pretty confident they were okay, but then when I tested them, there was no go. It just, my tester, my little Chinese tester which I use, that worked quite well. And obviously this also has said no good. So it's two testers which I trust. I think I trust this one. That said no good. So built it, worked first time. That's pretty good. Happy with that. Fix it in post. Yeah, fix it in post. Yeah, we'll just cut that piece out completely. Yeah, you can't trust chips. I mean, the only time we can really trust chips when you get them from like RS or M14 or DigiKey or Mauser or something like that. You're right, some mainstream supplier who have known sources. You're back after 5 hours sleep. Good on you. And what you get from China sometimes is fine. Sometimes they're second, so that is the right chip, but maybe it doesn't quite meet its specs. Sometimes it's been laser etched off and remarked, which is what a couple of those chips had on them. The actual top was rough, and then when I've cleaned them, because they're barely readable, could barely read them, I've cleaned them, the markings have gone completely, and now it's just a flat, plain chip with nothing on top of it. Yeah, I'll fake anything, exactly. I don't see the point of doing cheap stuff. It's like, this is crazy. I can understand them faking more expensive parts, I can understand that. But general everyday parts which are easy to get, why bother? I suppose there's some kind of money-making scheme there. I don't know. But anyway, the chip tester worked. I think I need another coffee. Yeah. GPU replacements and chips are fake. Oh wow, that's bad. Right, I'm going to make myself a coffee and come back, tidy up, and look at what the next thing will be. We'll keep going. So don't go away, I'm going to be right back. It's a fly. Ought to come in right ahead of me. There's the fly spray gone. Got like 2 flies in the house, but I die. Where's it gone? There it is. That definitely got it. We'll get it again, just to be sure. That was a bit loud. I bet that was loud. Actually, I've got these SN7406s. which I need to test. Let's hook this back up again. Just check that. Still won't have to kill the ball. We'll check these on it. These are Chinese parts, so we'll see if these come up, eh? Also, I need to fix this display as well. I need to do that. So, logic. 7400. 7406. Okay. 7406. Test. Good. Appears to be your chip. Know what? If two and test okay, then I'll say I assume they're all good. Yep, good. Excellent. So those chips are not fake. It's actually kind of surprising. I actually organised all these yesterday, and I knew I had some more 7406s around. Where are they? 7406. If I can get the drawer open again. Pretty crammed in there. Fours, sixes are in here. Yeah, my parts drawers are very, very full these days. I don't know why that is. I don't understand how I keep running out of space. I really can't figure that out. Now I've got to try and get this drawer shaking. Hey, shut. Okay. Go get my coffee. I'll come back. Okay, back. Let's get tidying up so we can do some more. Me tidying up is probably not the most exciting thing to be going on. So, won't take me long. Just need to tidy up before I start the next thing, otherwise it gets ridiculously messy. I've got to fix that display, that's right. Give it a minute. It used to be better organised until I messed around with it. Let's put this display back off again. Those are rubbish, throw those away. Because they're all crap. Hit pin stuff. So I might leave this off until I need it. So I can put that on. Doesn't really fit that well. Leave that off. By the way, Cat. I've got this really nice set of Pomona screwdrivers over here, and yet I keep finding myself repeatedly coming back to these ones, so I just find them really convenient to use. Cheapest little set, not great, but I've had them for so many years now. I suppose it's just like fall apart, just go and use them. Anyway. Let's fix this display. Shouldn't have to fix a brand new display, but hey. Yeah, because it's right in the middle here. It's already pulled down quite hard. Let's try doing it a bit harder. See if that's done it. Yep, that fixed it. That's what I needed. Bit of a tweak. That's all good now. Now what am I going to do with it? I've got to put it somewhere. I think I need to get some kind of base to put on, even if it's like a block of wood even. I don't know, it needs to go on top of something. Definitely needs to go on top of something. I might have to 3D print a case for it. In fact, I don't think I can 3D print that big. No, it's bigger than I can 3D print. So I have to think about this. You know, 3D printing something in sections is always fun. There's probably someone who's already done one. There's a good chance someone's already designed one for it. Shit, chat. Yeah, that one there. Yeah. Does bug spray cure intermittent ants? This ant traps has like little ant traps you put down. You put some fluid in it. It's like ant killer stuff. Ants will come and eat it. Then I take it back to the nest and it kills the nest. It might take a while, but that's what I've used. Yeah, programming bugs. Yeah, you want to kill those bugs. Yeah. Still got it here. I'm not sure I've seen the last of that fly yet. Definitely need this coffee though. So this is now my officially longest stream ever. It's now been over 8 hours. I think the cat's noticed too. Want some attention? Yeah, I've been ignoring the cat for too long, I think. This cat's a bit needy. So what I'll do for the time being, I think, is put the micro SD card module back and put all this back in the cake box I've got here for the parts. I have to source those parts. Put this away. So what we're going to work on next? That's the next question. What is going to be the next thing we play around with? Not the camera. Not like you saw it because I've got it on the wrong one anyway. Right. So I'm just tidying up, not really missing anything exciting. So what's the next thing we're going to play with? Is it going to be the Keithley 225? That was the next. I think it was the next highest thing to look at. Was it? Was it the HP 400E? I must do another poll. Do another poll. 2 more hours and YouTube would kick me. Really? You sure? Well, I guess we'll find out. Okay. Right, next poll. I don't know if it's 10-hour limit, I'm not sure. Anyway, poll is up. Two fans being together, well, okay. But I can turn it off. There we go. That's the soldering iron off. You will still hear other fans. I've got my UPS under the table. I've got a NAS behind my screen on my desk here, which is only a couple of feet away from the mic. You'll hear that. My computer's got some fans in it which are fairly noisy. Anyway. Oh, this so far 2 votes only. Come on, people, vote. What are we going to do? Oh, there we go, 3 votes. Everybody vote. What are we going to do next? I'm going to see how long I can go for. I mean, if YouTube kicks me off, YouTube kicks me off. But, okay, Peter, I didn't realise you're still there. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Yeah, so we'll see how long we can go for. Maybe until I get so bad I can't see properly anymore, aren't I? My eyes get tired these days. Didn't used to. Alright, next coffee gone. Didn't last long. Come on, we've only got 3 votes. There's 14 people watching currently, apparently. Come on, people. Use the poll. See what we're going to do next. I don't think 3 votes is enough to actually generate a consensus. Need a few more yet. So which one are we going to do? The cheap multimeter accuracy testing. This is a multimeter I've got sitting here, which I'm actually really amazed by. I picked this up. Oh God, must be close to 20 years ago, right? Must be at least 20 years ago I've had this thing. And myself and a mate picked one up, and I just wanted one for in the car, you know, emergency meter sort of thing. Anyway, it's still in this box. I've only used it a couple of times, and I was clearing out my car, so I'm going to sell it, and I was transferring stuff into my new car, and I pulled it out. I thought, well, how good this meter actually is. We should check its accuracy, see how good it is, because it's got all these things on it. It does amps, milliamps, transistor testing, does HFE, you know. Volts, obviously, AC and DC volts, and resistance, and diode test. No continuity tester, but I don't know. Don't know if it does beeping, but I've only used it for measuring voltage. Everyone else is sleeping. 6 AM in the year. Yeah. Nearly midnight in Canada. Oh yeah. So this time, one of the things I was thinking of is checking this out and seeing how good this is. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. I don't know. So there's the HP 400E AC voltmeter. That needs a bit of a refurb. Needs a new power cable and that sort of stuff. We've got the HP 350D, which is just an attenuator, which basically needs testing more than anything else. Just hooking up, testing it, verifying it's actually okay. I need to hook this up to a 600 ohm generator. So I actually have one. I've got a Marconi wide range oscillator, which I refurbed 4 years ago, I think. It might still be right. I haven't used it since then. So I could use that as a generator for this to check the input and check the output and see if it's attenuating what the correct amounts to a limit. I won't be able to do everything. And then I've got this Keithley, which these things are sitting on top of, which you can't really see just there, which is a current source, which needs a lot of work as well. So this will be doing videos on these 3 things. Maybe not this one, I don't know. I might do a video on that, I'm not sure, but definitely videos on these 2. And a video on the altimeter as well for doing. Right, everyone's got 5 votes for Keithley now. 5 votes, 4 for Keithley. That kind of says it all, doesn't it, really? Everyone wants to look at the Keithley. I guess we're doing the Keithley. And another one. Right. Let's go to the desk. Georgie! My cat's being here. Anyway. See, I'm still here after 8 hours. So is George. Silly old cat. I'm sure she's a bit senile. She's getting very, very needy these days. So this needs a lot of work. I know that straight away. I haven't opened this thing up yet, haven't powered it up. I've done nothing at all with it yet. So let's just try and get a better camera shot. Try and get one. Okay. Also need to record video on this. Get rid of that. Old power cord can go. They can go in the bin. Right. Actually, I might change to the other camera since I'll be recording video anyway. That's not the right camera. I want this one. Why do I always turn it the wrong way around? I don't know, I always do. Right. Photo. Always do a photo first. It's easy to do a photo after I've done a restoration or something and bought it to look a bit nicer. Not so easy to go back in time when it's still dirty and looking a bit bad. Anyway. Right, I'm going to do a repair and restoration on this thing. This is a Keysight 225 current source. I haven't powered this up yet. I've done nothing at all with it. I basically unboxed it when I got it and had it sitting around for a while. Things like this power cord is knackered. You know, the actual wires are exposed in here. This is like super dangerous. So yes, it needs a bit of work. These knobs are a bit yuck. They've got like residue on them and these need to come off. I think and be cleaned properly. I'm a bit concerned that maybe the plastics are failing. So that may be a problem. We'll see. Hopefully I can restore them and keep them nice. It may be a case of cleaning them up and then maybe coating them with something to stop the air getting to it, or UV and what have you. Because it could be the plastics just on the last legs. I don't know. But that's going to be a problem because otherwise you can't read what the digits say. On the back, I've already changed to 240 volt or 230 volt, which is the option. Oh, it's got one of these. That's nice. So I need to replace this power cord. I can't plug it in its current condition. It isn't safe to do that. The power cord itself might be alright. I might just need to put a plug on the end of it. But then the fact it's split and done this, maybe it won't be. I don't know. I don't know. It seems kind of okay. It looks like it's just right at the end there where it's been stressed. So anyway, we'll open this up. See what's in it. Also, if it's your first time here, don't forget to click like and subscribe and click the bell icon. Because those sorts of things mean you get to see my future videos and even follow-up videos. If I don't do this in one video, then you might see the, or you want to see the follow-up videos where I do fix it, hopefully. So make sure you click subscribe. I hope it's not a total disaster in here. Who knows? I don't even know how old this thing is. I think I've got a electronic manual for this, like a PDF or something. I think I've got one. I think I have. Don't have a physical manual. If I can get a physical manual, I will actually get one. Okay. Interesting. Here's what's inside. So the PCB is actually suspended, so if I need to get the bottom of the PCB, it looks like I can take the bottom cover off. There's the rest of the PCB there. So actually, maybe I should do that and just check this. This is interesting. Maybe it just latches in. Some things do that. Yeah, it's a latch. That's unlatched, I think. Oh, look at that. How's that for design? Oh yeah, this one just wasn't put in the right place, so it wasn't actually latched anyway. Okay. So look at the bottom. It's got a spiral cap in there. No reefers here. Well, at least not on the bottom of the board. It's got a couple of carbon resistors in there that may be in need of replacement. But on the surface it looks okay. Nothing's jumping out being, you know, something I need to worry about. This wiring on here is a bit interesting though. Mains wiring is anything I'm looking at, which looks a bit dodgy. Looks like someone's already replaced the cable once. Or done something with it anyway. So, decent sized transformer. Windings aren't very tightly packed, I don't think. I don't know. It's interesting. A couple of paper caps. These are interesting. I'll have to look into those in a bit more detail, I think. So C206 and C205 they're called. I'll have to look at those, find out a bit more about them. There are no markings I can see. That always makes it interesting. But otherwise it actually looks quite nice in there. A little bit of the surface dust, not much. So there's a few electrolytics in here which I should probably look at and see if they actually need replacing. They probably do. Alright, let's have a look to see what we've got here. C211, 141 microfarad, 0.09 dissipation. Well, on the surface that looks alright, but it is in circuit. ESR 1 ohm, yeah, it's probably alright. Now these axial Phillips, or these blue caps, I think they're Phillips caps anyway, they're blue. They can be problematic. It's another 140. 0.8 ohms and 150, 1.4 ohms. Just measure this one again, or this one backwards. It probably doesn't matter, but I just want to do it anyway. Make sure it's always the same. Yeah, okay. So there are some differences in these caps. So 1.4 ohms versus 0.8 ohms for the one next to it. So they're all varying very slightly. Value is supposed to be 100 microfarad. 40 volt, at least on two of them. I can't see the third one. That's 100 as well. So they're basically all up by like 40 to 50%. Being slightly higher, I wouldn't be too worried about, but 50% higher is getting up there. I think that's a sign of these caps being too old. They need to go. That cat's going to do my head in. Bibby! That's the cat which you can still hear. Bibby! What you doing? Come on. Right. Cat is silenced. For now. All my cats are going a bit nutty, I think. So are those the only electrolytics in there? I think they are. There's 3 electrolytics in the whole thing, apart from those 2 massive ones here. I'm assuming they're electrolytics, but there's no markings on them. Could be paper caps, in which case it's probably not going to be an issue unless they're getting particularly bad. Or maybe there's wax in them. Could be wax caps. Yeah. Just trying to determine the pinouts of these. Where are they? Yeah, I think there's a 2 terminals. 2 terminal caps. Terminal there, terminal there. One there, one there. Oh, that might be 4 terminal, actually. There's one there, one there, one there, one there. Same pattern. These are 4 terminal caps. That could be interesting, especially if I don't know what they are. Okay. Well, we've got some electrolytics which look like they need to be replaced. So 100 microfarad. At 40 volts, which is what these are. And I've got these other ones which might be better. What are these? I've got loads of these. 50 volt rated, 100 microfarad, the size of these. 105 degree rated. I'd rather use ones which are identical. So I should probably get out ones which are identical. That one there. Alright. Let me find out what those big caps are. Is it, well, I say C205 was it? 206 and yeah, 205. Just gotta find out what those are. Yeah, those caps are like the full terminal cap size. Just want to check those out. I'm pretty sure I've already got a manual for this. This electronic one. Keithley 225 current source. Here we go. I usually get the manuals as soon as I buy the gear. Right. This has got 38 pages in it. Block diagram. Are they batteries? Surely not. Placeable parts, looking for C205, C206. Did I go whizzing past them? No. Right. 140 microfarad, 150 volt cap. EMC. So EMC cap. So I've got 150 microfarad of the axial. Well, you've got 100 or 220 microfarad of radial. Not sure about the voltage part though. Those could be hard to replace, so I might not have the parts I need for that. I have to check. I may not have the right capacitors. The layout. Come on, circuit diagram must be here somewhere. Right, where are those caps? C205, C206. So these are just power supply smoothing. Okay. So it's plus and minus 130 volt rail, looks like. So 140 volt rated. Is that what it were? 140 volt? No. 150 volt rated caps, weren't they? 140 microfarad, 150 volts. So, okay, so they're not overly critical. It's also got some 100s in here. So 130 comes up here and here. Right. So they can probably be changed to a different value without too much trouble. Increasing the value shouldn't really matter. As long as it's capable of smoothing this rail out. 150 volt, I thought it would be pretty close. Let's get closer. You can probably see a bit better now. Yeah, so these are the two caps here, those paper ones. Yeah, low SI caps blow stuffing out diodes. Yeah, potentially. Inrush current could be quite harsh on them. But only 140 microfarad, they're not that big. Mind you, on the voltage, it's got a lot of energy you're talking about, I suppose. Caps going to the mains line needs to be changed. There's no caps on the primary side here. Yeah, there's no primary side caps on this at all. Yeah, absolutely nothing. It's all secondary side. So nothing to change, it looks like. Right. I don't really trust those really old paper caps. They could be absolutely fine, but I don't trust them. See, 207, 208 of 100 microfarad. Which are two of the ones I should have touched, I think. And what else is there? There's nothing up there. So those, even those aren't that critical. And then you've got another 100 microfarad over here. QA201, that's concerning. What the hell is that? Never heard of one of them. Some kind of regulator. It looks like it's got 12 volts here. Power supply adjust. We've also got this one here. Just smoothing 10 microfarad. There are some more caps in here. 10 microfarad caps. Where are they? Where to find those? Okay. And this part, which is upside down. So look around, see if there's anything else which jumps out as things we need to worry about. No, that's still looking pretty basic. So that's a plus or minus 130 volt coming in here. So these are being controlled by this line here. And that line there, it's saying there and there, the control lines, I think. Bias adjustments. Right. I'm just looking to see if there's any more hidden electrolytic caps. Nothing's jumped out at me yet. Okay, I think that must be it. Yeah, no more diagrams there. Okay. So those other two caps. No, it's upside down again because that one page is upside down. So 215, 216. Hey, Christian. They're not paper caps, just a paper sleeve. Yeah, could be. Certainly interesting style. And it's electrolytic. Maybe it's like a oil capacitor. Oh no. Where are those other resistors? Other capacitors. 215, 216. Oh, they're tantalums. Okay, there's some tantalums in here. Right, they're probably fine. I won't worry about changing those. There's a bridge rectifiers. I suppose I'll just check all the diodes and the bridge rectifiers are alright. There's two of those, not three of those. Okay. Let's change views again. Back here. My camera's just probably getting really close to shutting off. So I'm looking around, just checking the circuit diagrams and just verifying some things. So these capacitors here aren't too critical, they're just cross power supplies, just smoothing. I've also got these tantalums up here for extra filtering. I'm not going to worry about changing tantalums, they're probably fine, I've got no reason to suspect them. At least not at this point. These capacitors here are still a bit of a mystery, but these are basically 140 microfarad, 150 volt caps. They're across a 130 volt power supply line. So it's quite a critical section. I don't think these are any good yet. I'm going to do some testing. I might just chuck a multimeter across them, see if I've got leakage with a multimeter. Then I'll check the capacitance as well. And I don't know, if they measure okay, they don't seem untowardly bad, I might leave them alone. I don't know what the hell they are. It's some kind of electrolytic bodies. They're polarised capacitors at least. Maybe not electrolytic, but they're certainly polarised. So, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I'm not familiar with them. Maybe it's a wax or oil capacitor or something, I don't know. But, yeah. Anyway. What I want to do first is check these bridge rectifiers. There's 3 bridge rectifiers. I'm going to check those, make sure I look okay before I do anything else, just before I forget about them. Because I won't forget about doing capacitors. So I've got caps here ready to replace those 3. And I'll measure these. So I'll test those first, replace these 3 caps, then we'll test these and see what they come out like. And if it all looks okay after that point, I will have to find another plug. I used one earlier already. Don't know if I've got another one. I think, yeah, I do have another plug somewhere. And I put a new plug on this lead. And we'll then be able to power it up and see what happens. But first things first, let's do some more testing. So there. Which is the AC side? I want to get my head around this before I lose the plot. So pin 1 is DC. And that's got the square pad. Okay. No, ones we've got to do. I've got to do the one each side of the square pad. That would be the AC side. So DC to AC. AC. Yeah, okay. In my head. Got it. If only still taller. See my newly modified 175, which has got a backlight button. Bet you wish your 175 had a backlight button. Right. Diode test. Actually, I might shove this over here and adjust this very slightly. We'll do this. Let's make it easier for the reach. So, chest of diodes in this bridge rectifier here. Nothing. 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 That looks good so far. That's fine. That's fine. That one's all good. Next one. That's all fine. Last one. Yep, all the bridge rectifiers look good. So don't have to worry about those. Nothing untoward's happened, probably. Because usually you get a major power supply fault, those little bridge rectifiers, they will blow. I've seen those very similar ones to that, at least. The same physical package and size, but different type. I've seen those blow in the Datron multimeters. So I like to check those round ones because I know they do fail quite easily. Let me go and shut this cat up. Right, chat. Bang. Yeah, there probably just could well be a medium underneath that paper. So I'm going to check now, actually, whilst I've got the meter here and everything, let's check these capacitors because they're interesting. But they do actually have 4 terminals, which makes them even more interesting. There's no short. I'm assuming I'm on the right terminals here. That's charging up. What's that terminal doing? It's the other way. Okay, so that terminal there is connected to this one. These are linked together. Which means this one here should be the same. It is. So I'll try and show you what I'm doing on the camera. Get you a better shot. So can you see this one here, that terminal there? Yep. So these are the 2 main terminals, as this terminal here is also connected to this one. These are the 2 connections. They're common. So that must be like the negative rail, or the negative side of the capacitor. That one's probably negative as well, is it? Yes it is. So that one is likely to be positive. I've seen the same, or very similar setup on the Fluke 343A. That particular piece of test gear had very similar kind of style. I'll start this again. So the Fluke 343A had very similar style capacitors where they have 3 terminals which are all connected together. So that's exactly what I was kind of expecting. And then one which is separate, which is this one here. So it could become positive, could become negative. I really don't know. But it's passing through the capacitor. So if I do check these capacitors out, I will have to add links between these to make sure that these don't get missed. Because it is basically passing through. It's using the capacitor as a jumper because there's a whole bunch of tracks come through here. And so it's going one side through the capacitor, back up the other side. So it's acting like a jumper. Right, so if I do replace these caps, then I need to make sure that I put links in. Let's do this now. I think about it. God, this screen's dirty. It's not any better. The screen's really greasy now. Capacitance series, capacitance on dissipation I'll do for now. I'm guessing the negative is passing through, so I'll stick negative there, positive on that one. I think it really matters anyway. 120 microfarads, that's reading slightly lower. 0.2 dissipation. Yeah. Right, so I'm just checking this capacitor here. It's reading 120 microfarad, 0.2 dissipation. Let's see what the ESR comes out as. 0.3 ohms. It's not looking that horrendous, really. Capacitance is down though. Stick that on there. Stick this one on here. I can get it to stick on there. Yeah, here we go. 120 microfarad again. Ah, mind you, I'm at 1 kilohertz. I've got the wrong frequency on here. Wish this thing would default to 100 hertz. So 0.3 ohms. Okay, just go down to 100 hertz. This might explain why. There we go. 135 microfarad, 1 ohm ESR, and dissipation 0.09. That looks absolutely fine, really. These caps might be absolutely fine. We'll do this one again because I messed up the frequency. 135 microfarad, 0.09. Yeah, it looks alright. ESR, 1 ohm. These two caps look exactly the same. So, the fact they're both exactly the same, there's nothing there looking bad, I think they're fine. I think I can avoid having to change those for the time being. I've got no reason to suspect them. Yeah, good. Don't have to mess around with them. Bad memories of tantalums, yeah. Indeed. My Datron calibrator, my 4700, that had lots of bad tantalums in it. I had to replace every single tantalum in that thing. Every single one of them. And there was a lot of them. Right. So, we shall now take out those capacitors that we're looking for. Which I need to find. Down here somewhere. One over here somewhere. I think it's here. That one there. Yeah. One right there. Are there any markers on the board for polarity? Yes there are, and it agrees with the capacitor as with the top ones. Okay. Always pays to check that. There's a bit of dust in here. Probably use a bit of a brush up actually. Before it's like soldering and make it all go everywhere. Brush. It's my special anti-static paintbrush. Figure some brushing is better than none. It wasn't that bad, it's just a little, very slight film. It's not too bad. Okay. That up. So where's the other two? Up here. It's also marked on this side of the board as well. There we go. There's a positive there, positive there, positive there. Nice. And these replacement capacitors are a lot smaller. Well, I check for any resistance leakage. Something I've purchased is a high voltage tester. Although I've also got that one I built years ago. (215) and 216 are plus or minus 12 volt supply. Yes. So that's a fair call. Saying it's potentially messing up one of them. Yes. I suppose I could check for those tantalums being shorted out, couldn't I? At least check what the rating is. So 12 volt supplies. Yeah, look at that then while I think about it. 35 volt tantalums. 35 volts. I expect they'll be absolutely fine. I'd be very surprised if there's a problem with these because they're 35 volts. Completely open, nothing at all. Same again. No, they're both fine. There's a couple of other ones down here, might as well test them as well. Nothing there. Nothing there. No shorts on those tantalums. So I was just discussing stuff with the live chat people and in the live stream I'm doing whilst I'm recording this. So we've got these 4 tantalums over here, which you can kind of see if I get the lighting right, maybe. I just measured these for shorts and stuff like that. There's no shorts on these 4 tantalums, they're all absolutely fine. These are a 12 volt rail each one, plus or minus 12 volt rail, and there's a 35 volt tantalums. So they're basically triple the rating, which is fine. If they're 25 volts, 16 volts, I'd be really worried about them. 25 volts, I'd be a little suspicious. 35 volts, I'm pretty comfortable with. So they're probably fine. They're not likely to have ever been stressed to their limits. What tends to happen, at least this is what I believe is what happens, is you'll get a power supply issue where you get a lot of ripple coming through the rails because the electrolytics let go and the electrolytics stop smoothing the supply rails out properly, and then you get a lot of ripple coming through. And that ripple voltage then stresses the tantalums, which then makes tantalums blow up. So that's what I believe is what happens with them. So having a big tolerance on them is very important. You know, if you're close to the supply rails, you're likely to get an excessive ripple voltage on across them, and then it will stress them and they blow. They don't like being over voltaged. Right, let's get this thing out. If I find where it was again, because I've lost it. There we go, over here. It's bent over, of course it is. Very slightly. Okay, it's moving around, so it's free. Let's go get it out. Tweezers. There's no trace on top of the board, so I don't mind giving it a pull. Yeah, does not want to come out. Just like a lump on the end of these legs. It's almost like they've been squashed flat. Like they've been crimped. Yeah, let's do this. Look at that, that's much easier. You capacitor. So this is slightly higher voltage rating, same capacity rating. pull these leads a bit tighter because they're slightly bent. We've been trying to get it lined up to the holes. Okay. I won't solder it yet. I'll do them all in one go. Let's get these top ones out. Which are up here. It's probably got the same problem. They've been crimped. That's what it looks like they've been done anyway. Come on. There we go. Now, once it's wobbling around, I'm happy. Yeah, it should have been crimped. Yeah, these don't want to pull out either. Yeah, it's like maybe it's the way the tool works on these legs, but it squashes it a little bit and cuts it off. So maybe it's a special tool I use for that. So I'm gonna have to cut these off. Like this. Hopefully not these bits go places. I can grab hold of it. There you go. There's one. And there's the other one. Okay, let's put these ones in. I'll get these positioned, I'll come back. Now, a few years ago, I actually built a high voltage leakage tester. Actually, I should probably talk about this in my video. So a few years ago, I built a high voltage leakage tester. It's just an Arduino project. Used a voltage multiplier circuit. Pretty simple design, really. And I actually sent one to Julian Illet and Big Clive. I sent them like some chocolates and a cup as well. Turns out Julian doesn't drink coffee, so the cup was no good to him. But yeah, so that was an interesting project. So you can actually hook it up to capacitors and see what the leakage current was in them. But it wasn't super sensitive. It wasn't probably enough to be that useful. I might actually revisit that project one day and actually have another look at it and see if I can do something with it to make it better. You know, maybe just sticking an op amp in there. I think the original design did have an op amp in it. Yeah, I did actually allow for one, but I didn't end up using it. So maybe I will actually revisit that part of it. Straighten this leg up a little bit better, make it look nicer. Okay, let's solder these in. So that's something I can actually use on these caps, for example, and actually see, you know, once they've charged up, how much leakage there is. But the resolution wasn't great. Actually, I'm going to stick some flux on these. This is old. So I only had like a 1 milliamp resolution and what have you, but which is probably okay. But yeah, I may look at that again. I've got it in my drawer over here. I've actually got it here. It works. Just got to plug it in and use it. But I wasn't as happy with it as I wanted to be. You know, it didn't quite give me the result I wanted, really. Mainly from the high voltage side of it, it wasn't really powerful enough. Any significant current draw, it just sucked the voltage right down. I mean, it made it really hard to actually get the voltage levels right. Then it shouldn't really need much current. Once the capacitor's charged up, it should, you know, the voltage should come up anyway. It was doing that. Oh, I've got a new toy to play with, which I haven't unboxed yet, which is related to that, so I'll probably revisit all that at the same time. Alright, so soldered. Get the rest of this residue off here. Alright, that should be good. So that's that part done. Those capacitors changed. Big caps I'm fairly happy with. Like I said, they looked alright. I'm not worried about those. I mean, I would like to change them. I don't have a reason to though. I mean, these are 148 microfarads, so I'd probably have to increase it slightly if I've got something big enough. What's this one? 50 volt. I probably do have something in here I can use. Let's try and get the drawer open now. So it's 100 volt there, or 400 volt here. I think I've got some more of these actually put away. So I'm pretty sure I've got some more of these. I need 150 volt, but there's heaps of space. 400 volt, massive compared to what's in there. Yeah, I'll think about it. I might revisit that. Go on, drawer. Shut. There we go. Okay. Two of these. 120 microfarad, 400 volt. Couple in. It's close, isn't it? Anyway. Right, I'll come and check the chat. The fuse. Look at that, it's got a resistor inside it. Interesting. Never seen one of those before. Anyway, must be original. That's pretty small text. I'm certainly struggling with that more these days. One-quarter amp, I think it says. Yeah, 1/4 amp. Well, definitely nothing smaller than that. Come on, in you go. Right. Power cable. Well, it's in. It's kind of alright. Soldering isn't wonderful. Sure, it's been changed at some point. This doesn't look at all factory. It looks pretty awful actually. Let's change bits. So in the back here, this wiring here for the power cable, it's not great. It's pretty badly soldered, so I'm just going to fix these up, make them look a bit nicer. Just because someone's obviously been in here, done this, and it's not great. Yeah. Doesn't look factory, certainly. At least it is earth though. Although I have to find out how good the earth actually is. Need more heat. Tweezers. Well, it's marginally better. This as well. I think it's going to flick out. You can't see what I'm doing, can you? No. Again, marginally better. So it's got fusing on this side here. Which wires which? This is voltage section switch, so it should be primary coming in here, yes. Onto that side. So then goes through to the transformer connections. And this one here, which is fused, where does that go through to? So we've got this red wire here, which then goes through into this here. Okay, so that's the cable goes down to the front switch and down to the front board here. Right. And that then comes back to the transformer, or comes back over these windings and stuff over here. Comes back in here, rejoins, goes back. So what's over there? I should just look at the circuit diagrams, but don't know. Resistors and stuff there. Anyway. Okay. Then it's come back here back over here to the back end here. How's this thing set up? I must not convinced somebody else has done this right. So you've got a wire going to transformer down there, wire there, and a jumper link there to this one. So those are the two transformer windings. That's a link to extend it. So when it's in this position, it shorts those two out. And that's to 30 volt position. Yep, that's right. So that's what I expect. Set makes those go together, otherwise they're in parallel. I'm pretty sure that's right. I just want to double check that. Seeing someone's been messing with it. Right, so primary side switching is here, and let's go to the view. You can see so power cable is definitely different from what it says here. Fuse comes through this one, goes to that switch, through that switch. So we've got the brown wires coming into this one, and the black wire is going to this one. Shouldn't really matter, to be honest, but to me the fusing should be on the phase size, like that is what it is, but the phase side there. So neutral should be coming through this side, and the phase side should be coming through the fuse and that switch. To me, that actually looks like the wires on backwards, based on those wire colours. Although I think black is used as the phase in the US, isn't it? So maybe that's why. But black brown is colours for my country. Well, it's black and red, brown and blue, but it's kind of mixed up still. Yeah. Okay, I have to be careful of that. I think I might change it around if there's enough wire on there, and put the brown onto the fuse side and the black onto this voltage selection switch, because that makes it more correct. It's a mixture of both, which isn't great. Stream keeps dropping off. I've only dropped 255 frames since I began, which is pretty good actually. 9.5 hours ago. Yeah, I'll do all this change this wire and have done with it. I'm not liking that colour scheme. Because it's like red and black is the old colours, and then brown and blue are the current colours. So I'm not liking it. I might change it. I have plenty more. Another one. Should make sure that she says 3 by 0.75 or something on it, in case it doesn't have 3 cores in it. I'll find out when I cut it off. 3 by 0.75, yep, okay. That's fine. This will work. Let's replace the cable. I'm not liking that cable. Although I might have the same problem I had with the other one, with the gland being too bloody small. This cable's bigger than the original. Well, not much bigger. It's close enough, it might be alright. Almost want to put an IC connector on it, eh? Almost want to put an IC on it. I think the space. Oh, there is space up here. And you guys can't see what I'm talking about. So there's space up here to put an IC connector in. Then I've got to get the wires down the bottom. That won't really work. Nah. That's a shame. There's no way of getting the wires around nicely. Has to go all the way around and back. Don't want to do that. So nah. That was a temptation. I was going to stick with the gland. But yeah, I'll cut this off, put a new one on. New wire. That was a waste of time soldering, wasn't it? So after soldering this, I've decided I don't like them. These wire colours aren't right. I've traced it through and you've got black and brown, which aren't the right colours anyway. It used to be black and red, is the really old colour scheme, and brown and blue is the current colour scheme. And it's a mixture of both, and they're backwards. So black is actually the phase, and brown is the neutral in this case, based on the wiring in the unit. So I'm not liking that. So I'm going to take that cable off actually and replace it with another one. All right, quick toilet break, folks. Yeah, black is hot in the USA, but there's no white. It's brown. I don't know what colour scheme that is. Anyway, quick toilet break. So if you want to go for a pee or whatever, quickly do it. Right, that's better. Sun's starting to come down over here now. It's starting to get a bit dingy outside. So let's get rid of this bloody awful wiring here. Don't like that, that can go in a bin. Right, let's take this wiring out of here. Now I know where it all goes anyway. This one's pretty awful. So neutral will go over here. So this bit of blue wire goes attached to this post, which has got a piece of wire attached to it still. They didn't do a very good job on that. This one here will be going the brown wire. Should put a bigger tip on this. Come on. You can do it. Here we go. There's a wire still attached to this as well. Yeah, there is. So we did that before, just cut the wires off. Interesting. And Earth is Earth. Yeah, man. I really think I should put a bit of tip on this. Right. Come on. Here we go. It can go in the bin. New cable. That gland was pretty tight. Hope I can get it back in again. So I want to make sure plenty of wire to loop around, but not too much. So I've got to get it to here. Into here, so yeah, don't want too much inside. I'll do, I think. Alright, so I can crimp this down and get it in place. Can I squash it enough to get it in? Can I pinch my fingers? Quite likely. In fact, I'm quite likely to pinch my fingers. Actually, let's do this. Try and squash it down first. Get the cable deformed. Improve my chances. And that'll be my wife. I should probably go and check that. As soon as I can let go of this thing. Come on, in you go. Come on, get in. Get in. Oh, I'll come back. Yeah, black is always hot, yeah. But in my country it's different. Vice grips here. She's telling me about her walk. Well, she's finished her first day of her walk. She's doing a 3-day walk. So that's the first day finished. You can buy proper pliers for them. Actually, yeah. I think I've seen them. What are they called? Gland pliers or something? I'll tell my wife I'm still streaming. Right. Let's have a look. AliExpress. First point of call. There's probably a special name for them, mate. I don't know. This one doesn't name it. Cable gland plier. Let's try that. No, they're the side colours. And cable glands. That's not what I want. Hold on, cat wants it back in. Let the cat in. Come on. That's the old arthritic cat which can barely move. So she actually has trouble getting through the cat flap, so she knocks on the cat flap instead to let you know to open the door for her. Right. You'll send me a pair of pliers. That's very generous of you. That would be good if I can't find them, especially. It's the sort of thing would be handy to have. Amount of times I struggle with these kinds of glands, you know. I don't know. RS components. So look at RS. They have lots of tools, but at horrendous prices, I'm sure. I just want to try and find them as well. Cable gland, plier. Do the same search term. Cable glands. Lots of cable glands. Pliers. Sterling pliers, is that them? Just want to get a closer look at them. Looks like sterling pliers. They don't look like the right ones. They look like they've got the right shape. Sterling pliers. $250 for a pair. Wow, I won't be buying them. AliExpress switches your language to French. That's annoying. Okay, now I know what they're called. They're called sterling pliers. Let's have a look on AliExpress. At least that appears to be the correct thing. All I'm getting now is sterling silver. Can't use both search terms. That's useless. Nah, didn't change anything. Well, yeah, that's a horrendous price. So we'll be getting from bloody RS. Let's check, get him at 14 out. And then we can check something like DigiKey and Mauser. They've probably gone too, I expect. I'm assuming this is the right plier. I mean, it looks like the right thing. It's got a shaped end on it, which looks like it would fit them. No results from 14. Oh well. Strain relief pliers. Strain relief crimper. Okay. $13 on eBay. Oh really? I must be looking in the wrong place. Okay, I'll look for strain relief plier then. Okay. I haven't done that search. Here we go. That's more like it. Different sizes. Got some slightly angled ones, straight on ones. Okay. And much more reasonably priced. I mean, they don't have to be bulletproof. They don't have to like be industrial grade. I have to use them occasionally. So, looking for shipping prices and stuff. The prices vary wildly from like $2 to there's one here for $20. Pros Kit CP311. Pros Kit. That's the most expensive one on the page. Let's have a look at that. And I'll pop out the window. and show you guys. Top screen, here we go. Pros Kit. That's exactly it. It's certainly better than the $250 from bloody RS. So it is angled. So you don't do it straight on, it's not a slight angle, but that's fine. This shouldn't be a problem. And yeah, so that's $20. Right. But that's the most expensive one, and you've got a whole bunch of other ones which look identical. Oh, there's another one here which is $23. They're probably all the same bloody thing. But then Pros Kit stuff I've been happy with. They seem to be reasonable quality. So, I don't know, should I get one of these cheap fake copies, or should I get the Pros Kit one, which may be no better? Should I get the cheapest one? $2.95. What's the postage on that? Probably fine, it's $20. $8. Yeah, certainly looks very similar. Pros Kit is different. The Pros Kit one is definitely different. I'm actually going to buy the better one. I'm going to buy the Pros Kit one. It just looks better quality. Or is it? It's got the same lever. It's got the same lever as that one. Hold on, I'm just trying to do comparisons here. They could be exactly the same bloody tool, you know. Riveting's different. Okay, any recommendations? So I go for the $2 one or the $20 one? Yeah, I've used things like bits of cloth and paper towel and stuff like that, protect them from getting damaged. But for me, eBay would be probably more expensive because of postage costs. AliExpress is usually my first point of call because it's usually the cheapest place I can get it from. It's usually more expensive on eBay, but not always. I'm just looking pretty closely at this. Handles are different. It's not. Yeah, the handles are different. It's not the same handles as these other ones. I'm going to go for the Pros Kit. All the other ones got different handles which look different, so I'm going to go for the Pros Kit. I'm going to buy that one. $25 once I've got import charges and taxes and blah blah blah. That's fine. $25. Right, done. Purchased. Now, yeah. Anyway, yeah, the Pros Kit one had definitely different handles. The actual body looked slightly different. It looked slightly thicker. The other ones, which all looked the same, looked identical with really ridiculous changes in prices and different photos, but the product looked identical to each other, not to the Pros Kit. So I'm going to go with that one. So it's potentially 4 times the cost, but hey, it could be quality then. Anyway, so purchased, done. Now, do you think they can arrive in the next 5 minutes? Try and get better. Try and put this gland in there. I do have some poly grips here, actually. So these things. Let's change views. Alright, got some of these things. It's probably going to be slightly better than using my long nose pliers on my Leatherman. And to be honest, not to worry about damaging this gland. I don't really care too much. It's just the gland. Yeah, anyway. Let's try and get in here. And at least with this I should be able to compress it down a lot more. Come on, in you go. Come on, cooperate, you little bugger. He doesn't want to cooperate. Come on, get in. There we go. Gotcha. Give it a pull. Yay! It's not pulling out. It works. Hey, I've got enough wire on there too. I don't have to take it back out again. Wouldn't be the first time this happened. Oh, the old cable away. That's not good for anything. No, I've already purchased them. It's already on. Been and gone. Purchased. That mistake has been made. Right, so I've got the gland back in. Much persuasion. I now have. Well, I've purchased the correct tool for the job now. I don't currently have the right tool for the job. I've just purchased that on AliExpress. I purchased one of the most expensive ones, so it should be decent. No guarantees there, but yeah, there's all much no much. I mean, it's not something I use all the time anyway. Not too worried about it. Let's slice this thing. That plier job is not working. I'm not going right down, I was scoring the outside so that it will tear along that line. That's the plan anyway. Because if I damage the internal wires, I've got to strip it back and do it again. These have got the right colours in it. That's all that. Okay, so this needs to come back some more, I think. Yep. Don't slip, don't slip, don't slip, don't slip. I like my fingers, I like my fingers. So the earth wire should be the longest one. These can be cut down shorter. And those reach nicely from there. So I think I might take down very slightly more. This one I'm going to leave long. I wonder if I should try and get those other wires stripped out. That's already left in here from the other guy. It looks like they're wrapped around. That's probably why I left them on. Too hard to get them out. Let's get a wire stripper. These ones are a bit tougher. These are the ones I've been avoiding getting all day because it's so hard to get them, you know. Yeah, I've got to cut these ones down anyway. Smoky. Okay, so this one has to go to the switch over here, so it needs to stay fairly long still. This one has only got to go to here, so it can be cut down, or you can't see on how I'm pointing it. So this one's got to go to the switch, so it needs to stay quite long. I'll do it this way, you can see the depth. Right, so that's got to go to the switch. This one only has to go to here, so I can cut this one down quite a bit, and always get it shorter to go to there. This is a bit smoky. Wow. Because it's got the iron temperature up quite a bit, and there's got a lot of flux in this one. Okay. Let's get these attached. Chit chat. Don't want to give blood today, Greg. Yeah. I have to say I've never actually done it. Mainly being because I'm English, there's perception, or at least a minor, very minor risk of mad cow disease. Mad cow disease, as it's commonly called. It's got a proper official name. I can't think of what the hell it was. It's now many, many years ago. And as I lived in the UK and it beef at the time that was around, there's a risk that I could have mad cow, and so I can't actually give blood. I'm not allowed to. It's just policy over here. Can't do it because of the risk involved of potentially infecting someone with mad cow. So I could be mad cow. Anyway. So yes, can't give blood. The interesting thing is, I think, okay, you can't give blood at all. What about giving blood to other English people? We've already got the same risk associated with them. Anyway, never mind. We'll solder this on here. So that's the earth on. I should put some sleeving over the face, shouldn't I? I'm not leaving it exposed. Probably go over. Yep. Make it look slightly safer, won't it? Video this. I'll keep forgetting to video it. So I've already attached the earth wire. I'm just putting on the phase wire now, which is the brown one. I'll put some heat shrink sleeving over the wire, so when I've put it on, I can slide the sleeving over and help to cover the connection up and make it a bit safer. Wherever possible, you should always try and cover up main connections, just to improve the chances of a bit of safety there. You know, maybe one day you save yourself from electrocuting yourself, or somebody else even. That's on. Slide the sleeving over. It's not a big thing, but it helps. Now, that's not exposed. This one here still is exposed. Right, so that's still a risk. So I'm actually going to put one over that as well. I think I can just have that cable running down the back of it, like that, and then sleeve over the whole pair. I'm not sure that one I just used is going to be small enough. It might be a bit big for that. We'll give it a go. Just heat shrink that on there. If it works, then great. Yes, that is hot. Okay, now no touchy, no live things to touch. Better. This is still live over here though. It's still something. Okay, next bit. So now I put the neutral on over here. Not sure which way I'm going to run it. Right, run it underneath everything. Attach it to this point here, which is looking fairly ugly to be honest. The last guy made a mess of it. So put some extra solder on that wire, so at least that wire's okay. I don't know, my hand's probably going to be in the way where I put this. Anyway. Because it's got the original wiring still attached to it as well. Someone's just cut off, which doesn't look particularly pretty. It's like a ball in there. Not enjoying that aspect either. Oh well, it won't come off. It's fine, but yeah. So if that's neutral going through there, that's neutral there. Neutral down to there. Yeah, okay, right. I was thinking about, should there be something in between these terminals to insulate these terminals from each other in case they've got bent down or something, but I don't think it really needs it. I think it's right. It's not loose or anything, so probably good. Right. We get in there. Almost to the point of being powered up. Once I put a plug on. So who's ready for the power plug rant again? Well, the next round's probably going to be me trying to find a power plug. Actually, I think I've got two. Probably in here somewhere. See, look, IC connectors. That's why I was tempted, because I've got some sitting right here. Yeah, there's a power plug. One of them. I'm sure I've got another one somewhere. Filtered IC connectors. Binding posts. All these things that you've seen me show in mailbags before. Yeah. I've got this plug, which I'm not particularly, I really don't like those plugs. Well, I don't like any of these plugs, to be honest, but yeah. Unless I've got anything else in here. Yeah, that'll have to do. I've got one more piece of test gear which I need to fix. That's okay. That's got an IC connector on it, so that's fine. I'm going to use a normal cable. Actually, I've got another one which I haven't unpacked yet. That might need another plug as well. I've got to get some more plugs. Really need to get some New Zealand plugs. Excuse the foot on the desk. Okay. This plug was probably like $20 or something. Might have been 25 even. Horrendous. Should just buy them from Australia and import them. Actually, that's what I should do, is buy some from Australia and import them. Look, told you to wire it up. That's good, because I don't know, obviously. So, don't forget to. Oh, wait. You've got to put this bit over first. Then we've got to put this bit over. Then you can lock those together because this is, supposed to be like a waterproof plug or water resistant or something. I don't know how when you've got these gaps in it, but anyway. Yeah. Mate, these are ugly plugs. I really don't like these bloody things. Ugly, ugly, ugly. It says, look, don't make a plug like this. This is funny. Don't make a lead that goes plug to plug. Or plug to plug. You're going to do this time. Actually, it's upside down. Yeah, because everyone wants to lead like this, don't they? Plug two PowerPoints together. Hey, there's probably someone out there who's done it. So why is it like upside down from itself? One way is up. It's like they folded it the wrong way. See it? That's awesome. I think it's supposed to be folded this way. Do you think? Like that? That makes more sense now, doesn't it? I think it does. What did I start recording for then? Habit, I think. Right, I thought I was stopping recording. So wants to show about 50 mil of 50 mil? That much? It's not that long. 50 mil? Yeah, well, okay. Don't slip, don't slip, don't slip. There you go, it's 50 mil, isn't it? Should we measure it? See how close I've got it? Oh, look, I've got 40 mil. Oh, no, fail. I'll do it again. Oh no. 25 worse than here, yeah. Actually, I'll need to look at that now, actually, while thinking about this. Whilst I'm thinking about this, I have to look at this. I need some more plugs, and I am going to forget to look. Let me surprise myself on iOS components and see what price they come up as. It's bound to be cheaper than local shops, seriously. Get a place like Mitre 10 or Bunnings, they're expensive. Power plug, mains plug, mains plug. Oh, there we go, it's more like it. Same plug as I'm using right now, which I remember buying for about $25. It's $4. That's much more like it. I still don't like the plug, I still think the plugs are crap, but that's the price I'll pay. For that, I'll get a few of them, even though I don't like them. Well, I can get $3.86, so $3.88 for a pack of 5. Ooh, a pack of 5. Right. Mains, plugs and sockets, 55 available. Okay, what other versions I got? Well, this is not going to be exciting for you guys, but I just really need to get some more plugs. Lots of weird patterns, inline. That's not main socket, that's a bloody microphone socket, that's not mains. Yeah, bad filter. Australian mains plug. Oh, why is that one different? Looks like it's the same moulding, just it's black instead. There we go. Side entry, $5 each. Sometimes you need these. These are also crap though. I'll get a couple of them. I'll show you soon when I go to the cart, maybe, I don't know. There's no details exposed, doxing myself. I'm on the last page now. Okay. Cart. I'm not logged in, so I should be safe. Right. Oh, those are out of stock. You're kidding me. Mains plugs are out of stock. They're made here. Anyway, never mind. Okay. Here we go. Yeah. They're on back order for another month. These plugs are also crap, but sometimes they're handy to have that size. Yeah, oh well. $45 worth. Oh, $10 postage. $10 postage. But I need to buy some more capacitors. I can leave that sitting there. So I'll come back later on. Actually, I'll log in. Make sure it remembers me. And I'll come back later on and buy those with some other stuff. I'm sure I need some more capacitors. Okay. Logged in and remembered. Right. Why not cables with plugs fitted? Good point. I could be buying some IEC cables, couldn't I? Good suggestion. Back to NZ, RS. IEC mains cable. Can save a lot of pissing around. I've done this before myself. IEC, lots of sockets. IEC cable, let's try that. IEC plugs. Power cords. Yeah, it's under power cords. There we go. Right. $5 meters. I don't think I need one that big. $20. No. $26. No. We get ripped off in this country. There's a plug, well, a cable with no plug on it. $31. Doesn't have a plug on it. There's one for $13. It's more like it. But again, no plug. Just horrendous. Then, no, sorry, that's out of question. Yeah. Thing is, those IEC cables, I get lots of them, so like lots of gear and stuff I get. I buy things and often they all come with the cable. Might have a US plug on it or whatever. Ring differ which way, yes. New Zealand, it's really overpriced. Anything you buy is at least 4 times more than it should be. You can buy the same thing from overseas and bring it in for less money. And it's this whole, it's shipping costs because we're at the end of the shipping line. It's a bunch of crap. It's rubbish. I know for a fact that retailers in New Zealand charge exorbitant amounts of markup. All the cheap Chinese even cable. I've got depth adapters. Well, I've got a few sitting here. I actually have some depth adapters right here. I've got 3 of them sitting here right now. Handy things to have, actually. But yeah, I know that from my manufacturing job, I can't say too much, obviously. I know that what we, as in my company, sells products to the merchants for is about 1/10 the cost of what the merchant sells it for. In fact, more than that. 1/20th of what the merchant sells it for. So, for example, if we sell something to the merchant for $2, they're selling it for 40. So we might make 20 cents on the manufacturing the item. Merchant makes $39. That's what the markups are. The plugs in New Zealand are the same as Australian. So New Zealand and Australian plugs are identical, which are also the same as the Chinese plugs, except now the current standard for New Zealand is to have, and Australia too I believe, is to have the plastic sleeve over the start of the pen. So the very base of the pen has got a plastic sleeve. So whilst the plug is engaged in the socket, making contact, you can no longer touch the pen and get electrocuted, which is something the New Zealand plugs used to have, but the Chinese plugs are still made that way, so they've still got a solid pen. So a Chinese plug will be solid pin, no plastic sleeve. New Zealand plugs now, the current standard is plastic sleeve. So if you're not so worried about touching the thing accidentally, you can get some Chinese ones. Anyway. Design is crap. So I've got a plug. Let's get on with this. I'm kind of getting sidetracked somewhat here. And the camera's still going. That's quite a surprise. My cats will start making more and more noise soon because it's getting towards 7 o'clock. 7 p.m. And 7 p.m. is their dinner time. So that's at 50mm. We'll see if that's enough, shall we? So it's got to go down the side. Let's strip this off. That may not be enough actually, once I've stripped these off and folded them around. Always fold them over. You fold them over, when you put them in, it doubles the contact area and gives you a better connection. Now also, what I should also have, as I said before, is this earth wire should be longer than the rest. But these plugs are crap. It's just usually not practical. We'll see how I can do with the other ones. We'll get the earth one in there first. Get that one in place. Then I'll see if I can strip the other ones off more and shorten them down a bit. Need the right screwdriver. working either way actually. That's one wiring. Now these plugs, they don't even have, they've got a dot for earth, they don't actually have any markings for phase and neutral, or active and neutral, or live, or no markings at all. They could put, they've got a green dot here. Why don't I put a blue dot or brown dot, or or brown dot, whatever. Because I always forget which way these things go. And as you can see from the drawing here, it's super descriptive. So you have to interpret the drawing, which is upside down. Anyway, it's phase over here, neutral over here. Now I think I've probably got enough slack in these. To shorten them down a little bit. I do. I'm going to shorten them down slightly. I hope I don't regret this. $50mm. Yeah, sure, it's $50mm. Yeah, no, it's not. Surprised this camera's not turned off yet. My cat seems to think it's 7 o'clock already. She's meowing a little bit. So I round this one out, and what's happened is actually pushed the screw out instead of pushing the block out. And yep, there we go, here's the camera. Now, because it hasn't even unscrewed properly because the connectors are crap, actually I'm trouble getting the wire in. Because the connectors are crap. There you go, I'll put it in with a screwdriver, jamming it down the back there to make it open up. Yeah, there's quality for you. Give me a bloody English plug any day. They're 10 times better than these bloody junk. Anyway. Right, ranting again. Plug rant. Record this. So I forgot to record the video again, so you've missed my plug rant once again. My ranting about how crap these Xenon plugs are, the design, the way they don't actually work properly. Like you undo the screw and the thing doesn't actually open up like it should. You have to jam a screwdriver into it to make it open up so you get the nut open so you can get the screw undone. Anyway, these wires are now in place. So I've now made this so the earth wire is longer than the rest. So this should be the last one that pulls out if something goes wrong. That's the plan anyway. So I'll unscrew that for now, get it out of the way. Now this just literally just pushes in. It's like, it just hooks onto this edge here. It's rubbish. No screw retaining. It just pushes in. I don't like these plugs. Oh my god. Whose stupid idea was this? What idiot came up with this design? It's like the worst design ever for a freaking mains plug. You can yank on these things and you rip the cover off and rip the wires out the plug and you've got exposed terminals. Right? It's just absolute garbage. And this is This meets New Zealand standards. That's fine. It meets the standard. It's alright. It's not alright. It's crap. There you go. You got something around. Happy now? There we go. That's just pushed in. Literally is pushed in. That stretchy cover here is the protection. Right? And you push this down as much as you can. Like that. And then you wind this down and it kind of grips. Kind of. Not well. The cable still moves. You wind it down some more. Cable still moves. So the cable clip was, awesome. You keep going down like that and the cable still moves. You keep going down until you can't turn it anymore. And the cable still moves. Look through the wires for a hook in the slot. I didn't see a hook in the slot. Oh, those ones over here. Right, yes, you're right. Still, the cable gland is what's supposed to hold it, right? That should not be able to pull. But yes, you're right. I missed those hooks. Anyway, does everyone have to put us apart again now? The plugs are still crap. Should put screws in, hold things down. Fine. I'll pull it apart again and I'll strip off some more. Ah, dear. Right. Crap plugs that. I mean, to rely on no screw. It's just, I just don't like these things. I think they're rubbish. Anyway. Now we'll try and get it back out again. Ironically, it's actually harder to get them out when you're trying to get them out than it is to do it accidentally. Right. I have forgotten to do those hooks. Okay, I screwed up. I will go to 50mm. Reason being, these hooks in here, which I kind of forgot to notice, the wires are supposed to go around those hooks to form a strain relief of sorts, like that. So I will shorten these up a little bit more, well, lengthen it slightly more, and provide a strain relief of sorts. But it's still crap because it's still going to pull on the wires. It just reduces the stress on the wires slightly, but it's still going to pull on the wires. It's still a crap design. Here we go, like that. And like this. Okay, it's still crap. There should be no pulling on the wires. Right? The wires should not get pulled. If you're pulling on the wires, it's wrong. The strain relief on the entry is what's supposed to take the strain. So it's on the housing and on the actual main cable completely on the sheath. If you're only pulling on the inside, the sheath will get the sheath will get stripped backwards and as it gets pulled, and then it will expose the inner conductors on the outside of the plug. It's still crap. yeah, it's just, yeah, anyway, we get the idea. I don't like these plugs. All these New Zealand plugs are rubbish. Oh, man, I'm trying to get it back on again now. There you go, went on easy the second time because I stretched it a bit. Put it in it, fall off and somebody yanks on it. Shouldn't be relying on pulling on those conductors to stop the plug being ripped off. It should be on the sheath. Yeah. Man, I need a beer. Hey, it's late enough, I can have a beer now. Right, that's well and truly screwed down now. Look at that, it's all coming out the back. Oh, has it finally actually grabbed the cable a little bit? It has a little bit. Yeah, anyway. We got a plug on it. Yay! That was fun. Oh dear. IFM. Yeah, I should read the manual. Anyway. Yeah, but that's what we get over here. The plug quality is rubbish. You have a choice of two different kinds of plug, mostly, and they're both crap. Yeah. Anyway. So you saw what RS had to offer. I had a choice of two. One is the same as this, which is crap, and the other is a side entry one, which doesn't actually have any screw retention for the the sheath. So it kind of gets pinched in place by the casing, and it's kind of like a wedge system. It sort of hooks over itself and wedges in, and those are crap too. But they're better than these ones, in a way. Anyway, yeah, they're awful plugs. So at least we're to a point we can plug it in now. Have I forgotten something? Safety testing. We should do some safety testing. Guess I put the wires on backwards or something. Right. Earth pin, the casing. 1.8 ohms. That ain't good enough. Let's try here. There you go. 0.1 ohms, that's better. Because I was going onto a BNC connector. BNC on the front. 0.1 ohms, that's fine. Power switch. And get a good connection on it. Says you'd be touching that. 0.2 ohms, that's fine. So, screws on the front panel. A bit rusty though. 0.1 ohms, yeah. I think it's all fine. Just check resistance of everything. Turn it off. Nothing to there. Nothing to there. You can't see what I'm doing, can you? Yeah, to there. Yep. No shorts between those. Phase neutral short. Nothing. Turn it on. Phase neutral. 0.1 ohms. This might be because I was touching both terminals at once, because I'm an idiot. Let's turn the plug around. Stick one there, stick one here. There we go. You're getting something different now. 113 ohms. That sounds much better. Okay. That seems safe. I shall leave it open when I plug it in case we get any magic smoke or exploding capacitors. I'll probably put the other ones in the right way around. This is usually my double check and get a bit doubting myself. Yes, they're fine. Plug this in here. Change the camera angle. This will just be a basic power up test. I don't even know how to use it yet. Let's check power on, that's all we're going to do. Right, so now we've got a mains cable hooked up. I've done some tests on it, make sure it looks okay. There's no earthing issues, there's like 0.1 ohm to the front panel and BNCs and stuff like that. It's all absolutely fine. No apparent shorts on the transformer, all looks normal. So we shall try powering up for the first time and see if anything goes horribly wrong. And then if that works, we can do some more refurbishment, like cleaning up these knobs, take these knobs off, clean these up, and then try and figure out how to use the thing and actually try using it and see if it works. May not even work yet. So, got a hopping meter over here, power over here. I better make sure I've still got it set to 230 volt. I do. Right. Power switch on. Ready for the bang? There could be a bang. I'll step back so you can see the hopping meter. 5.6 watts being used. Power factor of 0.39. Not a lot happening. No bang. No smoke. That's boring, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Smoke test was uneventful. Right, let's play some controls, see if anything actually changes. So we've got LED on over here. This is standby modes. Negative, positive. So, okay. We've got compliance voltage. Nothing horrible happening. Let's go positive. Wind this up. I'm just watching the current, the power usage on the meter over here. Nothing horrible happening there. These all set to 0. That's on milliamps. Alright, so you can see the LEDs changing, although this one didn't come on yet. Is that LED there blown? I can't actually see what this says. This is nanoamps. Microamps. Milliamps, is that? No, it's microamps again. Oh, there we go. It just came on. So yes, the LED was supposed to be on. So I guess the switch needs cleaning. Because it wasn't until I was doing that and it came on. Yeah, now it's working. I don't know, maybe it's a bad switch or something else. Alright. So filter off. Right, give it 40 volts, whatever. It's got a limit over here. Let's do that. Oh, let's see a little voltage spike just then. Or power spike, I should say. Right. Nothing else. I guess it was charging something up at the time. And now it doesn't need to do that. Okay. Negative, it went little voltage spike again, well, another power spike again, and it went back down again. Well, that's interesting. So in standby it's using more power. So there it's using 5 watts, or 5.6 or so. There it's not. So as I wind this up, in standby mode, it's increasing the power over here. So at 9, I'm getting 18 watts out in standby on those two positions. But in negative and positive, It's not doing that. So is it dumping that power somewhere? So it's still generating the power, but dumps it? That's interesting. I don't know how it works yet. But it's doing something. Sweet. The limit light should be on since the output is open. Looks like it's working. Put a meter on the output. Right, so how do I actually use this thing? How do I actually use it? I got it because it looked cool. I thought, current source. Current source, that sounds like something I could use. I've got no idea how to use it yet. So, what do I actually do to test this thing? So it's got a low and an out on the front panel there. And limit light, I haven't seen it come on yet. Short the low output. And put a meter on the high side. You saw it on, did you? Okay. Right, maybe it's just my lighting, I couldn't see it, or the angle I was at or something. Okay. Yeah, well, it involves reading the manual, and I'm not great at reading manuals. I like to read a manual once I've figured out how not to use it. A current meter on the high side. So low and out. Is out the high side you're referring to, is it? I mean, I have the manual open. I could, no. Right. Let me just have a quick look at this. So what does the low terminal actually do? Output I can understand, right, as in what it's generating. But what does the low terminal do? I must look at the manual now. Well, the circuit diagrams, because that's how I understand things by looking at diagrams. Which is upside down. Front panel output, rear panel output, front panel low. Front panel low is everything's upside down. And it goes to a bunch of switches straight away. That's great. And output either goes to low through a capacitor, part of the filter. Filter's on, it links the capacitor between output and low, which then links back to these other switches. This diagram just there, I'm spinning around it. So short the low side and the output will be the current source. Yes. Okay, let me just skip to the beginning of the manual. Well, actually, I've got the manual open. I will have a quick look. I might succumb slightly in case I do something stupid. And it's all sideways, so I have to rotate around. And it's sideways by one, so I have to rotate around 3 times. Today. So the load can be floated up to 500 volts above chassis. Wow. Okay. So low is low, out is high, and it's also called. I should pick a terminology. So does that mean I can actually just use the low and the high terminals in series through some kind of load? Well, through a multimeter. I could plug a multimeter straight in between high and low, couldn't I? That'd do the same thing, wouldn't it? Or shorten the low would effectively make the output only a terminal. Okay, yeah, I've got you again now. Okay, now I'm following through. Here's getting in the right place. Haven't read the instructions yet, I was looking at the details. Right, so I need to plug those through a multimeter so I can see what's going on. What's the best way of doing this? Probably one of these things. In fact, two of these things. If I do that, then I can use the positive of each of these straight to a multimeter and measure the current. That'd work, wouldn't it? Repair leads. Which means the output will be floating, doesn't it? No, it'll be floating like that. So, shall I risk blowing the fuse on the Fluke? 10 amps. Come on. Now, come on, Chris. Do you think I've got it right? You haven't said no, don't do that, so I'm probably fine. Amps. Power on. Right, let's see if this will do anything for me. I think I've got this hooked up correctly. Let's find out. I've got this set to 1 only. Set milliamps, but you know, yeah. Okay, we'll see. Turning up on. Got the voltage here. Positive. Let's wind this up and see if I can see anything on here coming up. Well, it should be 90 milliamps. Oh, I'm on AC. That won't help. DC. 90 milliamps. Look at that. It's working. 20 milliamps. Perfect. Nothing? Perfect. 10 milliamps. Perfect. Let's go down 1. So that becomes 1 milliamp. That's right. 9 milliamps. Perfect. It bloody works. And that's at 40 volts. So if I just try changing the voltage, see if that changes. Absolutely fine. Didn't change. It looks like it bloody works. Let's change to a milliamp. Now I'm comfortable it's not going to get like a chuck an amp through it or something. I'll change this one. Turn the voltage down first. Okay, now I'm on a milliamp scale, or milliamp range, and here we go. Wind the voltage up again. Yep, didn't really change across the range, it stayed rock solid, like it's supposed to. 3 milliamps, yeah. 1 milliamp. Yep. Let's go down lower. So what's that? 100 microamps, is it? Yes. 10 microamps. Yes, it's showing up. So that'd be 1 microamp, but that's outside the range of this thing. I'll need a better meter for that. My Siglent can probably do it. But it looks like it's working. Excellent. Switches may be noisy. Yeah. Yeah, I clicked about the meter being on AC, but I hate the way meters default to AC. Wish I had an option to actually like program it to see which one you actually want to default to. So the voltage is controlling this lock of currently one of a house supply. Yeah. Hey, Kimmy. So yeah, it works, and it looks pretty damn accurate too. So I think I need to hook up to my Siglent and see what my Siglent thinks of it. Seems I can get more accuracy out of that. It's got some more digits. And I didn't blow the Fluke up. It's always a bonus. Plus fuses are expensive. Right, DC current. Let's get my fisheye cam going. Okay. Can you see that okay, or is it a bit hard with that light going? It's probably slightly better like that, isn't it? Noisy switch may let output jump to full voltage or current. Hey Greg, okay, well thanks for sticking around. I'll catch you later, maybe tomorrow. I'll likely do another stream tomorrow, we'll see how we go. So this has got a fine control on it. That's off. Okay. Turn it off. Okay. Got the fisheye going on a Siglent, which hopefully you can all see. I'll set it to DC. That's always helpful. Turn this on. So I'm currently set to 1 microamp, and we're getting very close to that. If I play with the fine control, yep, there you go, it's increasing. Right. So let's go down one more. 100 nanoamps. Working. I don't know how accurate the Siglent is of this stuff. This current ranges had stuff haven't been calibrated ever. So wherever the factory calibration was, which has drifted off a little bit, I know it was for voltages and resistance has changed slightly. So I'm sure the current's also changed. I haven't calibrated that. So this is supposed to be 10 nanoamps. You're getting 15. That's as low as it goes. So go 20, getting 25. So it looks like it does have a slight difference there. Let's turn the filter on to help. It doesn't really. Turn the filter to 0 in, that might matter. There we go. Let's change it by quite a bit. But now 10 is saying nothing. So this has got some calibration things going on here. So yeah. So at 0 that should be doing 0, not -0. If I unplug one of these wires, doesn't change. So the zeroing is correct, but this is obviously at calibration. So if I do relative to that, and then go 1, or rather 10 nanoamps, we're getting 10 nanoamps. Go back to 0 again. I'll re-relative this. Be a bit slower, but be more accurate now. You go back to 10. Try it again. So we're getting about, yep, we are indeed getting 10 there. With a bit of noise. 20. Yeah. So it looks like it's working absolutely fine. Go up to 9. So it should be 90. Yep. Upper range. Should be 900. Pretty much. Should be 9 microamps. Yes, 9 microamps. Basically there. 90 microamps. Yep. 100 microamps. That's basically there too. And milliamps, 9 milliamps. Yep. 90 milliamps. Yep. Basically there. Might turn relative off now. If I go right down to 0 in this range. Yeah, see it's got that microamp offset there. That's fine. So what I probably want to check now is voltage difference. So if I turn the output off for the time being, unplug this one from here, plug that in there, get a voltage. That's just kind of output voltage, shouldn't it? So currently set just above 30 on here, you're getting 32. So I go right down to 10. There you go, 9.44. Go to 40. It's going to be about 36. Okay, that's about 50. Slightly off, I think. 60 is pretty close. 70 is looking pretty close. 80, yep. 90, very close. 100, very close. And I can actually overshoot by a bit. So maybe this knob's not in the right place. I'm going to about 110. So if I were to adjust this knob around very slightly, yeah, I think the knob's in not quite the right place. So if I do 10 volts there, yeah, that's probably about 12. So I did say 42. Yeah, that's much closer. So I think the knob's in the wrong place. Cool. But it works. Switch is nearly clean. Excellent. I need to record some video. So I've just done some testing on the currents on my Siglent as well. It's looking really accurate. It's looking very good. I don't know whether to distrust this or distrust the Siglent, to be honest. It's hard to say. These aren't shielded leads and stuff, so it's probably not helping for that stuff, getting noise in. But it looks like this knob's not in the right place. You turn it right down, it goes to basically 10. You turn it all the way up, it goes to over 100. So I actually think that the knob's slightly misaligned. If I go slightly above on basically all these ranges, then it's about the right place. So I think the knob's in the wrong place. We've got to take these off anyway to clean these up. because these are almost unreadable. So we'll do that next, I think. Find out how to get these knobs off. There's a grub screw just there. Excellent. So I've set them all to 9. There's 2 grub screws on this one. Yeah, set them all to 9. They'll know where they should be. And that'll fully that way. And we'll pull these knobs off and clean them up. Should you standby switch instead of power? Oh yeah, okay. Yep. Oh yeah, yep. I just need to learn to use it. So yes, standby. I just remember to use standby. Indeed. My cat's coming asking for food. She knows it's 7 o'clock. How good's your clock, cat? You're like 3 minutes out. That's a pretty good body clock. Right. Let me find a screwdriver to get these knobs off. Which one is it? It isn't that one. Or that one. That feels really close. It feels slightly loose though. It might be an imperial size. Looking for 2mm now. That's a 1.5. Come on, I must have a 2mm. There we go. There's a 2mm, but I don't think it's going to go. Yeah, 2mm doesn't go at all. So it must be an imperial size. So hopefully I don't round them off. That's easy enough. That's all right. Ah, beautiful. Nice and easy to get off. So I was taking these knobs off now. These are really easy to get off. I'm using a 1.5mm driver here, but I think they're not quite that. I think they're slightly bigger. So this might be an imperial size or something. I might have to get that inner one off as well. Let's see. That's sprung. That's interesting. What's that sprung? Does that create drag? Am I going to have this thing go flying off at me when I undo this one? That's a different size. Of course it is. It's a size I probably don't have. I think it's a 1mm. I don't think I've got 1mm in that size, in that type. I really think that's going to go flying off when I do that. Surprised there's a spring in there, it was weird. I bet there's one here which will fit. Look at that, first one I tried. Ready for it to go ping. So here's my iFixit kit here, the very first bit I tried, looks like the right one. Okay, that was good. And there's another one here as well. Pop that off. How many screws are there? 2? Yeah, there are 2. So that's now loose. That's loose. Okay. Come off. There we go, it's just a bit tight, it's winding itself off. It's got a plastic shaft. Then this has got a spring behind it. Interestingly, but look at how good that is in the back there. This all needs cleaning up really badly. Right. So this one here, I've actually cleaned a little bit already. You can kind of see that it doesn't look that bad. Let's just record video on this. So this one here, I've actually cleaned a little bit already before I even record this video, before I did anything with it at all. Is I actually give this a bit of a clean because I was worried about how these looked. And this one I haven't touched yet. You can see the big difference there. It's basically opaque. You can't really see at all. In this one you can see the numbers. So all I really do is I've got a bit of cloth or something behind it. I think I'll just give it a bit of a wipe around the back. So I think it just needs a gentle clean up on the back here and get rid of the residue that's on the back, and it might be enough to give it enough contrast to be visible. So again, I've got to be really careful though, because I don't want to accidentally scrub these numbers off, because that would be annoying. So literally it's a bit of tissue and it's given a wipe like this. And that is making such a big difference just by doing that. No cleaning solution at all, just a bit of tissue. That's made a huge difference already, just doing that. So I don't know what that residue is. It could be the plastic breaking down. It is possible that's what it is. So I did the same thing on the top side. Oh yeah, look at that. I am suspicious it's the plastic breaking down and it's monomers dropping out the plastic. But yeah, look at the difference on that now. Huge difference. Put it on desk, probably see it on desk, there we go. Compared to that. Excellent. Just give it a wipe, might be enough. I think I got that wrong. I think I gave the front of it a wipe, then realised the back also needed a really good clean. I think that's what it was. And that's why I didn't go any further with it, because I knew I had to get the knobs off. So I'm hoping it's nothing too serious. It could just be some environmental gunge. Who knows, but I am leaning towards plastic breakdown. So not using any cleaning agents is a bit more comforting that I'm not going to be dissolving the lettering off. So that one's already a lot better, but it has issues still. Yeah, I think it'll work. Yeah, it's definitely got some kind of residue on here. As I'm rubbing it, it's changing. Yeah. I don't know if I do need to use some IPA or water on it or something. It's working though. Chit chat. Take off all knobs to get to the PCB, Oh yeah. Yeah, it's never nice when you have to do that. I suppose I can turn this fisheye camera back off again now. Right. Take these for the time being. Yeah, I'm just not sure. I might put a little bit of alcohol on this one. It's actually like scraping off. It's just scraping. Yeah, I might put a little bit of alcohol on and just try a touch. And just see what happens. If I mess up the lettering, I have to figure out a way of fixing it. Okay, it didn't seem to harm it. Yeah. These are definitely going to be a pain, I think, for cleaning. I just hope this is a one-off job. I'd have to do this every 6 months or something. Because that would be annoying. Yeah, alcohol didn't really seem to help though. This one here definitely came out a lot better. Happy to do alcohol on the top though. Top doesn't matter, there's nothing on there to worry about. Right. So yeah, it's been a pretty successful day today. It's been good. Got a Richo chip tester built and tested. Confirmed some suspicions about some chips I had being bad. So that was excellent. Modified the Fluke 175. Prepared this thing. Well, is it really repair or is it just refurb it? Refurb this thing. Bringing this thing back to life. Yeah, look at the difference between these knobs. Look at this. It's horrendous. And if I scrape, see this like waxy? Waxy residue? Yeah, see this is, yeah. I don't know what we call this. So you got this waxy residue and I scrape my fingernail. See this all coming off? That is plastic breakdown. I'm absolutely sure of it. That's monomer splitting off the bloody material. All plastics age and break down, right? So depending on the environment they're in, the temperatures and that kind of stuff, UV exposure. Yeah, like, yeah, it's not meant to be like that. Yes, because it's on the front and the back, it's not just one side, the front's also got it. So I'm pretty sure it's not just some environmental gunk on there. I think it is the plastic itself breaking down and shedding slightly, and it may be that where the lettering is, it's actually helping to protect it a little bit because it stopped the air getting to the surface. But that won't last. That will eventually fail, if that's what it is anyway. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah. Anyway, I'll finish cleaning this up and I'll come back. Not using anything harsh, and it's going to use my fingernail and scrape the worst of it off in between the lettering and what have you. I don't want to scrape the lettering because that would be a bit of a pain to try and reproduce. I mean, I could reproduce it. I could probably do something like use a transparent label printer, like the Brother P-Touch. I've got those transparent labels, but these are in reverse. Yeah, I mean I have to put them on the front instead of the back. But you know, there is a solution if this does all go horribly wrong. In fact, is that black on clear, not white on clear? I'm not even sure what I've got. That's another consideration. It might be the wrong colour. Anyway, this is cleaning up. It's not too bad. As long as it stays clean, I'll be happy with it, I think. Who knows? I mean, this maybe have taken, you know, 5 years to get this bad since the last time it was clean. Who knows? But, yeah. Right. It's definitely looking 10 times better than it did. That is much better. Much better. One screw here was the other one. Side on. Yeah, it's kind of lined up. I think these milliamp ones are slightly off. Slightly to the right, not slightly to the left, but anyway, close enough. Those are good, I think. Happy with that. I don't like this plastic shaft though, going right through. Because it did feel a bit odd when I was doing that switch. It's like, it just didn't feel great. It felt very soft. Yeah, there we go. So it's done. It's like this. Wow. I'm amazed it hasn't snapped. When it does snap, and it is a matter of when, that's going to be a problem. So I'm going to put that as off in that position there, not where it was. Okay, I think that was wrong. Again, I think someone's been messing with this thing at some point, like that. So that'll turn on. Oh, that wasn't off. There's off there. All right. That does still kind of work, I suppose. Off, straight down. Yeah, I can live with that. Alright, let's put some of these back on. Haven't cleaned them all yet. I'm very slightly right there. I am. Yeah, that's better. These aren't perfectly aligned on every digit. I actually think the 9 is slightly left of everything else. I'm still not happy with that. Yes, I'm a fussy bugger. Yeah, it's better. Still not perfect, but better. No, I got slightly more. Yeah, I'll do. Okay. This one needs cleaning quite badly as well. This camera's going to shut off soon. And my cat's going to come and eat me. Got some shit. I haven't sorted the dinner out yet, but got one cat hanging around. Surprised the other ones aren't screaming yet. Seems it is past their dinner time. And past my dinner time, actually. I just want to get this finished before I stop. Now, because this is the last knob I've got to clean, you know what's going to happen, eh? This will be the one which breaks, or something horrible happens. It's always the last one. You ever notice that? If something goes wrong, it's always the last one. This has got some scuff marks on this, I think. Or it's just not rubbing off nicely, not sure. Clean tissue. It's probably got too much plastic on it. Side to the top side. Yeah, this is significantly better. Oh, that's the thing I was most worried about with this, is actually the cosmetics of these knobs, you know. So I'm hoping these stay okay. There's no guarantees that they'll stay okay. In fact, it's quite likely they won't. some more there. See it, missed a bit. Number 9. Now, based on the previous example of it being slightly off, let's do this slightly off. This one isn't slightly off. This one's actually looking pretty good. Yeah, that one's okay. This is the very first one I did, so I think I can give this one a bit better actually. This one's not as good as the others actually so far. I'll give it a bit more scrubbing. Yes, this is an excellent purchase, I think. I don't know what to pay for this thing now. It's probably more than I should have done. That's usually the way these things go these days. It's better test gear. They're more expensive than they should be. For the age, condition, that kind of thing. You know? Okay. 10 times better, isn't it? Look at that state there. Much better. Yeah, perfect. That's good. Ah, significant improvement. Also, I've still got to do all the switches yet. Just clean those up. Put a bit of deoxit on there or something. Just make sure they all stay nice and clean. So that's much better. Look at that. This is off, isn't it? Is that what zero going to annoy me, you think? That zero being off slightly? It probably will. So there we go. I've cleaned the knobs up. They're looking much better now. As you can see, you can actually read the things now. You can see this says nanoamps, and this says milliamps or microamps. See, and this says milliamps. You can actually read them all. So that's those. I've got to take this knob here off yet and just redo the alignment of this one because it's not in the right place. It just seems like it's very slightly out, and also need to clean all the switches yet. So I don't think I'll bother recording video on that to get the idea. I guess in deoxit I spray it around on the connections, move the switches a bit. Not much to it really. Like all these switches, and this multi-way switch here, and this pot here would also need doing. But yeah, I think it'd be good. Should be fine. So don't forget to click like and subscribe if you like the video. Click the bell icon as well to see notifications about new videos and other things. If you want to become a Patreon supporter to help me buy bits of test gear to fix and do refurbishments on, like this one, then check out the links at the end. So we've got a playlist over here for something else to watch, another playlist over here, subscribe link right there, and a Patreon support link over there if you want to go and check that out. Bye. Right. I think I need to go and feed this cat. Hey, cat. So how are we going? So it looks much better, doesn't it? I'm still here, I'm not going yet. What am I missing in the chat? I haven't looked at the chat for a little while. Yeah, transparent knobs lifted right off and you clean them. Yeah, it's entirely possible. That's the risk, you know. The solution is to get one of those brother P-touchers and use one of them to use transparent labels, either black or white or whatever you may need. You can get different ones. I actually ordered some more the other day. I'm not quite sure I've got some transparent ones already. I might have a black and a white, I'm not quite sure. So if they had lifted off and just fallen off when I was trying to clean them, I could have used the P-touch to print a new label for each digit and place them really carefully. Now, the problem is they're not reverse labels, they are the right way around. I know you can get reversed ones which are backwards. Yeah, you obviously want to do that, you want to stick them on the back of it, not on the front, but anyway, I didn't have to worry about that probably. Polyethylene, no, I think there's a polycarbonate or polyPMMA. The most likely PMMA, acrylic. Shipping cost, I don't remember. This is, yeah. Yeah, so it's definitely that. Anyway, it's been a long day. What are we up to now? 11.5 hours. Still going. I need to get to 12 hours tonight. I have to do 12 hours, surely. I have to do a 12-hour stream. I'll finish cleaning this up, then I'll go and feed the cats. The cats aren't too desperate for food. Yeah, okay. Let's finish this. When it's completely finished, then I can definitely stop. So, get this out of here. That's in the wrong place, so I need to turn it slightly more. Down there. There's probably also a calibration point for this, but I know. Sometimes turning knobs all you need to do. So that's now past there. That's looking much more even now on the knob, on the dial. Before it was going way past the 100. And almost only just under the 10, so now it's much more even on the rotation. So I'm much happier with that. So we'll go under on there, get this off. Then we'll put some deoxit on the switches. There might even be scratches. Doesn't really seem to be getting much better. Yeah, might be scratches. Okay, let's get some deoxit on the switches. Problem is with this, it goes bloody everywhere. Use some deoxit gold, eh? Use the gentle stuff. Alright, switch here. Switch there. Switch here. And right there. Switch this side. Now I've got this switch here as well. The switch itself isn't actually used. So although it's got that switching mechanism, the switch isn't connected to anything. It's purely a pot. Anyway, we'll do this. I will clean the pot as well. Right, so these switches here as well. I'm not sure if they're double wafered or not, can't tell. Yeah, they are, I think. Guess them down the back as well then. This is the most boring, tedious thing to do. I think. I don't know. Maybe it was the thing I was doing earlier on. Hands get sore. Right. So I've got this switch here. Which is moving slightly loose. Yeah, there's actually quite a bit of dirt in those contacts so I can see it. Yeah. So now you've got this big pot here as well. And yeah, I think that's really all I've got to worry about. These two pots. How do we get into that one? Looks like it's pretty much sealed. I can at least get into this one now. Got some fader cleaner. Get that in there. Got it everywhere as it does. I'm definitely not liking the way it does that switching on the end there. There's an awful lot of stress on this little shaft. I'm not liking it at all. That'd be really easy to break that shaft. I'm actually really tempted to modify that. To soften that switch up, take that switch off the back of it, maybe entirely. Just as like a prevention thing. Definitely not liking it. Okay. I don't think I can get into that other pot. I mean, I could try getting some in there. But it looks like it's pretty well sealed. I mean, can I get in there? Let's have a look. Don't know. Can't tell. There's no connections there, no holes there, so I don't think I can actually get spray into it. There are some like cutouts here, but I'm not sure it actually goes to the inside. I can't tell. I don't want to take it off to find out. Oh. It feels fine. It doesn't feel like it's crunchy or anything. It's probably right. So I think I can put this thing back together now. Have I forgotten something? Have I forgotten something? I'm bad if I've forgotten something. Okay, what have I forgotten? I like those latches, that's pretty cool. Someone's thinking of design those. The tilting bail on the front still works. And it is interesting the way it's got this massive case that goes over it, right? Instead of just the panel like the bottom's got. I mean, it's almost like it's designed to have a panel like that. Very interesting. Anyway, it's got a slight ding on this corner here. Might just fix that. I have the tools. Here's my mallet. There it is. You can't see what I'm doing, but I'm sure you've seen someone use a hammer before. Get in it. That looks much better. I just can't see it now. It's what I'm using with one of these. I think that's all it needed. Beautiful. This needs cleaning up, but that's alright. I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, I'm not happy with that switch though. The way that switch functions, because I'm really worried about it's going to snap that shaft one day. There's an awful lot of stress on a little shaft. If it's a metal shaft I wouldn't be so worried, but it's a plastic shaft. And one day it will just snap off the end and you won't have the control anymore. Camera's gone. Bring it back on. Come on, wake up. Here we go. Took a while to come back. So yeah, very nice little instrument. Didn't require much. I mean, there's two big capacitors in the back there. Should I change them one day? Probably. But right now they look absolutely fine. I don't see a reason to change them. No, I didn't have any doubts about those whatsoever. Hey, this chassis's got a bit of a wobble on it. No, it's missing a foot. Little rubber here is missing. That's why it's wobbling everywhere. I will have to sort something out for that. No, take that one out maybe. I don't know. Have to sort something out. Anyway, so this needs to clean the rest of the casing up, and that'll be finished. Right, 8 o'clock. Almost 8 o'clock. You haven't quite got to the 12-hour limit yet. We'll keep going. Go and get the 12 hours. That'll be my record, 12-hour live stream. Can get like label remover stuff. I just use IPA. It gradually breaks down the glue, and it gradually just comes off from inside the tissue, bits into the tissue. I think it's probably people getting up now. I'm sure. Went to bed when I started the stream. And I get up and go, oh, it's still going. But this is like the first time, I think ever, I've had the opportunity to do a live stream on a long weekend without like, the rest of my family being here and causing disruptions and interruptions and making noise and wanting my attention, that sort of stuff, you know. So I think it's the first opportunity I've really had to do something like this. I thought it was a bit novel, but why not? These little black marks coming off, that's quite nice. Let's try rubbing a bit harder. Anything on the front I need to do? Yeah, could use a bit of a clean up on the front. Oh well. Oh. I'll turn it back on. Finished my first box. Took a while. Next box.